And that's it. Buzzer sounds. Final score, 130 to 104. The Warriors get the win over Sacramento. Steph Curry gets to the 4,000 three-point plateau on the same night where Steve Kerr gets win number 557 and is tied the legendary Mr. Warrior Alvin Adams on the franchise all-time coaching list.
All right. Real quick, before I say anything, it's a huge day, but we got to play it, Chasky, because it's another one. Let's go. Let's go. All they do is win, baby.
11 in a row with Butler.
The Warriors have now won their 6th consecutive game. I know. Well, well, that was my bad. I just clicked it on accident.
Oh, I thought it was
No.
Steven.
I'll take the flag on there, but you know he'll learn that he can actually control my sound in there, and he knows that now.
Joe, I know you're going to read a bunch of stuff, and you got to read a bunch of.
All they do is win because they won 6 in a row.
Yes.
That's their longest winning streak of the season.
Yes.
They beat the Kings again.
Yes.
They've won 13 of their last 15 games.
Again.
And they have their longest home winning streak of the season.
Another one. All right, let's just get right into it.
38-28 on the year.
I have waited for this moment all year. I said to you, I will not allow myself to believe
Oh, boy.
that this team can go on a deep playoff run unless they hit the 10 games over 500 mark. So let's go, baby. Let's go. I now believe absolutely with all my heart this team right here that I'm watching can go on a deep playoff run. And here's what I mean by that. They won a game where Steph Curry was beyond mid. He looked a little ginger in the first half. I'm not trying to knock him. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Chef.
Hope your birthday is booming, Steph. Didn't have his greatest game, really.
Not even close.
No, yeah.
Actually, I thought the team played better when he was off the floor. Then I watched Jimmy Butler and him combine for about 17 points. You know what that should have been? Probably a loss by 10. Instead, you blew the Kings out because all the others, Quinn Post hitting shots, GB2 hitting shots, my guy Guy Santos hitting shots. How about Buddy freaking Hill playing defense? And let's go right to Jonathan Kaminga, baby, and the man of the hour. To me, you know what last night was? A revelation. Draymond Green.
Absolutely incredible.
Of all the players who I have, look at Dre. You know how I feel, Bay Area. Dre and me have a love-hate relationship, and that's being tender.
Shocked you talking to me.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think swinging a deal at the deadline would open the floor up offensively for Draymond Green. I'll get to the connectivity on defense because I think it's the best half-court defense as a team that I've seen them play in years. Draymond Green taking the midi floaters, Draymond Green squaring up from beyond the arc and ripping shots decisively. I'm clapping right now. I'm so fired up on this team, and we'll get to all the Kaminga stuff and all that. I want to start with Draymond Green because this station, myself, all of us have traded this guy away 7 gajillion times. And since the Jimmy Butler trade, he has been Mr. Reliable. He is literally channeling from the fountain of youth like it's the 2016 season. He's hitting threes. Again, floaters in the lane, which I can't believe it. Yes, a couple of crazy turnovers, some great passes. His defense has been unbelievable. Draymond has been spectacular, and I just want to give him his flowers when we start.
888-957-9570. We can give a lot of people their flowers. 130-104, the victory for Golden State. Again, 10 games over 500 now, 7 games over 500 at home as the Kings fall to 33-32 on the season. As you look at the standings right now, Joe Shasky, you're still the 6th seed. You've won 6 in a row, but the T-Wolves, they can't lose either. All they do is win, no matter what. They're 38-29 on the year as well. So they're just a half game back in the loss column. You got the Rockets still there. They've won 4 in a row. The Lakers all of a sudden free falling. And the Grizzlies have jumped up to the 2 spot all of a sudden.
It's incredible.
It's the mix and match of the West is going to be nuts. It is going to go down to the last week, Joe Shasky.
Some might say absolutely incredible.
Some might say that's a good pull.
I gotta give it to Draymond. Like Draymond said almost immediately, like, hey, we're gonna win a championship.
He didn't say I think too. He doubled down and said, no, I know we're gonna win a championship.
But here's the thing, like sometimes guys say that and then they run and duck and hide. Or maybe they don't play as consistent as we expect.
Well, he said it on TNT during All-Star Game weekend.
But my guy's been playing with his chest out, has he not?
He has.
Like again, there are a lot of people like myself that have crushed this guy, and I would say rightfully. I would defend the things that I've said about him because I truly believe them. I don't just say things to say them. But when he plays the way that he has, and he has a game like he did yesterday, I go, he's got 16 at the half? 16 at the half?
I knew the game was over, and you always laugh at this. I knew the game was over for the Kings when Draymond hit the 2 first shots of the game. Back-to-back 3 points. Oh, it's night-night. If Draymond's hitting 3-pointers, GP2's knocking down 3-pointers.
Quentin Post,
Guy Santos.
The defense from Sacramento in the first half. I know they switched it up in the second
half. It was
half.
Optional, is what I'll say.
Do you not have a scouting report? How many wide-open threes did they give Quentin Post?
I mean, it was literally DeMar DeRozan and them boys. That was it yesterday. Even Zach LaVine had the most hollow stats I've ever seen. 14 points for him. I mean, Jake LaRavia.
He looked sweet.
That was the only guy I was like, oh, he's kind of nice.
Can we have a
Malik Monk? He's not a starting point guard. He's just not.
They don't have a point guard.
They did, and he's out for the season, by the way, with a torn pinky, tendon muscle or something. De'Aaron Fox out for the year.
That's called the tank.
Well, the tank is on, and maybe they will be getting a guy that also got hurt yesterday. Did Duke end up coming back? Cooper Flagg? Maybe they're in the poop for Coop race now.
Joe, there's so many angles that I want to take on this. Number one, think about where we were a couple years ago with a 7-game series. I thought the Kings were an ascending squad with multiple guys who could potentially be stars. De'Aaron Fox. I thought Keegan Murray's star was so bright.
That was one of the most fun to watch, and I know it was stressful here in the Bay in Sacramento, but that was one of the most fun to watch series in the first round I've seen in quite some time. Just back and forth, the athleticism, the big names, the vitriol for Sabonis, the stomp, all of it. Draymond, it was so fun.
Sports happen so quick. Think about the Niners. A year ago, we were coming off a Super Bowl loss. Now everyone's down in the dumps. I still think they're good. That's fine.
A year ago was Super Bowl try again, remember?
Exactly. But today, most people are like, are we a 4-win team? And I don't agree with that, but you see how quickly... I don't agree with that, but the way people talk about them, things happen quickly.
Well, if Mac Jones is starting, then yes.
Sacramento had so much promise, and I watched that team last night, and I will get back into the Warriors. Just Sacramento. It looks like in 2K when you run a franchise and you draft your own team and you go, yeah, I'll get a superstar, I'll take the 20-year-old, I'll take this, and then you start playing games, and you just go up against the Kings, and it looks like an auto-drafted franchise team that... is there any rhyme or reason to how they put that squad together? DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Valanciunas, Keegan Murray is like a catch-and-shoot guy. He's not even good anymore.
I'll say this. They absolutely missed Domantas Sabonis yesterday. He is without it. No, that's a big deal, though. That is their best player. Probably was snubbed from the All-Star game weekend. He's been fantastic all season long. Okay. And we've even talked about that early on in some of the matchups where he looks like a somewhat different player, and him being out definitely was a huge force. And he brings them size, and what we all still think might be one of the weaknesses of the Golden State Warriors is a size matchup.
I would agree.
So that was a big loss. Having said that, they just look I don't know what the direction of the franchise is. And 2 years ago, we thought they might have been going different directions. We know the Warriors won the series, but we saw, oh man, the Kings are coming. It took a Herculean like effort from Stephen Curry, 50 points in Game 7. He had to call out his teammates heading into the bus.
They lost in the play-in to them last year.
Yeah, that was Klay Thompson's last ever game in a Golden State Warriors uniform. He didn't make a shot.
They were getting boat raced.
And
then yesterday...
And then they didn't even have Malik Monk or Kevin Huerter in that game.
No, and yesterday I'm like, I'm fretting over like, hey, not fretting. That's probably not the right word. I don't know what the adjective is, but I'm anxious regarding the Kaminga return.
That's a good word.
Because I'm rooting for him so hard, and I just know how fickle the fan base and the media can be, and we look for things to criticize. And I watched this kid show up into that game yesterday, and he was making all the right plays. He's rebounding, he's defending, he's making the extra pass, he's finishing in the lane. Should have got an and one. Does any young player get a worse whistle than Jonathan Kuminga on both ends of the floor? It drives me nuts. And then I'm watching Quentin Post hit shots and your boy GP2 hit shots. And it's just like the synergy of this team offensively. Ball is just hopping. It's just hopping. They're doing backdoor cuts. And the way Jimmy has to be honored opens up backdoor stuff for Steph Curry. And it tilts the floor, okay? Then defensively, their connectivity, they're helping, they're rotating, they're contesting shots. Buddy Hield contested shots yesterday. And this is going to be a crazy. Buddy was a plus defender yesterday. He played with his pants on fire. Well, congratulations to him.
And he played aggressive on the offensive end, which I need to see more of. Like I've been seeing it the last few games now, where he just run and gun. I don't mind if you do that, buddy.
He played great.
Find his spot, top of the key, 3-point shot. Just playing free and within himself. It was great to see. And I don't know if you caught any of it was either pre or post game. But I was listening to it yesterday. I think it was pregame. But it was Buddy Hield was having his presser. And I think Jimmy Butler, like he not photo bombed, but he got a journalist bombed there and was asking questions. I think he was asking Buddy if he knew how to spell the word connector. It was just fun. But again, little like funny stuff like that, like Jimmy becoming a part of the team and Buddy Hield becoming a part of the team.
They're
like
connected.
They're connected.
I hate to use that dumb word because connectivity, but it's the truth.
But you tweeted it yesterday. The selflessness, the connectivity, the unselfish nature of this team right now. And Jonathan Kaminga, I think a lot of people thought that, man, JK, he wants to get paid this summer. Is he going to bring a selfish mentality here coming off that absence? I didn't see a guy that was selfish. I saw a guy that was sure of himself, that was a willing passer, that had a couple of assists yesterday, that had a steal, that had some rebounds, and just was playing within himself. And that's all that we need to see from him. And that's what Jimmy, that's what Steve Kerr, that's what Steph is talking. Hey, just play your game, man, and you'll be fine. And Draymond Green, to his credit, he was talking about how much they need Jonathan Kuminga. And
I love that he empowered him.
That's the exact word.
I loved it.
Empowering the young guys. Because how often do we talk about this Golden State Warriors team, Joe Shasky, not empowering the young guys for years?
It felt like two different teams.
Right? It felt like two different teams.
Moody and Kaminga feel a part of the team. Quentin Post feels a part of the team.
Guy Santos.
I
know you do. I know, but again, like that was a guy we would always just like.
He's like a ninth man. I'm not here to say, he's a starter. No, he's a ninth man. He's perfect.
If I told you 6 or 7 months ago, Guy Santos is going to be getting heavy minutes.
I would have laughed.
You would have laughed at my face.
I would have said you're insulting my intelligence.
Who? Guy Santos?
And
exactly.
Quentin Post.
Yes.
Quentin Post. And that's the thing with Sabonis. Like, I don't know. We'll see. I think having the chess piece of Quentin Post has dramatically changed their offense in the first quarter because he just opens the floor up. And then if Draymond, again, he's not going to hit back-to-back threes to start a game all the time. But if he is going to get that wide open of a look, just look at the shot quality that they're getting now compared to what they were getting a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. The shot quality is through the roof. How many times? Moses Moody had a shot yesterday. He looked around, was like, I'm this wide open? Well, let me think about this a little more. Bang! And it's not like the Kings didn't go on a run. When Curry checked back in the second quarter, they were turning the ball over like crazy. Curry had some turnovers. Dre, Butler, GP2 threw one out of bounds. Like, here we go. And that's kind of like where they would slip and slide, and that would carry into halftime. It would carry over into the third quarter, but it didn't yesterday. And I'm telling you, this team is playing a unbelievably selfless, team-oriented, win-first basketball. Top to bottom. And Kerr and Dunleavy and everyone and the top dogs, Draymond Green, they deserve credit.
All of them. And you deserve credit too, the fan base, 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you today. We got
so fired up.
Bonta Hill.
God, I'm fired up.
Warriors pre- and post-game analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. Host, I should say, but he also does an analyst work. He's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour for the entire hour in studio. Cannot wait for that. I know Bonte's fired up. I know you're fired up, and I want to hear from the fans today. 888-957-9570. I hear a lot from the fans when there's losses. They're not going to lose for a long time now, folks. So call in when they win. 888-957-9570.
11 in a row with Jimmy.
That's all they do. And they stay down, Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570. You saw Jonathan Kaminga yesterday. All the naysayers that said, I don't know, JK's going to ruin the momentum of this team. He's going to be, he's going to be a scab on the knee. That is the Golden State Warriors. No, stop. He looked great. He looked confident is the word I would use.
Can we go back in time?
Confident Jonathan Kaminga. And you need a confident Jonathan Kaminga if you want to win a title.
Let's go back in time. 2 months ago, January 22nd, DeMar DeRozan led an 18-point comeback against the Warriors. It was one of the biggest gut punches that all of us as Warrior fans had this year, just for this year. It was so bad. Think about that game. Go back to that game. I got a FaceTime from Damian and Casey, who do Sacramento radio, trying to rub it in because DeMar DeRozan led a comeback with 32 points. The Warriors were up 18 and got outscored 37-20 in the third quarter, and then 38-32 in the fourth quarter. And the Kings won going away. And it felt like the Warriors were done. It really did.
There's certain losses in a season where it's just it's early, but you feel like, man, I don't know if I can recover from that one.
60 days ago, Joe.
60 days ago.
And then you make the trade for Jimmy Butler. You get a little glimpse yesterday of Jonathan Kuminga and how important he can be for this team when he's buying into his role. It got credit to the young man. I just loved it. I love the headband. I love everything I saw.
The headband.
2 months ago, the Kings I thought were ascending and the Warriors I thought were collapsing.
Yeah.
Two trains going in opposite directions.
It's cyclical, right? Again, last week we were talking about, man, the Lakers look like they're going to be a bona fide 2 or 3 seed. They're falling all of a sudden now that LeBron James got hurt. You got the Nuggets, you got the Grizzlies up there, you got the Rockets. The Rockets coming out to play, they've won 4 in a row. And then you got the Warriors right there at the 6th seed. They have to keep winning because, again, the Timberwolves are right on their heels.
Yep.
And it again, this homestand, I was talking about it. Anything other than at least a 6-1, I would be disappointed. That might have been a high bar, but they're undefeated on this homestand right now, Joe Shasky. Win against Detroit, win against the Blazers, now win against the Kings, and they take on the New York Knicks without Jalen Brunson tomorrow.
Gotta win it.
That'll be interesting.
Gotta win it.
And obviously, Karl-Anthony Towns, I think, will be playing on that game. He missed last game against the Warriors due to a tragedy that took place within his personal life. And then you got the Nuggets on Monday, huge for a variety of reasons. And then the back end of a back-to-back there against the Milwaukee Bucks, who just handled the Lakers last night. So a huge, again, last night was a big game too. I don't want to get anything twisted. That was a big game too.
Oh,
just to flex your muscles on them early. I know they let them get back in the game.
No, they got the Kings into the 9 spot and really no like realistic chances of being a 7 or 8 seed.
That was a huge win for them last night.
And it kind of like, I mean, obviously, knock on wood here, but it's kind of guaranteeing that the Warriors are going to be 8th or better. Like that's the way I'm viewing this because there's some separation now. Like even if the bottom falls out, Joe, all I always think about is like the woulda, coulda, shouldas. You have these in life. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We almost traded for Larry Markkinen. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We almost traded for Paul George, who might have season-ending surgery. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We were begging for Zach LaVine. I was. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We could have had Kevin Durant.
We were begging for Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson.
That's how low our psyche was.
People wanted Vucevic.
Jimmy
if we just
Butler
get him,
has changed everything. Jimmy Butler's changed everything. And I'm telling you, it goes right to this person. Draymond Green puts his money where his mouth is. This is the best basketball we've seen him play since 2016. I'm ready to say that. Not that he didn't have different stretches, but in terms of 1 full month, this is as good of basketball on both ends of the floor I've seen from Draymond Green since his best season, which was 2016 in my eyes.
I mean, since the Jimmy Butler acquisition, who's impressed you the most? 888-957-9570. Hasn't been Draymond the scorer. Hasn't been Stephen Curry, buying into his role now. Hasn't been a guy like Quentin Post. Hasn't been Moses Moody. Hell, you can go Jonathan Kaminga yesterday, not skipping a beat right off the bench. We're going to get into all that. It's a lot of Warriors today. And by the way, happy birthday, my guy. Stephen bleeping Curry, man. Let's go.
I hope your birthday's booming.
Okay, AB. It's CT ESPN. We're not going to get into that today. I'm still waiting to watch that episode of him and Joe Rogan.
Wait a minute. Rogan had Antonio Brown.
Oh, it's all time. It's all time. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I think some can wait to see that. Again, I mentioned Bonta Hill, 9 o'clock hour, all hour long in studio, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Life Source Water System. More of your calls, more of your texts. Warriors 130, Kings 104. JK's back. Draymond scoring threes left and right. Oh, and by the way, Stephen Curry hit 4,000 3-pointers last night. Well, not in the entire game, but in his career. Let's get into that on 95.7 The Game.
Curry left side, probing the defense. Lost the handle, saved from going out of bounds by Kuminga. Curry gets it back over to Payton at midcourt. 3 seconds, 2 seconds to Kuminga, who drives it and scores.
Mess.
Absolute mess. Kuminga down the lane on Ellis. Powers his way in. Little bully ball to the rim with the right hand.
Love to see that from him. Smaller player on you, take him to the rim.
And he didn't hurry. Just took his time.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I missed that voice. That's Jonathan Kaminga, baby. JK
This my
returned.
song?
This is your song.
Sprinkle me.
Sprinkle me, man. Steph Curry, first player in NBA history to record 4,000 career regular season three-pointers. It's just, I have to laugh when I say it. The absurdity of making that many shots is insane. I don't even know if I made 4,000 career regular threes in my life.
Probably not.
No, I know it's not.
Yeah, so
it's
yeah,
not.
yeah,
It's not even
probably.
close.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy to me that Steph has done that.
That's because you're not hipper than a hippopotamus.
Okay.
Get all up in your head like a neurologist.
Get it out.
I love
get
this.
all
It's
of
one
it.
of the greatest flows ever.
No, it's a great one. And it's actually apropos because you know what? The Warriors are in a great flow right now.
Time.
13 and
Draymond.
13-1 now. 13-1 in Jimmy Butler games played as a Golden State Warrior. 13
and
and 1.
11 in a row
11 in a row.
when he's playing.
Outside of outside of an insane Kyrie Irving game,
13-1.
outside of an insane Kyrie Irving
they
game,
should have won.
which they probably should have won in hindsight, but Kyrie, that happens.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they'd be undefeated outside of that, which is, if I would have told you that just months ago, that this team was going to go on a 13-1 run with Jimmy Butler, to be like, okay, stop pulling my leg.
Well, Joe,
you're smoking crack.
let's go back to this day because I'll remember it. And the reason why I remember it is because Kings fans try to rub it in my face.
Why? Who are they to rub anything in anyone's face? What have the Kings ever done in their lifetime?
The Warriors were, at the time, 21-21. Okay, they were 500. The Kings were 22-20 at the time. The Warriors had a lead going into halftime, an 18-point lead at one point in the game. And the Kings battled back and beat them. This was less than 60 days ago, Joe. The next day, Damian and KC FaceTimed me. They FaceTimed Bonta. They FaceTimed Nahegan. They FaceTimed Guru, trying to laugh in our faces.
Who are those guys that you just mentioned?
Those are Sacramento radio hosts.
ESPN 1320,
Thank
Odyssey
you.
Station.
Thank you. Also, the two best-dressed guys in radio.
They are. They're swaggy. KC couldn't join us yesterday. He was feeling a little bit under the weather. Maybe he's feeling even more a bit under the weather after yesterday, unfortunately.
So they FaceTimed everyone.
Feel better,
Eventually,
though.
they got to me, and I answered the phone thinking, are you okay? Like, when someone FaceTimes you, I'm like, okay. Like, who I don't really talk to, I'm thinking, are you okay? Is something going on? Are you kidnapped? And they're on live radio and caught me off guard as I was walking back to my car near Union Square, and I just blasted the Warriors.
Well, what do they call it? The dental office? That's what KC likes to call Chase Center. What was a root canal yesterday, a tooth removal, whatever it was. It was the Kings just getting humbled. As you go, sprinkle me, man. I'll go humble Kendrick Lamar on the Kings. They were humbled yesterday, and they have been humbled in the stretch. When you get rid of your best player on your team in De'Aaron Fox, this is what happens. The Warriors added a talent, a Hall of Fame talent, and the Kings got rid of, I'm not going to say a Hall of Famer, but a very good all-star caliber player in De'Aaron Fox, and that's what happens. When you have an owner that wants to win and an owner that doesn't know how to win, that's the difference. And Vivek Ranadive with the Kings and Joe Lacob with the Golden State Warriors.
This is the equivalent of Arizona Cardinal or New York Jets fan trying to talk smack after a win to at the time when they had Tom Brady, a Patriot fan, for example. And so this morning I wake up after we've now blasted them twice with the new Jimmy Butler team, and I go, hey guys, 602. I texted them both, just checking in. Y'all gonna be doing that FaceTime thing today, or only when you win?
Let's hit him up. Is Damian available? We want to get him on?
Well, Damian basically texted me back, only when we win. I don't make the rules.
We win. Hey, at least he was honest about it.
I love those guys. But look, the reality is 2 months ago, that's where we were at. That was one of the low points of the season.
Well, 2 months ago, the belief was at an all-time low in this franchise.
100%.
And its star player in the future. The belief level was just plummeting. 2 months later, adding Jonathan Kaminga back to the mix, add Jimmy Butler, Quentin Post emergence, Guy Santos emergence. Hell, I got Pat Spencer out there. Whenever he's out there, he's making plays.
I love Pat.
I love me some Pat Spencer too. two first names, which makes me a little nervous, but we'll get to that another time. Leonard Floyd on line one. But I say all that to say this. After what I saw yesterday in his first game back and playing with Jimmy Butler for the first time, and also playing with Quentin Post sneakily for the first time too, Jonathan Kaminga, what's your belief level now in this team? Has it skyrocketed with JK back in the fold and him looking as good as he did yesterday? Like, if you had any doubts, are those now shattered when it comes to the Golden State Warriors making a deep playoff run or a championship? Yeah, a championship run. Because if JK is that final piece, which I think he could be to the puzzle, they absolutely can go all the way now.
The best he's moved without the ball.
Confidence.
I know he didn't play for 2 months.
Confidence, man.
But no, he looks so good. And to me, it's not just about JK. To me, now the pieces around JK fit better. You know, how many times would JK be out there and you got 5 sets of eyes staring at him, waiting for him to take someone off the dribble? Now it's like, oh, I'm catching the ball as I'm going to the hoop, finishing with the left in a one-on-one. Oh, catch the ball in the paint, pump fake, go up, get fouled, right? That dunk was so sick.
Which one? He had a couple. Yeah.
The guy looks so good. He was playing tenacious defense. Yeah. I love the way the effort on the rebounds. I know that's not going to showcase, but like, to me, activity is important for JK. He's giving me all the stuff we wanted, which was what? Give me comparable Wiggins production. Yeah. Check. You play like that, JK, you're getting paid this summer.
Well, and he's more athletic than Andrew Wiggins. Just keeping a buck. Younger legs, again, coming off an injury.
Better ceiling.
Much higher ceiling, I think, which is crazy to say because Andrew Wiggins coming out of Kansas was comped to like LeBron James, which is insane. And he was going to be teammates with him until he got traded away. Kevin Love, the rest is history. Let's go to Greg in Canada. He wants to celebrate the great Steph Curry. And you know what? On Steph's birthday, as he turns 37 years young, shout out Stephen Curry, 4,000 career regular season threes made, Greg. How you doing this morning, man?
Oh, Canada, I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
Dude, I'm so pumped. I think this team is a legit championship contender now. Wow. I swear to God, I do.
Find me a better bench that out of the contenders.
It's a great question.
JK, Quentin Post, Buddy Hield. Like, it's going to be a problem. But first of all, I want to give a shout-out to the greatest point guard in the history of basketball, Stephen Curry. He has this funny thing that people say he's not a traditional point guard, like it's 1984 or something. But then in the same sentence, they'll somehow admit that he completely changed the game of basketball and how it's played. Which is it? Every point guard tries to play like him now and be shoot first. So if he changed the game of basketball and made it a scoring and passing type of thing, just because he plays off ball doesn't make him not point guard. It makes him the scariest off-ball player ever and the best point guard of all time, in my opinion.
Greg, it's a great point. And listen, when we do talk about the legacy of one Stephen Curry, I don't know if the 4,000 career regular season three is going to be the first one. Probably it's going to be on like a couple pages later when we talk about the accolades and what Stephen Curry meant to the sport of basketball. But I don't even get caught up in the greatest point guard or greatest shooting guard.
Completely agree.
Whatever. Like the fact that he's in the conversation with Magic Johnson, that's all you need to know. The fact that he's in the conversation with LeBron, with the Tim Duncans of the world, with Kobe, with the Wilt Chamberlains, like the fact that he's in those conversations. When he was coming out of Davidson, the guy weighed $140, it felt like, soaking wet. He had ankle problems. He was a skinny, gangly kid. He had an amazing shot, but it was like, all right, cute story, Davidson. Yeah, whatever, right? It's like maybe he'll be something. And fast forward a decade plus later, for him to not only transform the way he plays now and getting better and getting stronger and transforming his body to what he is now, which is pretty big. And he is 6'3", and he's put on a lot of muscle, which you need to do if he wants to bang with some of these younger and faster, more athletic guys. Like, what he's been able to do, not only in the NBA, but with this franchise, it can't be understated.
Can I ask you a question?
We can't say it enough. He's the greatest Bay Area athlete and most beloved Bay Area athlete of all time. It's not even close to me. Not even close.
We do this thing like now. I don't know why we do this. Like, point guard, combo guard, shooting guard. What position does LeBron play?
Everything. No, seriously. He's everything.
It's kind of my point. It's kind of my you're making
Positionless basketball.
I mean, like if he needs to, he is your de facto point guard.
Yeah.
If you need him to be your off ball, stretch 4, he can be that as well. At one point in time, he would guard 1 through 5. He no longer can do that, but I don't view him as a position. He's just one of the great versatile pieces of all time, and I kind of view Steph Curry the same way.
We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570. Warriors 130, Kings 104. JK returned. Let's talk about it. That's what's coming up next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Left-hand finish up to the rim. He scores. Jonathan Kaminga gets that first bucket back. That's got to feel good. Bounce pass to Kuminga. Rotates to Draymond. Back cut, Kuminga wide open, gets a dunk. Curry the screen. The gravity of number 30 in evidence there. And Kuminga and Draymond took advantage. There it is.
Call it.
The crack of the Tolbert can.
I'm getting to do it earlier and earlier the last few weeks. I like it.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr.
Can I ask you about Steve Kerr?
Tom Tolbert. Yeah, you can real quick. Tom Tolbert, Tim Roy on the call right here, 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. What's up, Joe Shasky? What do you want to tell me about Steve Kerr?
I don't want to pretend like I understand what it's like to be a Steve Kerr. That's not here what I'm to do to you this morning. I'm not Bill Belichick. I'm not Steve Kerr.
Really?
I'm not even Bob Ladouceur at De La Salle, who was an absolute legend.
Well,
okay?
Mayor Daniel Lurie is saying you could be a commissioner of something, so you're clearly very important.
Trust me, me and the mayor are going to take that offline, and we're going to try to make that work.
Of course.
That being said,
Commissioner Gordon.
There's a man that I hold dear. His name's Mike Mulkerins. He coached a long time. Okay, he's been involved in youth sports and high school sports forever. And he said something to the effect, and if I'm messing it up, Mike, I know you're out there, you and your brother John, I apologize. But it was something like, hey, look, when I have talent, I win. When I don't have talent, it's tough.
He doesn't want to say I lose, but I might
it's
not.
Tough.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? And it's funny, like when I've been running the same inbound plays for about 20 years. Now there's wrinkles, and some teams I will lean towards certain parts of my inbound plays because I know that they have a better big, or they've got a better shooter, or a better passer, or maybe the team's just not very good.
Sure.
But when I have good players, all my plays work. All my plays work. That doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. That doesn't mean I don't screw up on rotations, when to call a timeout, specific sets we're running against certain defenses, etc. Steve Kerr is a good coach. He's had bad moments over the last couple of years. But I think what has happened right now is it's re-cementing the fact to me, repaving, if you will. The guy knows what he's doing. And when the roster's right, he's the perfect guy to pull all the levers. And right now, we could talk about Draymond and how great he's been, which I opened the show with it. Jimmy and Curry scored 17 yesterday.
On a night we were celebrating Stephen Curry, he went 4 of 9, 2 of 6, and we were waiting for that 3-point shot. He kept hunting for it. Finally gets it. Only went to the line once. Jimmy only a couple times. 11 points for Steph, 6 points for Jimmy Butler. And you know what? No one cares because everyone else is doing their job. And Jimmy, to his credit, and Steph distributing. 7 assists for Jimmy, 5 assists for Steph. And you know what? If your shot's not going down, make sure you're feeding the people whose shots are going down. And yesterday it was Draymond Green.
Yes.
It was Guy Santos.
Buddy.
It was Buddy Hield, Jonathan Kaminga, Quentin Post. It was everyone.
But that goes back to Kerr. And the reason why I want to give him some love this morning is we crushed this guy for all the minutes, all the rotations. Why aren't you starting Moody? Why aren't you playing Guy Santos more? Why are you so obsessed with GP2? What are you doing with Looney? Is TJD on ice? What's going on here? And I think that him working with Dunleavy and them kind of getting rid of a couple of players to make his job easier has simplified everything. And all the stuff is working and firing on all cylinders. And we got to give Kerr some credit this morning.
I mean,
we just do.
We were talking a few months ago.
Did we not crush this guy?
Well, no, we were not just crushing him. We had people calling in left and right saying, yeah, I think it's time for a new voice with the team.
Everyone was saying.
People were saying, like, yeah, you know what? Maybe this is a transition within the organization. Maybe Steve needs to walk away.
Joe,
We need a new voice.
I admit it.
You questioned it. You didn't say one thing, but you entertained people calling in about it because you wanted to listen.
I didn't think they were wrong. Well, look, not that he lost his touch, but it was like,
the talent around him
wasn't a great fit. It wasn't a great fit. And ever since they brought Jimmy back, he has empowered Moses Moody. He's empowered Quentin Post. He has solidified the specific role for GP2. Yeah. And GP2's played great ball, quietly.
His confidence is sky high right now.
Sky high. Yesterday could have been a disaster trying to reintegrate Jonathan Kaminga. And it looked like they had been playing basketball together for 3 months.
Seamless. Again,
Steve Kerr, man.
Part of that, the size issue with no Sabonis with the Sacramento Kings. But you know what? I'm not really here for it. Could have been the Charlotte Hornets for all I care. Just the fact that Jonathan Kaminga went out there, looked confident, looked sure of himself, wasn't hesitating, was going strong to the rack when he noticed a smaller defender on him. He would take it all the way to the hoop. That was refreshing for me. And again, it reiterated what Jimmy Butler was talking about, what Draymond Green's been talking about, Stephen Curry's been talking about. JK just needs to play his game, and it'll open up everything for everyone else on the floor. And that's what we were seeing yesterday. And it's going to be huge. Again, this is another huge 3-game stretch coming out of here on this homestand. 7-game homestand. You're 3-0 so far. Knicks tomorrow, Nuggets Monday on St. Patty's Day, and then on Tuesday, the back end of a back-to-back against the Milwaukee Bucks. Those are some big boys and big players. Cat, 7 feet. Jokic, basically 7 feet. Giannis, 7 feet, basically. Like, all these got big, strong teams.
I don't know how many people were watching the game before the Warrior game like I was, which was the Bucks-Lakers.
Yeah.
Giannis looked pretty good.
Yeah, he looks pretty well. Again,
he was an assist away from a triple-double.
I'm not sleeping on the Bucks.
He looked pretty good.
Everyone wants to sleep on them, and I get it.
You're right. I do.
Everyone wants to sleep on them. If they get the right matchups in a given series,
I kind of agree with you now.
Like Giannis, and if Dame gets hot, then like that changes everything. So I'm not sleeping on them in the East. Again, the East is the East. The one that we're all still circling is that matchup on Monday against the Nuggets. But I'm riding the wave. I'm not here to just keep looking towards the future, saying, "Oh, this team? It's like, no. Enjoy what this team's doing right now. 13-1 when Jimmy Butler plays.
Joe, this same team that they have beaten now twice since the break, this same team battled back from 18,
handled them twice too. They've tapped that ass
and
twice,
danced in your face,
yes,
and beamed in your face, and night-nighted in your face, and laughed at Draymond Green.
They did.
Did they not?
Well, we're laughing at them now.
Well,
no, they are. Like the Kings are cooked.
I do.
Is anyone taking the Sacramento Kings seriously in the West? I'll tell you who I'm taking seriously in the Western Conference right now. I'm taking the Thunder. I'm taking the Grizzlies. I'm taking the Nuggets.
Okay.
I'm taking the Lakers. I'm taking the Warriors.
Oh, wow.
And I'm taking the T-Wolves. And tentatively, depending on the matchup, I might take the Clippers seriously at one point. But that's because of Ty Lue and the respect I have for Kawhi Leonard in a series.
Am I the only one that's...
And I did not mention the Rockets there on purpose, even though they've won 4 in a row. I don't buy them in a series yet.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that's got their eye on what's going on with Wiggins and Miami and all that? Am I the only one?
Maybe. What's going on? How about you tell me? Because
they lost on Wednesday. They've lost 5 in a row.
Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. 5 in a row in the East. They still are probably, what, the 5th or 4th seed?
They're 9th.
Okay. Well, it was a joke.
They're like 6 games under 500.
Again, they're still in play.
I know.
Which is insane.
You brought me to my point about the Kings, and this is just a quick aside. They got a kid on the team, Devin Carter.
The hair?
22 years old. I don't know what he's doing with the hair, and I want to have a conversation with the young man. Look,
Let it go.
Young man, look, there's a day that's coming soon for me, and I'm gonna have to go home.
Well, but again, he's how old? 22. You're what? In your 40s. It's easy for you to say. You've had your hair for most of your life.
He looks like a 1300s British lord. You know, like I don't even know how to describe. I don't even know how to
Game of Thrones.
It's like a little poofy in the front with this long ponytail in the back.
Devin of House Carter, first of his name.
Look, there are
Kings too, so it's perfect.
There are 2 haircuts I will never get down with. One is the Edgar that's very popular right now. Like, you look like a monk. Okay, the Edgar is such a bad haircut.
Why is it the Edgar?
That's what Nash told me it was called.
No, you better be careful.
Who's Nash?
Nash Solomon. He's running the station.
Thank you.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it has a different name. Is it called the Edgar, Steven?
It's called the Edgar, and it's definitely a trend.
And I think it's awful.
I need to look this up.
The other one is the Mohawk thingy, where it's like it's like just poofy in the back. It looks very like rugby-like. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know.
The Edgar is very popular, and it's almost like kind of like a...
I will never ever subscribe to the
Edgar cut. This is from Wikipedia. Otherwise known as the Edgar or the Edgar haircut, is a hairstyle often associated with the Latino culture.
Okay.
In the 2010s and 2020s, it's become more and more popular. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Sometimes it's kind of like a fake, like fade with a mullet in the back, but it's like bangs in the front.
You see a lot of guys in the city like that are around the liquor stores. They've got the look, whether they're working there or out front. But Devin Carter, I don't know what he's doing with his hair, but I would just say to the young man, bro, you look like you're trying out for a new season of House of Dragon.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
You know what? Maybe he should, because maybe he'd be getting more action with House of Dragon than he is with the Sacramento Kings right now. He got
I was the only
7
one
minutes
that saw
yesterday. No, we all saw it. But again, you have good hair, Joe Shasky.
Oh, I do not have good hair.
Well, no, you've had hair all the way up until your early 40s.
That's true.
He's in his early 20s and losing it. All right? That's a confidence thing, and he wants to hang on tight to it.
Doesn't it simplify things?
I guess. I don't know. Like, remember we were making fun of Jonathan Kaminga's hair last year when he cut it off? And
he looked like Cisco.
No, he looked like he aged 10 years when he cut it. I was like, oh my God, is he 30 all of a sudden?
I mean, well, you know who also has really good hair right now? Moses Moody. The braids are tight.
Braids are tight. And you know what?
He looks great.
Who was it? Deion Sanders, look good, feel good, play good? That's what the Warriors are doing right now. Everyone's looking good. They're feeling good.
Yes.
The smiles are on their faces. Steve Kerr has a smile on his face. Guy looked miserable a couple months ago. Steph was doing 1,000-yard stairs a couple months ago. Now he's full of joy. He could score 11 points yesterday. When's the last time he could score 11 points if you're Steph Curry and enjoy a blowout win? Right?
I thought they were, this is going to sound sacrilege. On a night he scored that 4,003, I thought they looked better without him on the floor.
Well, Steph,
I couldn't believe I said that.
Well, Steph yesterday thought it was altogether kind of a weird night. Here he is talking about it after the game.
It was a weird night because we all knew I was 2 away, made the first one in the first quarter off a not a broken play, off a transition. JK made a great pass. Sacramento was playing that gimmicky defense all game where they were literally face guarding me, top blocking, and nothing was clean about it, but everybody else was getting great looks, and that's just good basketball. And then we look up and we have a 20-point lead, so I think we got a little loose and tried to force, stuff that wasn't there in the last 4 minutes of the second quarter. Turnovers, they made their run, but once we came out in the second half, we knew I'd get one shot at some point, but the way that they were guarding us, and you can't force it, or else you're giving up space, you're giving up good shots. And once we kind of settled in, the 2 threes took care of themselves, and we got the win. So it worked out.
And by the way, our newly patented "Do You Believe" segment. Do you believe, Joe Shasky? After every Warriors game, win or loss,
we do it right now.
All we do is win. No, we'll be doing it. We'll tease it. Maybe 720, Sammy. 720. Is that what we're thinking?
Okay.
720. All right. Thumbs up. There we go.
So
do you believe? And that's going to be at 888-957-9570. And by the way, shameless shout outs, 7:45 in about 45 minutes, shameless shout outs. And I just want everyone to know, you could call or text the same number. It's been the same thing for a while now. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. And shameless shout outs is about the people. It's not about Joe Shasky. It's not about Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, Joe Spadoni. It's about you. We want to hear from you and hear you shout out anyone and anything that you want in your daily life. Could be a business. Could be you're a doctor working at a hospital. Could be working at your local butcher shop. You could be working security overnights. Let us know. 888-957-9570. That's shameless shout outs. Same number to call or text, 745.
So I know today's Curry's birthday. And I don't want
my sister's birthday too, by the way. I need to text her.
Oh,
Sasha.
Happy birthday.
I think they're the same age, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
37.
Before the game, I guess there's footage of Steph Curry kind of tweaking the side of his back. And then they showed him with a back brace. And I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. And I think every Warrior fan thought the same thing that I thought.
Spinal.
What the hell is going on? Yeah. Right? And then you watch him in the first half. And to me, it felt like the Kings' entire game plan defensively felt very 2 months ago-ish, meaning we are going to blitz Steph Curry and we're going to dare anyone else to beat us. Now, that might be a sound strategy, but right now, all the others are playing good ball. GP2 came into this game playing good ball. Quentin Post came into this game playing good ball. Moses Moody, they must have said it over and over. He's got 20 straight games with 12 or more points. 20 straight games with 12 or more points. Like, he came into the game playing good ball. Obviously, Jimmy Butler offensively has been better than whatever the numbers are, and Draymond has been playing great ball offensively.
Real quick with Moody, the Warriors improved to 17-1 in games he appears in the starting lineup this
season.
He's
been awesome. But Curry was walking around and jogging around gingerly. I thought he looked a lot better in the third quarter when his body kind of loosened up. I don't know if they did treatment at halftime or whatever.
A little massage action.
But if you're a Warrior fan, that's like, oh boy, that's the one thing right now that like you're looking at. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer at all. I'm just saying the one thing to monitor is like, well, there's just these backs. Jimmy's back, and Dre's back.
Load management.
Curry's back. Exactly.
Load management, and it's a huge thing, Joe Shasky, because now that you have Jonathan Kaminga back, and that's a guy again. You're still easing him in because he's coming off a severe, and I'm talking like one of the most severe ankle injuries without surgery we've seen in quite some time. So they got to be careful with him too. But as he gets more confident, as he starts building more confidence in that ankle and strength in there and building that, maybe you could have a Steph for the back end of back to back off. Maybe you could have a Jimmy one day. More so Steph, to be honest, because I'd like to see the chemistry with JK and Jimmy on the floor going forward, build a little bit more. So I'm not saying you're resting everybody all at once. You're not in a position to do that. Like you can't.
Your prerogative is don't rest everyone simultaneously. You can't
do that because you have the Timberwolves just a half game back of you.
I kind of
and
agree
you're flirting with the play-in right there. So sure, if Steph needs a day off here or there, they were obviously cautious with Jimmy a couple weeks ago in Philadelphia in the Quentin Grimes game.
Should have still won that game.
They probably still should have won, but again, they were being like Jimmy felt like he should have played. I think Slater told us that Jimmy felt like he was good enough to play in that game, but the Warriors wanted to be extra cautious. The back, and now you have Pajemski, obviously, he's dealing with the back problem. So that's the one right there, the back, where it's just like, you don't want to mess with those things. They didn't say anything after the game, I don't think, about it. So,
but he did look a little ginger, did he?
He did look like he was compromised somewhat. Yes.
In the first half, more so. And I also thought their defense, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, like they were blitzing
They were hounding him.
Yeah, they were doing a great job on him.
Yeah.
That being said, you kind of alluded to something, and I want to pick your brain on this.
Please.
So you're saying, like, if they have to rest Dre or Steph or Jimmy Butler, which feels inevitable down the stretch, but let's just say
not
they have
yet.
to.
They can't. They need to keep winning and playing is what I'm saying.
I agree,
first and foremost.
Isn't there like an unintended good thing that could happen with? Well, now you give J.K. a little more opportunity to be a more forefront, scorer. So instead of a big three, now you kind of got a big four, depending on who's out there. I mean, J.K. looked great yesterday.
Well, considering the unexpected, positives of J.K. being out these last couple months, it was the emergence of all these guys we're talking about.
Yeah.
That might not happen with the Quentin Post, with the Guy Santos, with the Moses Moody, with even Pods when he came back. And hopefully Pods comes back sooner rather than later.
Well, he's celebrating like he's healthy.
A much more normal outfit with the sweatsuit going on there. I appreciated that.
He talks so much to the refs.
He does.
I would just.
Do you like that confidence though? Well, don't you like that little?
If you're not playing, and you're not an all timer,
okay. I was gonna say because I saw LeBron in street clothes.
LeBron
going there. He's like,
it's LeBron, right? So and I'm not trying to rip Pods. I'm just saying there's a lot of crying to the officials for a guy in sweatpants who's only been in the league 2 years. That's all.
That's fair enough. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Hey, I want to hear from the people that were concerned about Jonathan Kuminga for these last couple months. I don't know. Adding JK to the mix, I'm a little nervous. Like, are you fine now? Are you completely all in on JK being back on this team? 888-957-9570. And with Jonathan Kuminga's return, has your belief in this team skyrocketed or increased, or has it stayed the same? I want to know from the Warriors fans because they're going to keep winning, folks. And I feel like whenever we have a big loss, or if they lose to the Knicks, or if they lose to the Nuggets, I know the phone lines are going to be lit up because I get it.
If
it's panic radio.
Points.
Yeah. If he scored 5 points yesterday and had a couple turnovers, are you feeling like this? And maybe you still blow him out, but are you still feeling a little bit nervous? Like, he had a good game yesterday. Let's celebrate that.
He had a great game.
Did he not check every single box if you were worried about Jonathan Kuminga?
He did for me.
Every single box.
And to me, it was more his body language and how hyped he was. Happy, comfortable. He was patient on offense. He was making the extra pass. And boy, does this team miss his athleticism.
Well, they're going to need his athleticism, especially against some of the best in the West that have all those athletes. Oklahoma City Thunder on line one, as they just took down the defending champs
a
couple days ago. JK, he was actually worried about what you were worried about, Joe Shasky.
What's that?
He didn't want to mess up anything when he came back.
I get it.
Just me being out there, it was a lot. Just thinking of when I come back, I don't want to mess things up. I don't want to be the one, I don't want to do this, that, and that. It's just that being nervous until you go out there and then you see how everything is very easy. I got back out there for the first time, and it looks way different than when you watch outside, than what you think when you come back. You're not going to be able to do this and that because things going this way, but it kind of helping me to just go out there and just be in a good position, and I'll get whatever I want. And it's even easier. It makes my life easier. But I feel like so far everything has been going well, and that's the reason why we've been winning a lot.
Dude, what a great way to put it for the young man.
Right.
You want to talk about endearing yourself to your teammates, the fan base? That is the ultimate way to just put it. I don't want to mess anything up. Like, just literally not shying away from it, addressing it immediately in a smiling way. Like, dude, I don't want to be the guy that's screwing up the chemistry and the winning stuff. Like, dude, this young man has matured so much.
Team player right there.
I'm so proud of him.
Right.
So happy for him.
Right. And you know what? I was just listening to just how good his English has become.
Yeah.
Like, that's impressive to me. Like, I know we're not nitpicking it. He's coming from a different country. English is one of the harder languages to learn. But the fact that he has become, it used to just be like a couple sentences here or there. That was 40-second cut. I have a 50-second cut. I have another 30-second cut. Like, his English improving that much. Again, wanting to win and communicate with his team, being a part of that team. I'm very impressed with Jonathan Kuminga, both off the court and on it, because not only are you trying to learn the game of basketball because you're such a raw prospect, add in another language. Like, that's why I have so much respect for the European guys, the guys like the Lucas of the world or whomever have to come over from Europe, go play in Spain, go play here, France, right? All these different languages built into one. Oh, and by the way, the language of basketball, you also have to learn on top of it. Shout out Jonathan Kaminga, man. He impresses the hell out of me.
I'm just so happy for him. And you kind of alluded to this all morning, and we haven't just said it straight on. Thank God Draymond took the approach that he took. Instead of like, hey, we need him to do X, Y, and Z.
No,
it was more like,
empowered him.
Oh, we need him.
Yes.
We need him. Not like he needs to do this. Like there's a different way of sending that message through the media. And I think Draymond deserves a ton of credit for how he's empowered him.
And this is what he had to say about that, Joe Shasky, after the game.
Very necessary because you need that athleticism. You need that force, the force that he plays with. You need that. The game's going to get more and more physical as we get down the stretch and then on into the playoffs. He can match that physicality. He can also get downhill and use people's physicality and pressure against them. It's huge, man. Like you said, we've been in a groove, but I don't think there's a soul in this building that thought just because we're in that groove, we don't need him back. We needed him back in a major way. It's good to see him come back and, have a good game and, kind of put all the questions to bed, if you will. It's one game. Nobody's overreacting to it, but it is exactly what we thought. He come in and just play JK's game.
I guess that is the question. Has he put all the questions to bed in regards to Jonathan Kuminga returning to this team? Has he answered all the questions that you had prior to him returning to the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. What is the question mark on this team going forward? That's also what I'd like to know.
Health.
That's it? Is that it?
Which I could say for any team, regardless of age.
Outside of health, I'll say that. Outside of health, what is the question mark with this team going forward? Do you even have one at this point?
Rim protector at times.
Maybe, but they've won titles without one of those.
Well, and I think Quentin Post has done actually an admirable job altering shots. I'm not here to say that he's Hakeem in his prime. No. Come give me a break. That's not what I'm saying, right? And he's not
Hakeem Post.
He's not even Andrew Bogut in his prime with the Warriors. But the guy is a legit 7-footer that's battling out there.
And he battled a big, legit 7-footer a couple days ago, and Donovan Clingan, who's a big boy, not the cling on, the cling in from the Portland Trailblazers, who's 7'2", like 280.
I just can't get over Draymond, dude. He looks so good. This has been the best month of basketball I've seen from Draymond Green since 2016.
And it's gotten you...
That was 10 years ago.
And Joe Shasky, it's gotten you believe. You believe in this team
because
right now.
Because of him. He's a wild card. He runs hot. He can yell it. There was a moment yesterday he's screaming at an official. I'm thinking, oh, God, here we go.
Well, the whole team had a brain fart the last 5 minutes of that half where I was
he threw some bad.
He had some bad
How about the
fouls?
poke in the eye?
Oh, my God.
He goes by Keon Ellis, and I'm like, oh, Keon's faking it. They zoom in, and it was like the perfect Mo, Curly, and Larry.
No. It was Captain Insano from the Water Boy.
It was just like a perfect poke in the eye. I'm like, only Draymond could have poked that man in the eye. Flying by him.
Captain Insano showeth no mercy. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Skills and Vallejo, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side.
I'm excited.
Plus more of your calls, more of your texts. Do you believe in this team, baby? I want to start hearing from the people because we're doing our new segment. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors and their ability to win a championship? We do it after every single game, baby. That's what's coming up next. Plus, shameless shout-outs, 7:45. It's about you, not us. Shout out whatever you want on 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
God, I love the way Jerry Stackhouse. He's a great voice for radio right there. Just sounds so cool when he says my name, Joe Spadoni. I love that, man. I love when the Warriors winning right now. When the Warriors win, it's good for business, and I'm happy. When they're losing and it was miserable a couple months ago, I was not happy. I look forward to going to the studio when it's pouring rain and I have to get drenched, but you know what? I don't care. I have a smile on my face like Steph Curry. I have a smile on my face like Buddy Hield, who always does. Steve Kerr. Everyone's happy about this team. What isn't there, or what I should say is there anything I shouldn't be happy about when it comes to this team? Because the last piece of the puzzle for a lot of you was Jonathan Kuminga. What did he do in his return yesterday? 20 minutes off the bench. 7 of 10 on the floor. Got to the line, by the way. 4 or 6 for the free throw line. We were talking about that being another big element. Jimmy Butler coming here. They keep rising in the rankings for free throw attempts. JK gets to the line, and he gets 18 points, Joe Shasky. What is there not to like about this team right now? 888-957-9570. As shameless shout-outs in about 25 minutes. Again, same number to call or text. It's 888-957-9570. That segment's not about us, people. It's about you. We want to hear from you. Shameless shout-outs, 745, 888-957-9570. And we have our Do You Believe segment coming up shortly. The oldest question in Sports Talk Radio, Joe Shasky. Do you believe in this team? Turn on the mic.
You know, it's just, it befuddles me.
That's a big word.
It does. Warriors lose. Full packed lines.
Every time.
Trade this guy.
Panic radio.
Fire that guy. The owner is a clown. That's what people will say. Yeah. Ridiculous, right? Mike Dunleavy sucks. Yeah. Kirk Lakeup and Joe Lakeup are running the team into the ground.
You know,
right?
Mike Dunleavy, I always knew he was bad going back to his playing days. I was like as if that has anything to do with his GM decision.
Has no bearing.
But people would bring it up all the time.
Michael Jordan, how does his playing days correlate to him as an owner?
Right. Oh, God, exactly.
Right? So my point being is I'm honestly a little disappointed in Warrior fans this morning because you just beat the Kings, who extinguished you last year in the play-in game and stomped on your face.
Yeah.
And thought that your season was basically the trajectory of your organization was over and it was their time. And now you're the team that's kicked their butt twice in less than a couple weeks.
All right.
And we can't get a call?
888-957.
Shame on you.
888-957-9570. Maybe we'll get some calls when we do our segment. Are we ready for it? Thumbs up, thumbs down? It's the fastest growing game show / segment in the history of Sports Talk Radio.
When you start from zero, the only way to go up.
Well, that's right. All we do is win, win, win no matter what. And that's what the Warriors have done. And we ask the question, after win or loss, do you believe?
It's time to play Dub Nation's favorite game. Do you believe the Warriors will win the title?
Oh, the lines are. Oh, people are calling out Joe Shasky. They called you. They were fired up, baby. Time. Do I got to do my game show voice? I don't know if I can because my throat's messed up.
We haven't even seen playoff Jimmy yet.
We haven't.
We haven't even seen it.
We've seen. Keep it in a buck. We've seen 1 or 2 really good shooting games from Jimmy, and a handful of it's not great.
But his floor game's good.
But that's the thing.
I know.
That's the thing. That's I'm waiting for that come playoff time or play-in time because again they could be a play-in team, which is insane to say, but they got to keep winning because they got the Wolves on their heels.
No, they're not going to be a play-in team. I'm telling you this right now. You ask me the question, and I'll answer it.
Joe Shasky, it's time to play. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors? Joe Shasky, do you believe?
I absolutely believe not only can this team go deep in the playoffs, I consider them today, as of right now, they're a title contender. There's not a question in my mind. Name a team in the league that wants to see a team with Draymond Green paired up with Steph and Jimmy Butler. And then let me throw the others at you. Name a unit right now playing better than the others on the Warriors. Is there a unit in all of this? Look around the league. There's an argument to be said. The Guy Santoses, the Quinton Posts, now Kaminga, GP2. okay? Just Buddy Hield,
Sure.
Moses Moody. That nucleus has played the best outside of the stars of any other nucleus in the league. It's on par with whatever the best other nucleus outside of those stars are in the league.
Yeah, I'd go Cavs. I'd go Cavs probably because they've won 15 in a row. They got Ty Jerome looking like the comeback player of the year. Warriors legend Ty Jerome, by the way.
Warriors have won 11 in a row with Jimmy Butler.
It's great. It's not 15, so I'll give that to the Cavs.
Okay,
so that's the only other one.
So they're second?
That's fine, yeah. I'm just, you asked the question. You asked the question.
But the reason why I believe is, like, obviously I've always believed in the superstars, and they look like themselves. But the other part is the others. Like, if Buddy Hield was going to play a game like that yesterday, not every game, once every 3 or 4 games, we're cooking. We're cooking with hot oil.
Liquid hot magma. By the way, full line since you called him out, Joe Shasky.
And Jonathan Kuminga, like, honestly, no one thinks that he needs to be a 30-point-a-night guy. Just give me what I got from Wiggins. And I think that's so attainable for him.
If I get what I got from Jonathan Kaminga yesterday, going forward, this team's going to win a championship. If I get what I get from Jonathan Kaminga yesterday, going forward, this team will win a championship.
As great as OKC, let's just go to the West real quick. The best team in the planet right now in the West is OKC, okay?
Yes.
You think that locker room, I know they're young.
Who do you trust outside of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
That's what I'm saying. The other Williams is...
He's good. He's a good player. Do you trust him?
Career lows across the board.
Chet Holmgren, is he ready for that yet? I don't know. I
want to see what he looks like in a pick-and-roll situation.
Okay.
All day long in a 7-game series.
All right. Let's go to the calls right here. We asked for it. We received.
Let's go!
Do you believe? It's time to play. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors? Mr. D, come on down in San Francisco. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors?
I absolutely believe. And the reason why I believe is because they believe. I firmly believe you can't see it unless you see it.
I agree.
And I believe they believe. So, I believe. But I want to ask you a question.
Give it to me.
The first home game that they started this homestand, the camera flashed on Steph Curry, and he grimaced. And then they flashed on him again, and he was headed to the locker room. And I think that's the game that the women called. And they never said anything about that. And I wonder, did anybody else see that? Because we never found out. I'm wondering, did he tweak his back then in that game?
You know what? That's a good
question.
Call.
That's a good question. We'll get on that.
You know, Bonte's coming in at 9.
Yeah.
We'll ask him because I'm sure he's got some insights as to...
And I'm sure, it's a good point. I'm sure Bonta was on the court stretching out like he was Kobe or LeBron because, maybe he was just laying next to Steph when he was stretching with Steph. So we'll ask him. He is the king after all.
It did jar me to see him with that back brace thingy. Whatever that was, a warmer. I don't know what that was that he had.
A heating pad. We'll see.
But like TNT flash to it, it's like, ugh.
That's all right. All the old guys have him these days. He's an old man, Joe Shasky. Leave him alone, okay?
What? Dude, first off, was he 37?
He's old.
That's not old.
Basketball years it is.
That's not old. I'm trying to live to be 100.
He's the gray
37 is not old.
The gray beard.
That's my goal. Live to 100.
It's time to play Do You Believe? And we got Oreo Cookie in Oakland.
What's up, Oreo?
Joining us, Oreo Cookie. Do you believe?
Oh, yes, sir, we do. We believe it all day, baby. This is how much I believe it. With all due respect to Walk It Back Wednesday, I have a Fire That Take Friday.
Oh.
About 2 months ago, I came on the air and I said we will never win another championship with Draymond Green on the team. We were down on the guy. But, hey, now I'm taking that back. Fire That Take, you feel me? We used to be the Splash Brothers. Now we're coming up with the Tsunami Brothers because we're coming in waves, man. Curry and Butler scored 17 points. We ain't never going to see that much, bro. Our bench is off the hook. We back, baby.
That's Oreo Cookie in Oakland. This is the fastest growing segment in Sports Talk Radio history, folks. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors? It's the question as old as time when it comes to sports talk. Do you believe in this team? And you know what? You can say why you believe in this team.
And don't forget, 15 minutes, shameless shout-outs, and they're pouring in on the text line already. You can line up for that as well.
888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Is this AT in Seattle, or is it at AT in Seattle? It's time to play Do You Believe in the Golden State Warriors? Well, do you, AT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, I've been watching this team a long time. I've been watching since almost maybe 15 years. And I believe I see players making open shots, rotating out the shooters on defense. I see Quinn. I like what you said about Quinn Close. He just competes.
He does.
That's really all you can ask. As a rookie, going straight up, both hands, trying to compete at the rim. And I'm going to give a shout-out to all the people I grew up watching this team with in Sunnyvale. Those are my guys.
Nice.
I just linked up with one of them last night in Seattle, and that means a lot.
Very cool.
Nice. Thank you, AT.
Did you see last night after he hits the 4,000 and they go to commercial break, but inside the arena they show a montage.
They said Biedrins, and that was the one. We'll get to the sound. It was when he saw Andres Biedrins. That got to Steph, and I thought that was interesting. He
was the first assist on his first three. I would have bet 1 million people before I got to Andres Biedrins.
Right? We have that
there
call,
was
by
a
the
point
way.
in time, Andres Biedrins being afraid of free throws, where the crowd would be cheering for him. I don't know, it was just, God. And I have an image of him on Haight Street with Mikael Petrus out front.
Careful.
Smoking heaters. Literally smoking heaters.
Rob and San Leandro.
Shout out Young Guido. I know you're out there.
Rob and San Leandro. I love me some Biedrins, by the way. The hair's still immaculate.
I love me some Young Guido.
I love Guido, too. Hey, man, he's my guy. We were playing golf together. Rob, what you got, man?
What's up, Rob?
Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors, Rob?
Man, am I a believer is Too Short's favorite word. I ain't even going to say it on the air, man. You catch my flow, though. You catch my flow, though, man. Hey, I look forward to watching every Warriors game, man. I hope if we make it championship, I know we probably can't, but I hope we could play back there in Oakland for one more time.
I feel you. Hey, Rob, I appreciate that. I know they talked about that during the All-Star break. I don't know if they'll do that with all the suites and everything. That'd be kind of a cool little homage, like maybe the final preseason game or something like that, maybe, or a regular season game. That'd be kind
I'm
of cool.
seeing one from the 925. I'll pretend to be the 925. Ask me.
Joe Shasky from the 925. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors?
I'm from the 925. Tell Warrior Nation, how are they going to get past OKC? Because I don't see it. That's a fair rebuttal. Warrior fans, what do you say when someone says that?
You really can't see that happening. Is that the most asinine thing ever? The Thunder losing to the Warriors?
They said that's Farhan's burner.
What have the Oklahoma City Thunder done? What have the Oklahoma City Thunder done for me to be afraid? Oh, they've had a really good regular season. Great. You know how many teams have had good regular seasons and not done anything?
Yeah, the Rockets on line one.
The Rockets, the Dallas Mavericks, and the We Believe here on line one. The Clippers. Come on, man. Like, miss me with that.
I'm just trying to present both sides of the case.
That's
from the
fine.
925.
I'm going to poo-poo that take as they're trying to poo-poo our fun here.
Dubs fans, how you feeling? How about Buddy against his old team?
Jimmy's in Bayview.
What's
Come
up,
on
Jimmy?
down, Jimmy. Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors, Jimmy?
Oh, yeah. They got the juice. What's amazing is how Jimmy Butler affects these young kids. He's got a track record. 4 a.m. workouts, do as I do. He gave his shots to Kaminga last night. And, a championship we got to see, but they're going to definitely make some noise.
I thought the days of 7-game series might not come around for a while.
Yeah. But meaningful basketball games.
I can't believe how quickly this thing flipped.
Meaningful
It went
basketball.
from Jimmy O no throws to Jimmy. Jimmy
Garoppolo's getting paid too. Don't
No,
be sleep-
screw that,
he's
Jimmy.
That's your boy, dude.
He's a part-time player.
Last one. Jeff is in San Jose. Come on down, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Do you believe in the Golden State Warriors, Jeff?
You guys are helping me believe, and I love it. My point to the guy who said the Thunder, they are pretty weak on the defensive end, and I think the Warriors can really exploit that. Yes, they have Shea, but we have Curry. He's the equalizer for sure. Denver, you've got All Murray. He's not having a great season, and Denver is very vulnerable too. So I think we got a good shot to make it to the finals, and I believe.
Okay.
I
he
love
believes,
it.
And you know what? That's a perfect way to wrap up this segment. After every single Warriors game, win or loss, and it's just a lot more winning than losing lately, we asked the question, do you believe in the Golden State Warriors?
Stuff.
That was a lot. Hey, we called them out. You called them out.
I love it.
And they delivered. And you know what? We're calling out again in about 13 minutes, 12 minutes, 888-957-9570 for shameless shout-outs. It's all about them, not us, when it comes to the shout-outs, Joe Shasky.
I'm blown away.
People are believing, man.
No,
They're
but
starting
I'm
to
blown
believe.
away at this team. It's so funny how 2 months ago, not that these guys all had separate agendas. It just didn't feel like they were playing as a unit. There was a lot of your turn, my turn, bombs away from three. I'll guard my guy, but I'm not going to pay attention to what's happening over there. And then I fall asleep and then boom, backdoor cut, layup, just wide open looks. Everything is different.
It felt more of like a collection of players than an actual team.
Okay.
Right? That's kind of what it felt
like.
Like
A pickup run. It was a lot of pickup basketball.
Right? And I have these images seared in my head, and it still happens occasionally, but just Steph, Draymond, whomever, just getting mad at Buddy for not doing whatever he was supposed to do on the court. I just have that seared in my image of their disdain for a bad foul or not being in the right place at the right time or chucking it when he wasn't supposed to chuck it.
Think about that.
That was the lasting image prior to Jimmy Butler. That was it just seared into my brain.
Think about
and
the
it's
second
been the
quarter.
opposite since then. And then Buddy's, to his credit, been playing a lot better. We were talking about players.
You've been on it.
Players that give you more belief in this team if they're hitting on all cylinders. Yeah, Buddy Hield if he's doing everything right. And if he's adding defense to that, are you kidding me?
So, at the end of the second quarter, there was a 4-minute period they didn't score. And they had 1,000 turnovers. And they allowed the Kings back into the game. And if you go into the half, I don't know how any Warrior fan could be thinking, oh, boy. 'Cause you're up 20.
Yeah.
And you're feeling great. You're getting anything you want. You're getting threes and contributions from Gee, Quentin, GP2, Draymond. And you're thinking, wow, this can't get any better. But what if the faucet gets turned off here, And the momentum swings over to the Kings. And I'm telling you, they came out in that third quarter and they just played methodical, solid basketball. And they were trading baskets, but the defense was better. The ball was hopping. And collectively, they're playing as a unit.
They don't panic anymore. That's the biggest thing with Jimmy Butler acquisition is this team does not panic when they get punched back in the face. They've done it multiple times prior to Jimmy Butler where they punch the opponent and they get up a big lead, but just the adversity that comes back into it because a 20-point lead is not what it used to be in the NBA.
No.
A 20-point lead is just I don't feel safe. For example, if I'm the Warriors, I'm going up against the Boston Celtics, I have a 20-point lead. Yeah, I don't feel great still. I feel good, but I was like, that they can make a run. They can make a bunch of threes. Derek White can go on a run. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, whoever. Hell, Sam Hauser, I don't know. They have a bunch of guys that can make threes. We're going back to depth. I will say, don't sleep on the defending champs. I know they lost to the Thunder.
I'm the biggest Peyton Pritchard fan on the planet. So.
Exactly. And I low-key feel like if you weren't a Warriors fan, you'd be a Boston Celtics fan. It's just, you wear green on your sleeve. You're an Irish guy.
I know.
You guys always gravitate towards the Boston crew.
So much.
I don't know if I believe that. I feel like you like Boston secretly. I do.
There's probably a version of me that would have lived in Boston. One of my favorite movies.
You're going to be wearing the Shamrocks on Monday for St. Patty's Day. You're going to be decked out.
My SC green shirt. But there is a part of me that says top 5 movie all time for me. For me.
Departed.
Okay. It's an all-time movie.
It's great. Leo, Matt Damon,
incredible.
Everyone's bald. Everyone.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Martin Sheen. Jack.
Yep.
I mean, they nailed it.
It's a stellar cast right now. Almost like the stellar cast in the Golden State Warriors right now. You like that as I pivot back?
I like
the Golden State Warriors. They've got Oscar nominee worthy performances so far with Jimmy Butler, Quentin Post, your best supporting actor. I guess that would have been the segment, right? Your best supporting actor right now. Maybe it was Quentin Post. Maybe it was, Guy Santos, Gary Payton, Buddy Hield as of late. But I do want to just hammer this down. We were so worried the last few weeks about just the notion of Jonathan Kaminga ruining this team.
I feel pretty dumb.
I mean,
not that I was. No, just hear me out.
Let's talk about it, please. Because we just spent segments and segments on it.
Not that I was worried about it. It's that I just know there are certain people in the media and there are certain people that follow this team that look for certain players to make a bad play so that they can blow it out of proportion.
You think this team's worried about the media right now?
No.
I think they are so entrenched in the goal of this season right now, and they are so focused that blocking out the outside noise, unless you're Draymond because he hears everything, he has a podcast, but outside of Draymond, everyone else is focused on the goal at hand, which is make a playoff series and then take your chances from there.
Would you agree with me, though, that some players are scrutinized more than others?
Sure.
Okay. I just think that Kaminga, for whatever reason, has become a lightning rod for certain people to...
Contract year, there's a lot baked into that. The finances are a part of that.
Yeah.
And he's... The potential piece of the future after
let's
Steph.
just call it what it is. Let's just call it this. There's a guy out here who every single day has to say something negative about him. Not on our station. I'm talking about just in general in the Bay Area. He's compared him to Corey Maggette. It's like, well, you weren't even in this market when Corey Maggette played here, and I watched Corey Maggette.
What are you talking about?
You were up north, and no, Kaminga's significantly better than Corey Maggette. Corey Maggette was a hollow, garbage, selfish player. I watched him. He was selfish. I've never saw Jonathan Kaminga and said he's selfish.
No.
Right? You're projecting. And I think that your comparison is not apt. And I just think that we micro scrutinize someone like Jonathan Kaminga, and we try to basically accentuate the negative and diminish the positive. When I go in the reverse way, wow, he brings the element that this team doesn't have: athleticism, putting pressure on the rim, his ability to guard on the perimeter and not get blown by. Look, is he going to make a defensive mistake? Absolutely. I don't know if people know, it's the NBA. The greatest defenders in the league, whoever you think that is over the last 20 years, they're all going to get scored on. Shane Battier had a great line.
Ron Artest, yeah.
Shane Battier goes, when you're facing a guy like Kobe, this is what he was saying. He goes, it's not about holding Kobe to 10. You're not holding Kobe to 10. It's, will he get his 27 in a less efficient way?
Correct.
Meaning, can he take 4 or 5 extra shots?
I did love the hand to the face on the jump shots from Shane Battier. That always just is a lasting image for him.
Was Shane Battier a great defender?
Okay, and he was huge on those Miami Heat teams.
Again, he goes, I'm not holding Kobe to 10. He's going to get his.
Yeah.
And
same with LeBron, same with Draymond guarding LeBron, right?
The great scorers are going to get theirs. It's do you make them work harder, right? Before they even touch it, are they working harder? Great example last night. Keon Ellis was guarding Steph Curry full court length, and they got an 8-second violation.
Mm-hmm.
And Curry was kind of trying to get into his bag, and it was a brain fart or whatever. But you know what that's because of? Because you're making Steph work hard to get his normal production.
God, there was a moment yesterday, and it was one of the signature plays where I was just like, man, that is what this team needs. And it was when Keon Ellis was switched onto Jonathan Kaminga. Kaminga didn't even hesitate, took him off the dribble, and just banged all the way to the rim. Easy layup, mouse in the house, 4 inches difference between the height between those two guys. That is what he needs to exploit going forward, because teams are going to try to force, hey, you know what? Let's make Jonathan Kaminga beat us.
Exactly.
Let's make that guy have to work harder, and he's going to try to beat us because we're going to try to blitz Steph, Jimmy, if he's not shooting well, and Kaminga's on. Let's try to make that guy, force them and that guy in particular to beat us. And you know what? He was beating the Kings all night last night, and he was just the athleticism. I didn't expect it to be like that. 20 minutes. I thought I was going to see some more gingerness. I thought I was going to see some more hesitation.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I didn't see that at all yesterday from Jonathan Kaminga. Listen, this was a very significant ankle injury.
Dare I say the bench might have recalibrated him a little?
Just like Brandon Pajemski, who was out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we were giving Pajemski all that credit when he had that injury and he was getting his mind right and getting his confidence back on the bench. Can we give that same grace to Jonathan Kaminga, for Christ's sake?
No, he gets no grace.
Why?
It's unfair because there's a couple people that have it out for him, and I think it's weird. And look,
it's not just a couple. It's not just a couple people. The fan base in general.
He's a polarizing player.
The energy around him at times is very odd to me, and I guess
good.
And I guess maybe it goes back to that playoff run where he voices frustrations to the media. CJ Holmes of then the San Francisco Chronicle. He's like, I don't know, what I got to do to play.
But he was a big part of what, while Wiggins was out, he was a big part of what was special about that team. Not special, but what was good about that team that year. And then he got relegated to the bench and he got his role reduced. I get being frustrated. I'll defend Kuminga on that one. Was it the appropriate tact given where the team was at? No, it wasn't. Again, young player, he learned, whatever. I'm just going off of this guy. Anytime if he makes a missed dribble, this is why he's not worth $32 million. It's like, what about last night when he easily could have ripped a couple of threes early in the game when he first checked in, and he was like, I'm gonna take a hard dribble and I'm gonna swing it.
Right.
Little things, the subtleties. I'm gonna let the game come to me. We don't give him credit for that.
You know what the most important aspect of yesterday's box score is? I'm looking at the box score and the stat that impressed me the most yesterday. 20 minutes, first game back in basically 2 months. 0 turnovers for JK yesterday. 0 turnovers. That is massive for this team.
He looked
going
happy.
forward. Again, Stephen Curry, the night that he scored 4,000, the night that Jonathan Kaminga returns, today's his birthday. He was speaking yesterday on how great Jonathan Kaminga looked.
He played great. He understood, how to do what he does best, attack space when it's there. I know he's been watching, especially since Jimmy's been here. We try to keep things very simple. When I'm on the court, we're running our pep plays, but we still have options for Jimmy to get into playmaking spots. When I'm off the floor, you can run the offense through Jimmy. He's going to lift and elevate everybody around him because he demands such attention. So I don't know what it'll look like on a night-to-night basis. The fact that we added another, finisher, a guy that can get downhill. You saw how composed he was, taking those seams and those advantages. So another athlete, another finisher, another guy that defense has to worry about, and that's always a good thing.
Shameless shout-outs, 2 minutes, 888-957-9570.
Line them up. It's about you.
It's about you, the people. Same number to call or text. So I get it. Roadways are slick out there. Please be safe. Got to do the hands-free. Do the hands-free. If you have a buddy in the car with you, they send a text in. That's fine. 888-957-9570. Please be safe on those roadways. But it's about you, the people, and shouting out whoever, whatever you want, a business, a loved one, anything. Shout out Steph Curry on his birthday. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love that and appreciate that. Happy Pie Day for all of you. You big pie guy, by the way, Joe Shasky? 3.14. I know you're a nerd. You know your mathematics.
Who doesn't love pies, as in pizzas? Or pie.
You want to hear something? You might think it's weird, but for most of my life growing up, I didn't have birthday cake. I had birthday pie. How about that?
So when we were in Hawaii,
how about that? Didn't even acknowledge it, by the way. He just went.
No, because I love pie. Who doesn't love pie?
Oh, I'm just saying. You don't think that's weird? I'm just making sure.
I'm not a big cake guy.
Okay, so we're on lockstep there.
I'm
Thank
an ice cream guy.
Okay,
I'm an ice cream guy.
So what about ice cream cake?
Oh, I'm all in.
Okay, there we go.
All in.
Shout out Baskin Robbins.
Don't get me wrong though. When I get my cakes, I go to Mazzetta's. But that being said,
everything's better
at Mazzetta's.
Thank you.
Well, this is a spot in Pacifica. It's totally different than what you're.
Oh, not the pepperoncinis.
Yeah, no.
I love me some Mazzetta pepperoncinis.
But I would say this. We were in Hawaii and my buddy Mike Bourne lives out there and I was like, hey, can you recommend some places to go eat? And he recommended this pie place, which does deli sandwiches and stuff. I had the two most incredible pies I've ever had. A key lime pie that was so fresh.
That's on the West Coast too, because that's their specialty down in Key West,
Maui.
Obviously. Oh, Maui. Sorry, you're in Hawaii. Okay.
Incredible.
But still, all the way, you think of all the way across from.
Right, because it's a Florida thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, because it's the key lime is where it grows there, and that's why. Yes.
Okay. And then we had a banana cream pie, which is Michelle's
delicious.
favorite.
Yes.
She freaking loves banana cream. She makes them from scratch, and God, they're so good.
The over-ripened bananas, too. You got to save those.
My wife will make her own crusts at Christmas time.
Oh,
she would do, for years, she would make her grandfather the apple pie, the blueberry, and all that stuff. So
my favorite's blackberry, a good blackberry pie. Get that sweet with the tart. Oh, yeah. I get a little whipped cream, a little vanilla ice cream on the side.
Like, you smell the scent and like the pie is sitting in the window.
I'm hungry now.
With one scoop of vanilla.
I'm starving.
You got to have the scoop of vanilla.
I'm starving right now. You know what? I'm also starving for some.
I love a banana.
I'm starving for some shameless shout outs. Steven,
give it to me.
Got it. Give it to me.
Whatever you want. I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening. It's time for shameless shout outs on the Morning Roast.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
And the place is, and thank you, 510. I'm shouting you out, 510. Leota's is the name of that spot in Maui, if you go there. My boy, Young Guido, texting in right now. Line them up, 888-957-9570.
Same number, call or text.
Shout out my sister, Mary O'Reilly, celebrating her 30th birthday this weekend. Have a great time with friends and family. I love you.
That's
30th
awesome.
birthday. God, I wish I was 30.
That was
what I wouldn't do to go back.
Right, that was 2 years ago for me. Everything's downhill from there. Let's go right to the calls. Peter, Elk Grove. What you got, Peter? Who you shouting out?
What's up? This is Pete Dizzle from Elk Grove. I want to shout out Stephen Curry. Happy birthday, of course, first and foremost.
Let's go.
And then shout out to the loyal Dub Nation. You know, we've been through it all. We've been here still. We're still promoting every player. We're not taking down any player at all. We got to represent all the way.
There you go. That's Peter in Elk Grove, 888-957-9570. Same number, call or text It's shameless shout out whoever and whatever you want. Joe Shasky, what you got?
There was right over here. Shout out SI Men's Rowing. This is from the 415. Good luck at the big regatta this weekend at Lake Merced. Go Cats.
Hey, rowing's it's no joke. I do the row machine and I feel like I'm a warrior and I can only do that for like a few minutes at a time. So
from Zach in the 415. Shout out Max Ryan for buying his first home despite quitting on San Francisco to move to Marin.
Hey, that's a big accomplishment. Shout out buying your first home.
That's a huge accomplishment.
A big deal.
I'm happy for him. Max Ryan, great guy.
Let's go to Greg and SF. What you got, Greg? Where are you shouting out?
Hey, this is Greg. I want to shout out my kids, Greg Deuce, Nariana, and Momo, for holding it together.
Hell yeah.
Holding it together after losing moms around Thanksgiving.
Hey.
Love my children.
Hey.
Hang it.
Love to you, Greg. Yeah, love to you and your family.
I'm hugging you through the phone, man. I mean, they're a lot younger than me. I lost my dad. I think about him every single day. My heart goes out to you. I say a prayer for you guys. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, from my family to yours.
All love to Greg and SF. And you know what? Speaking of family, I'll shout out my sister right now. It is her birthday, Sasha. Happy birthday. I love you. I'll see you soon. Sal is in Alameda. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Sal? You shouting out?
Shasky. Shout out Reardon High School for making state up in Sacramento. We're taking over.
Let's go, baby. Crusaders, baby. Let's go. Shout out Joey Curtin.
There you go. Anything else, Sal? Is that it?
That is. Have a good one.
Let's go.
He's like that. He's gone. 888-957-9570. I'm not mad at that. We got a bunch of people I want to get on. Let's go to Javier and Half Moon Bay.
What's up, Hav? I love Half Moon Bay.
What's up, Hav?
The Ritz.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You shouting out. Oh. There's the Hey, Half Moon Bay's been known to do that. Those eucalyptus trees, if you're driving over through there, lost connections.
Shout out the Ritz. Shout out Sam's Chowder House.
Oh, God. I'm so hungry right now.
So bomb.
You just went for
Chowder House, so bomb.
Well, you had me a banana cream pie. Now we got some chowder on top of it. God, I'm starving. Emmanuel Vallejo, who you shouting out?
Shout out my wife, Pebbles. Happy Friday. She's at work. Hope she has a good day.
What are you doing? Waking and baking while she's working?
He's gone. He didn't want to. He didn't want to admit it.
I'm hitting the ball.
He didn't want to. I'm going to shout out also Jonathan Kaminga. Why not? You know what?
Let's go.
Everyone was harping on you, JK. You getting your mind right. You're getting the mentals right. Getting the ankle right. And you balled out yesterday. Again, 0 turnovers. Most important stat that I saw yesterday for JK. 18 points.
From the 925, this is Ryan. Shouting out the San Ramon Valley High School men's varsity volleyball team for the big win over Foothill to go 2-0 in the EBAL.
Love that. Dom, Hercules. What you got, Dom? Who you shouting out?
Hey, how's it going, man? I want to shout out my beautiful fiance for always keeping it together, holding it down for us, me and my son. And also want to shout out her business, Lux Beauty Med Spa for Botox filler, Alameda.
Give it one more time. One more time for those that maybe missed it.
Yeah, Lux Beauty Med Spa in Alameda on Park Street.
Let's go.
In front of La Penca Azul.
Oh, I know exactly where La Penca Azul is. They have the bottomless mimosas there on Sundays.
Look at you.
Just letting you know.
Hey, support local. That's for real.
La Penca Azul is good too. Yeah, the spa right next to it on Park Street. Yeah, we love going down there in Alameda, but young Benjamin and I. They have some fun arcades down there. It's kind of like an old school Alameda, like the newer building, but still with the old school vibes. Good bars over there. Yeah, good times in Alameda.
I love that. I want to shout out the Port of San Francisco. My uncle runs the port for the plumbers department, and they threw a big little luncheon, and you could bring your family over there. And my uncle brought me and my grandfather. They whipped up. I'm telling you, the Port of San Francisco. These boys can cook. They whipped up corned beef and cabbage.
I'm starving.
Oh my God. These guys, honestly, though, the sheet workers, the plumbers, the divers, all the guys that are the backbone of our community, the city workers out there, shout you out right now. Because my uncle introduced me to a lot of those men. Danny McGuire, the legendary boxer, all those guys. Thank you for a great lunch, and thank you for what you do on a daily basis.
Absolutely. Let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these before the injury report. Sullivan in Sac.
What's up, Sully?
Sully, going once, going twice. He gone. Mike is in Berserkly, wants to join in the conversation. Who you shouting out, Mike?
Hey guys, how you doing? I want to shout out all of the roasters and all of the Twitter people that are shouting out Moses Moody and how he should have been playing more. You guys were absolutely correct. You're right. Everybody was right.
They were.
This guy is on his way. He's going to be an all-star in 3 years.
Wow, that is projecting
so
Moses
efficient.
Moody. Wow. Mike and Berkeley. Moses Moody, all-star. I'm not sure about that.
He's reliable, though.
I'm not sure about that, but you know what? Maybe, just maybe, I know he's a starter right now, maybe he's got a sixth man of the year in his future. That's what I'm saying with Moses Moody.
Shout out to my daughter. This is the 650. Allie Farias, I hope I'm saying that properly, and the St. Elizabeth Seton Saints 4th grade girls basketball team at Palo Alto. Great group of girls who played great for their first time. So shout out the St. Elizabeth Seton Saints. Yeah, 4th graders. Let's go.
Oscar Stockton, wrap it up for us, Oscar. What you got?
I want to give a shout out to my son at William Jessup University tomorrow, running at UC Davis.
Let's go.
And I also want to give a shout out to Lincoln High School boys basketball tonight, playing against Sierra Canyon in the state championship game. Let's go, Stockton.
Hey,
Let's
real
go.
quick, Oscar, I'm going to shout you out.
Yeah.
You never wavered on
No,
one
you
Draymond
didn't.
Green.
No,
I'll give
you
you some
didn't.
credit, Oscar. Your guy Draymond's balling right now.
I'm giving him love, Oscar.
23 points.
I've been giving him love, Oscar.
I appreciate you guys. Let's go, Warriors. Let's go, baby.
Hey, he's fired up, baby. That's Oscar in Stockton. He's always been a Draymond defender. You know what? In the darkest of times, he was still defending Draymond. I was like, I'm not sure about that.
650. Shout out my baby girl. She turns 1 on Sunday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Idalia. And I hope I'm saying that appropriately. 650. Baby girl, 1 year old, Idalia.
Idalia or Idalia. You know what? Happy birthday to you. I say that. Steven, Sam, either of you?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I went to an SF State journalism reunion actually on Wednesday night, and I have only been out of college not even a year, but it's still great to see what all my classmates are doing. They're doing great things. Shout out to my friend Adriana, new full-time reporter, Palo Alto Post Daily. Great newspaper. She's going to be there, and a lot of my other friends, like, they're doing really, really big things. We haven't even been out a year, and they're doing amazing things in journalism and in other industries, and it's just really awesome to see.
That's awesome. They haven't really invited me back since I've gotten this job, to speak. They
you should just force your way in.
Well, they invited Bonta all those times at SF State, to go speak to the radio class, but, whatever. It's fine.
Well,
I'll hook you
it's
up.
Jeff Jacoby. It's fine. He taught me.
Is State going to nix the baseball team?
Yeah, that was some news that came out.
The coach there's a good guy. That's awful. They had a great year
coach
last year.
They have great history when it comes to football there, too. Shout out Andy Reid. Sammy, what you got?
Yeah, I got some birthday shout-outs this week. Like half of my friends were born this week. Kevin, Jordan, Spencer, Allie, happy birthday to all you guys who had birthdays this week. Love all you guys.
There you go. That was a great segment. We called out the people, and they answered the
That's
call.
the way it's supposed to be done. We had people shouting out their kids. We had people shouting out their wives. We had people shouting out businesses. That's what we want. It's about you.
It's always about you, and it's about the injury report coming up here shortly. Let me know when you're ready for that, Stephen. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to continue our discussions on Jonathan Kaminga. Stephen Curry had his 4,000 3-point make in the regular season yesterday. And I want to relive his first ever one on the other side. But first, it's the injury report. Yeah, this is a big one. We mentioned it yesterday. Sammy did. He joined us on the air, and we're talking about the Duke and Georgia Tech matchup in the ACC tournament. And there was a big injury during that game. The presumptive #1 overall pick in the upcoming NBA draft, Cooper Flagg, sprained his left ankle during Duke's win over Georgia Tech yesterday. Flagg had to be helped to the locker room and was later seen in a wheelchair, but did return to the bench without a protective boot on. X-rays were negative on the ankle, but it seems unlikely that Flagg will play at all the rest of the week, and his status for the NCAA tournament is very much in doubt. God, that sucks. He was like, honestly, for a lot of people like me, that was one of the only reasons I kind of wanted to watch the tourney was this guy, Cooper Flagg, and what he's doing with Duke. He's been incredible.
But they've got a over 7-footer who's going to be a top 10 pick on Duke as well. Well, he's projected.
Okay.
So there still might be reason to watch.
Sure. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. I see Joe and SF here wants to join Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. He wants to apologize to Steve Kerr. We'll do that on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Oh my God, this show's flying by. We're halfway home here on a payday Friday. Warriors with another, again, some of you heard this one before, another big time win, a blowout win. Another one. You know what? I got it, Joe Shasky.
Another one.
Another one. Where are we at? Right here. Come on. Let's go. 130, 104.
Win,
That's right.
win, no matter what. Everybody hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Because all I do is win.
Again, T-Pain feature on anything, it's going to be a certified banger. And it was there, and it is now. All they do is win, Joe Shasky. 130, 104, 38 and 28 on the season, and 13-1 now.
It's incredible.
When Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior.
I would have told you the day they made the trade, and there was a lot of hand wringing on the day they made the trade. If I would have told you they would go 13-1, I mean, if we just put that poll out, people would say you've lost your mind.
They've won 6 in a row. It's the longest in the Western Conference, tied with the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are nipping at your heels, and you're trying to stay in front of them. You're trying to catch the Rockets, but the Rockets, they're no. We've won 4 in a row. The Lakers all of a sudden are in free fall mode. They've lost 3 in a row. I think I saw on ESPN, their tagline was not purple and gold, it was purple and fold. I was like, that's a 5. That's incredible work by that producer.
But you know what? Okay, just real quick.
What?
I know the Lakers are free falling.
Oh, God.
The one silver lining for them is that Luka is he's getting his footing.
He dropped 40 yesterday. He did look good, but
45,
the team,
right?
Yeah, 45, whatever. But the team lost. But they got blown out against the Bucks, who all of a sudden the Bucks on the back end of a back-to-back you're going to see next week. They look pretty damn good.
So even though their regular season is they're falling in the standings, I still feel similar about them. If LeBron can return from injury, like that's a team I kind of don't want to see.
There are 3 teams in the Western Conference for me that home court doesn't really matter for them. It's the team you just mentioned, the Lakers. It's the Denver Nuggets because they've won a title. They could do it anywhere. Home court does help them because of the altitude. Like that is a factor. Yeah. I don't think it's the end all be all for them.
Yeah, they are a dynastic team, a Timu dynastic
Relax with
team.
you and Michael Malone. I know he's your best friend. And then the Golden State Warriors. I don't care. Like the teams that have won titles, all 3 of those, they could go anywhere and beat anyone, in my opinion. The rest of them, like the Thunder, they need home court advantage, and they're going to get the number 1 overall seed, and they're going to need it because I do think if they had to go to a potential Game 7 on the road at Chase Center, they would fold. I think that would get to them, or at Crypto.com Arena, or at Ball Arena in Denver. I feel like I'm Bonta right now, naming all different arenas. I feel pretty confident about that. Don't ask me to do any more. I don't know where the Utah Jazz play.
My wife said to me last night when we were watching the Warrior game, "What arena is this?" I go, "This is Golden State." She goes, "Why does the floor look like that?" And I go, Michelle, it's like one of their alternate uniforms or whatever. She's like, too much going on.
Well, then you said, well, Michelle, I was balling out there last Monday for the knockout tournament. I was on those floors. You didn't say that? You didn't flex your muscles on that?
I didn't. You
didn't do that? You're telling LJ, your dad was shooting hoops over there just last week.
But she makes such a great point. She's like, there's just too many colors and too many jerseys.
That's everything now.
I know, but like, it's just... It's okay. Again, like there are more people consuming it similar to my wife in the sense of like, I don't even know who's on the floor.
It's okay. We'll start
from
doing
the jerseys.
The simplicity aspect, I think, will start becoming more and more a thing at the playoff time during the series. The blues, the whites, all of that. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are streaming all day long on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And again, please be safe driving around there. It is wet out there. It's a payday Friday for us and for some. I know you're excited. You're happy about the Warriors, but just don't do anything stupid on the roadways. Bonta Hill in about an hour, 9 o'clock. He's going to be joining us for the entire hour, as he does each and every Friday in studio. So can't wait to pick Bonta's brain about this stretch and his thoughts on Jonathan Kaminga returning, because we've had all this talk, Joe Shasky, and all this worrying about Jonathan Kaminga returning and ruining the flow of the Golden State Warriors. And you know what? It was actually getting to JK himself. God, that speaks to just such a great leadership within that organization and the players and the coaching staff and fostering that and bringing up Jonathan Kuminga and telling him, you know what, dude, you're good. When you come back, we got you. Don't be worrying. And that is a realistic thing, though, right? If you've been off, you've had a couple weeks off at a time before. Yeah. I have, depending on whatever circumstance. There's a tragedy. You got hurt. You have to go to the hospital. Like, there's a lot. Like, reintroducing yourself after a time when everyone kind of got used to you not being there, there is a mental hurdle to jump over there. And I don't sleep on that in any walk of life.
Well, you don't want to come stampeding in.
No.
Right? Boy, not to use the quarterback analogy, but boy, it feels like everything's slowing down for him in a good way.
Yeah.
Right? You know,
that's a great call.
It does feel like to me that he said, you know, the game's real simple and it's a lot easier for me. And it's true. I think the game's been easier for Steph, at least since Jimmy's arrival. And I think the game has been simplified with not just the pieces around them, but how they're being utilized right now. I keep coming back to Quentin Post. Quentin Post has solved a lot of their early start of the game stuff.
God, he just hits threes early on, too. And the confidence is there.
Spaces the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the looks GP2 and Draymond got in that first quarter.
Yeah.
Wide open.
Wide open.
Wide open. And not that Dre wasn't getting wide open shots prior, but it just feels like
now he's knocking him down too. Like that's the thing in all this. He's knocking him down. He's taking him.
And then he gets into the lane, and because of Quentin Post being able to stretch backwards, kind of pop out to the 3-point line, Dre's got the little mini floater open. He's taking it.
He had 14 field goal attempts yesterday. It was 9 more than Jimmy Butler attempted all game. It was 5 more than Steph Curry attempted all game.
I loved how aggressive he was, though.
It's literally your 3 leading field goal attempt takers yesterday. Draymond Green with 14, Jonathan Kaminga with 10 off the bench, 7 of 10, and then Bonta Hill, 6 of 10. Those 3 guys being aggressive, Joe Shasky, that changes everything.
If Buddy and Kaminga are going to drop close to 20 each,
night.
That's what I'm saying.
Night. It's a wrap. Alex is in Atlanta. I haven't heard from Alex in a minute.
What's up, Alex?
He's been hitting me up on Twitter a lot, which I appreciate, with a lot of off-season moves pertaining to the NFL. What's going on, Alex? What you got, man?
All right. First of all, gentlemen, after last night and after the streak of success the Warriors have been on lately, I do want to give props and I want to give flowers to Steve Kerr, not only because he has been able to right the ship post-Jimmy Butler trade. He's been able to really quickly assimilate Jimmy Butler into the offense, not only with the starting unit, but with the second unit as well. I thought Butler looked great on the floor with Kaminga last night. I thought Kerr was willing to run plays out of timeouts specifically for Kaminga to get him reallocated into the offense and really, like you said, Joe, slow the game down for him in a good way. I thought all of that was great. But after last night, fellas, I think we're witnessing, one of the last true unassailable records in professional sports. And what I mean by that is I thought of Barry Bonds last night when Steph Curry hit that 4,003, because I thought of Bonds' home run record, both single season and all time. I don't think anybody's breaking either of those records. I don't think we're ever going to see another NBA player reach 4,000 threes. I think they showed a graphic last night where James Harden is close to being, 800 threes away just from catching Steph Curry right now if Steph were to stop playing altogether. And this record is still being built upon. I don't think you're ever going to see something like this again, specifically because nowadays in the NBA, defenses are being constructed to stop three-point shooting. The emphasis on wing defenders, especially, either drafting them or acquiring them in trades or free agency, has become so high that I think we're never going to see anything like what Steph is doing again. And I thought that was a truly special moment, specifically because he was able to do it at home.
So you really, it's interesting because we were actually having this debate before the show. You really felt that was a special moment right then and there when he hit the 4,003.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there are times in sports when you're like, I'm never going to see this again. I don't think I will ever see someone hit 70 home runs in the season again. I don't think I'll ever see someone hit 4,000 threes in their career again.
Okay.
No, it's a good point, Alex. I appreciate it. I think where we were discussing this, Joe Shasky, it's an interesting point because we're not poo-pooing. Like 4,000 career three-pointers in the regular season is incredible. And it goes to speaks to Steph Curry. That's probably the thing we're not leading off with. It's probably on the second page of all the things he's done in the league. Unanimous MVP, gold medal. I mean, where he ranks that, we can hear from him in a second. But like with Barry Bonds in that home run record, it was the fact that he topped Henry Aaron. Like that's the fact in all this. Is some of the names that he took over. Like Babe Ruth is, he is baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball is synonymous what? United States of America. It's America's pastime, whether you laugh at that at this point or not. But that's what people are synonymous with. The sport of baseball is America. And for Barry to do what he did and get that home run record, whether you think it's tainted or not, I really don't care. It's in the record books. It is what it is. Cry to someone else. I don't view the 4,000 career three-pointers the same I do with Barry Bonds because, quite frankly, it's so fresh, the three-point shot. Like, the home run ball has been around for a century prior to Barry Bonds doing that. Like, the three-point ball, it's been around, relatively, in the last 30 or 40 years, but it's only become this prevalent because of Stephen Curry and within the last 15 years. So I think it's fresh in everyone's mind still, what he's doing. I think we're going to look back to Alex's point in 20, 30 years and be like, oh my God.
Okay.
That's incredible. Kind of like how we do with Ricky, with the stolen base. We look back now, it's like, no one's touching that. It's not even close.
Yeah, but the only equivalent would be you weren't allowed to steal for a long, long time. Because, again, the three-point line has been in place since the 70s and really only been enacted in the last, powerfully utilized in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to contextualize how 4,000 should hit. I agree with you. 10, 20 years from now, we'll have a better perspective.
I don't liken it. I don't liken a three-point shot to a home run in baseball.
I don't either.
I don't think it's the like for same thing. It's not.
I'm with you on the fact that it's super new. I would put it this way. Do you know who has the most all-time doubles in baseball history?
Ooh, that's a good question. Hold on. Let me think about that for a second. I'm going to go... Alex Rodriguez?
No,
not even
Tris
close.
Speaker, right? No,
Who?
Tris Speaker.
Yes,
I don't know how many people would get that off the top of their head.
Alex Rodriguez was a good guess. I should have guessed Pete Rose or something.
The guy played in 1925 or something like that.
Okay.
But point being is Pete Rose is number 2 all time, right?
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Right? And so, but he's a good 50 behind him. And Pete played for 25 years, and was a player manager and what. So it's kind of like this 3-point stuff. All these records are kind of, not that they're obscure, they're partly new, and we're plowing a whole new land, and it's hard to contextualize it because I haven't seen anyone else go through an entire career of shooting the volume of threes that he has. Now, by the time Luka gets to the end of his career, I think I'll have a pretty good feel what 4,000 means.
Right. That's a good one.
Because I will have watched the entirety of Steph Curry. I'm not diminishing in any way. What I'm saying is it didn't grab me the way some of the other stats that he's done and one of the accomplishments that he's achieved have.
No, it's a good point.
I might be alone.
No. And it's not like we're poo-pooing it.
I'm not.
It's amazing. And it's a credit and a testament to Steph that we don't even think about the 4,000 career three-pointers in the regular season when it comes to just the greatness of him. You said something that was actually great. He's like, you think Steph's worried about the 4,000 career three-pointers? No, he's worried about the first number there, which was just 4. Which is the rings he has.
Exactly.
And he's worried about number 5 next. And maybe if he keeps playing, maybe he'll get to 5,000. We'll see. By the way, ESPN put out a list because he did break that, or he did add to the record, I guess. And it was Stephen Curry's 4,000 career three-pointers tops list of sports' most unbreakable records. So they think it's the number 1 that's most unbreakable.
I mean,
part of it is LeBron James, 50,000 plus points combined in the playoffs in the regular season. That's still going on. They also have Emmitt Smith, 18,355 rushing yards.
Such an all-time.
You know who
number.
the active leader is right now? The active leader, that
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry. How much do you think he has?
I think he's around 9,000 yards.
11,423.
Yeah, I mean he's got a whole nother decade to go.
And he's, to his credit, he looked incredible last year. I'm waiting for him to fall off a cliff, by the way, Derrick Henry. I just don't think he is.
No.
I don't think he's going to catch that, but maybe he could get to like 13,000.
Don't give me the Jerry Rice number. I'm close my eyes.
Okay, I got it right here.
784.
Close. 22,895.
God,
very close. Who do you think the active leader is right now? Receiving yards.
The active leader currently. Mike Evans. Mike Evans, I'm going to say 12,000 yards.
No, but it was 12,000, close to 12,000. It's 35 yards off 13,000. DeAndre Hopkins.
I didn't even think of him.
DeAndre Hopkins.
I didn't even think
Mike
of him.
Evans is not a bad guess because he's been in the league a while, but so is DeAndre Hopkins. You can keep the bed going. Wayne Gretzky, his career assists. We know the goal scored. 1,963.
Yeah.
The next active leader in hockey, it's one of the 2 big boys. You can probably get this one. What's the other one?
Crosby.
There you go. Sidney Crosby has 1,051.
Okay.
He's barely halfway there.
I mean, guys, it's Cy Young 5'11". No one's even going to come.
Cy Young has 7 549 complete games.
It's
the active leader is on the San Francisco Giants in Major League Baseball right now.
Logan Webb.
No, Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
He has 26 complete games.
Yeah.
Logan Webb? How many complete games does he have?
Logan Webb, the last few years, has gone into the 8th inning more than anyone else in baseball. He's the innings leader the last multiple years. I should have known Verlander.
A couple other ones here. We'll wrap this up. We're talking about Stephen Curry's unbreakable 4,000 career three-pointers made. Wilt Chamberlain averaged 50.4 points per game in a single season.
Plus 20-something rebounds.
Who's the active leader right now among players that had the most ever average points per game in the
Harden.
season? Yeah, that's a good right there. James Harden.
Yeah.
2018-19, he had 36.1 points per game.
I mean, come on.
Insane.
36 plus?
Right. I think the only other one that was prior to that was Kobe back in 06-07 when he had 36, 37.
Tom Brady throwing for 90,000 yards is remarkable to me.
They don't even list that. That is unbreakable.
I don't know. I mean,
because I think they're projecting if Mahomes keeps playing till he's 45, maybe
that's
he's
what
on
I'm saying. We're in the passing
Mahomes
era.
Wants to play that long. Ricky Henderson, obviously, 1,406 career stolen bases. The active leader there is Starling Marte, 354.
Yeah, no one's going to attempt 170 something steals in this season.
Sorry, say those numbers again. Ricky's number and Starling Marte, the active leader. I need
love
to hear
Starling
that.
Marte.
1,406 career stolen bases. Starling Marte, 354. A's legend Starling Marte, by the way. Michael Phelps, 28 gold medals, or Olympic medals, I should say, 28.
Here's a great point, though. With the bases being a little bigger and with the ability to only throw over multiple times. I watched a video the other day of Ricky Henderson. They threw over 11 times, and he still stole full second and then stole third. They literally threw over 11 times.
Cal Ripken, 2,632 consecutive games played.
With an asterisk. But,
we won't get into that. Relax.
But there's just,
Matt Olson, by the way, 492, the active leader.
I think about this with the NBA. Let's say they chop 10 games off and they give you more playoffs or something like that.
That was it.
Well, that's going to dilute all these numbers, right? I just don't think we're married to the numbers, and I'm not poo-pooing Steph in any way. No. I marvel at these things, but I don't know if these numbers are going to hold the test of time because I think they're going to adjust the schedules a little.
DiMaggio's a good one.
If they go to 10-minute quarters, and 75 games as opposed to 82, now we're kind of changing everything. I mean, the 56-game hitting streak, that, and then Oral Hershiser's 50 innings scoreless streak. These are just crazy, stupid numbers.
Stephen Curry walking off the court yesterday on with Tim Roy on our radio side right here, 95.7 The Game, just talking about eclipsing 4,000 career three-pointers in the regular season. Not even the 4,000 career. That's great, Steph. It was Sacramento was playing this weird kind of defense.
Doug Christie.
You mean no defense? Because that's kind of what it felt like at times.
I watched all of the world hype up Doug Christie because they went on a little run.
Right.
Where are those people at right now?
Doug Christie. I mean, guy's an interim coach. We saw what Antonio Pierce did last year. It's an interim coach.
My wife said right away when she saw him, "Oh, that's the guy whose wife was on Basketball Wives."
There you go, Doug Christie. Joe is in San Francisco. He's been waiting patiently. He also wants to give Steve Kerr his flowers, Joe Shasky.
I love it.
And we'll allow him to do that. Hey, Joe, you're on with Joe and Joe.
Yes. What's up, guys?
Bro, what are you on this morning? How many hits?
Listen, man. Hey, I do got to give Steve Kerr his flowers. I also got to give y'all flowers. You know, I'm sending out apologies this morning. Hey, apologies to y'all, Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, for not calling in. You know what I'm saying? As long as y'all been doing this since y'all done got together. That's my bad.
Hey, Joe, dude, you're living the life.
I think he's off the eighth of flowers as he's handing them out.
Joe, you're living the good life right now, man. Is it payday for you too, Joe?
No, real talk. Listen, apologies to Steve Kerr.
Okay,
I love it.
But listen, he doing his thing, man. All he needed the connectors and the pieces to go along with it. I was ready to do along listen, I was ready to
hey, my guy, do me a favor. Don't drive today.
Hey, Joe.
Just stay home.
Thank you, Joe. In San Francisco, it's a walk. I just want to leave it there.
That was an all-time stoned call. I love it.
Does that encapsulate where Warriors fans are at right now?
Is that a Doobie Award nominee?
He's like, man, he's laughing. He's like, I apologize. I'm just so happy right now.
Not that I would know, but when you order from Ease, it's like, do you want the vape pen or do you want the flowers?
The edibles.
My guy was off them flowers.
You know
As
what?
he was handing flowers out. You get some flowers, and you get some flowers.
Good for him. That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
Good for him.
pass.
That's right. Hey, okay, Kovac.
Pass the Duchy to the left hand side.
The Dutchie?
I don't even know. I was trying to say it the way they say it. They say it as specific. It's the doobie, but you know.
Well, the Dutchie, but yeah, I got you. Steph Curry, more from him. Actually, no. Let's go to the head coach since we're talking about him, because all this was talking about the head coach, and we had so much faith in Steve Kerr that we knew, Joe Shasky, you and I knew he was going to put JK in a position to succeed yesterday, and boy, did he. Steve Kerr talking about it. And shout out JK for the rehab process, for not, clearly, I'm sure he wanted to push himself and get back out there. Shout out to the Golden State Warriors and Dr. Rick Celebrini, the training staff, because it was clearly a very significant ankle injury. And I think we get jaded as fans sometimes when these people aren't coming back in the timeline that you see fit. I want this guy back this time. He needs to come back. The sky is falling. I was like, relax. The guy's 6'7", like 240 pounds or however, it's not that heavy, but like 220, whatever he is. Like, these are large men that are hurting their ankles. Like, this isn't just some easy rehab process sometimes. And we like to think it is as fans. Don't push it. Things are going well. You didn't need to push it. And it's a credit to what Steve Kerr was able to do with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry. They allowed JK to have some of that extra time, Joe Shasky. And they're going to be reaping the benefits going forward. If Steph needs to miss a game occasionally, if Jimmy needs to miss a game occasionally, I got JK there now to fill in as that second scorer on a given night. Hell, maybe Draymond's the third scorer, second scorer now on every given night because my guy was balling yesterday. But shout out to everyone involved in the rehab process is what I'm saying with JK. Because it worked, clearly. It worked.
I'm with you. Before we go to the break, I don't know, can we pull that last call up? I'm still reeling from that call. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Joe in San Francisco, we're going to react to that.
Oh, my God.
That was all time. By the way.
Give him one more time.
I cannot laugh.
He was gigging.
This segment is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. Bonta Hill joining us on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo? God, I can go for some Oreo cookies right now. They have like these new ones, like salted caramel or something, like Post Malone's on them. Yeah, I smashed a couple of the. I know what you're thinking, Sam. It doesn't sound great, but like the cookie itself there's like a chocolate side and then there's like a vanilla side, and the cream is salted caramel. So it actually all mixed together. Always go whole milk.
There's a lot going on in that Oreo.
There is a lot going on. It's not the standard Oreo. This is a fancy Oreo, and I know you're a traditionalist.
See, I'm standard or bust.
I get it. Yeah, it will turn
double
on your
stuff
mic
for me.
Okay, double stuff. That's
it's all
fine.
about mega stuff.
All right.
It's called mega now?
No, there's
regular stuff, then there's double stuff, and then there's mega
You know
stuff.
what I call that?
It's the third tier of stuff.
I call that diabetes. We got Bonta Hill coming up in 26 minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
That's what it's called. Bonta Hill in studio, 26 minutes. Can't wait.
I
Join
got
us for
beef
the
with
entire.
Bonta.
Whoa.
Is that a segment?
I do.
That actually might be a segment. That actually is not bad.
It's time for beef with Bonta.
Can we get that sponsored?
Dr. Nirav Pandya, I think his daughter was a part of the national anthem yesterday.
That is what he reported, yes.
And like he posted his seats and Bonta was cooking them.
Yeah, he posted a picture of just Jesus because Bonta likes to say, if you're sitting with Jesus, you're sitting in the nosebleeds because you're closer to God.
Look, as someone who has sat probably higher than most when it comes to these, I was so high I laughed like this.
I was going to say higher than Joe and SF.
Sometimes you just got to get in the building.
That's all that matters. You just want to be there for the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Right?
Sometimes you got to just get in the building. And look, it's one thing when you have floor access like Bonta does to be able to come and go and be Mr. Chase Center.
Sure.
It's another thing when you're one of the commoners like us.
Well, he's a king. First and foremost, the king gets to do what he wants. It's the king's council, and he gets to bless us with his presence in now about 25 minutes, and we can't wait for that. I wonder how he feels about this team, Joe Shasky, if he is as bought in as we are when it comes to this team making a deep run.
Wait. Are you asking me whether Bonta thinks the Warriors can go on a deep playoff run?
That's what we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
And that was this time last year.
But I told myself I wouldn't do that unless they were 10 games over 500 this year.
And they are officially 10 games over 500.
So let me double down.
and 28. 6 in a row, baby.
Who's coming with me? All right. Jerry Maguire. Warrior fans. We know what a championship run looks like. We know what a playing team looks like. We kind of have a feel for what a team getting bounced in the first or second round looks like. This is a deep playoff run team. They've got two in their prime apex playoff performers. Jimmy B, Steph C.
Would this be the most difficult run they've ever been on? And when I say difficult, when I'm talking about the depth in the West and then the potential Eastern Conference opponent, I'm not saying it was easy in 2022.
Well, they're older too.
Again, that's baked into it. I'm not saying 2022 wasn't incredible and it was unforeseen. They had some breaks with certain opponents and certain teams that they didn't have to face and certain players that got hurt in given series. And maybe they caught the Celtics, a young Celtics team that was a year or two away, and they ended up winning the title last year, obviously. But that was still an impressive as hell win. Like on paper, that Celtics team should have won, and they were a quarter away of going up 3-1 in that series. So I'm not poo-pooing that run at all. I'm going by the age of the players that are your stars right now. Over 35. Jimmy Butler, Steph, he's 37 today. Happy birthday, Steph. We didn't forget about it. Pi Day. Happy birthday, Steph. Also my sister, Sasha. Happy birthday. And then Draymond Green. Those are your three best players that are all over the age of 35. That really hasn't been done before in the league. We've had older players win it. Not that old.
Kobe's last playoff game, 33 years old.
Exactly. I think what LeBron with the Lakers in the bubble year, what is he, 34, 35 maybe? I'm not sure. But I look at that. I look at the depth of the West. I look at the Thunder being incredible. I look at the Nuggets still being there. The Lakers, obviously, Luka. I'm not sleeping on the Grizzlies, who have won. I know you want to sleep on them. They've won 4 in a row. They look pretty damn good still. They're the 2 seed right now, which is insane. Then the T-Wolves right behind you. So, like, you're going to have to earn it, obviously. But this might be the most difficult stretch. And wouldn't that make it all the more sweeter in a way? Like, man, you go through a Lakers, a Nuggets, a Thunder, and then a Boston or maybe the Cleveland Cavaliers, but it would be sweeter to beat Boston again. God, I'd love that. I love when Boston loses. It makes me
sign me up for a Boston series.
Again, I'm not saying they were a fraudulent champion yesterday.
You and me flying out to Boston.
I'd do it. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, I'd be so happy. I'd have an Aisha can-cook shirt with just her face on it, front and center there at the Boston Garden. I would love that.
Portnoy is a punk shirt.
Oh, God. One bite. Everyone knows the rules. Please.
So here's what I would say to you. The first championship to me is always the most difficult because you've never done it, right? When it comes to a core, getting over that hump is always the most difficult. Is this the most difficult landscape to navigate? Sure, I'd buy that. I would buy that argument. Yeah. I would say this, though, with this team. I think they're playing a better top-to-bottom brand of basketball to end the season this year than in 2022. Let's just go back to that team.
Okay.
You were missing Draymond for long stretches. Clay was just getting reintegrated back from his injury. Wiggins, I believe, was it an adductor? I don't know.
Adductor strain. Correct.
Jordan Poole was playing well, but I didn't feel as confident about the randoms as I do now.
Is this team better than that 2022 team? Is that crazy to say right now? Like,
if you're asking me right now, I think if this team had been assembled and together from day one, they're a 55 to 61 win team.
Wow.
Depending on how you navigate health and rest. Am I wrong?
No, well, you can only do the math, right? They've only lost one game when Jimmy Butler started.
That's not sustainable.
No,
you're going to lose games.
But again, you're just going off what you've seen from this team right now.
This feels like a mid-50s, even I would dare say low 60s win team.
Right.
And I don't say that flippantly.
And again, we're going to be getting a tougher stretch here in the coming days. And it's baked into it that I think when they assembled this team, you've played a lot of teams where either they're missing some star players or teams are hurt. How does it look when everyone's fresh at the start of the season? I think is a fair thing to ask.
But that's partly what's baked into why I'm so optimistic now. Jimmy didn't play for like 2 months.
That's part of it, right?
He didn't play, so there's not as much tread on his tire.
888-957-9570. Do you feel as good as you felt about that 2022 team? Like, I feel better this time around than if I felt back in March, because I do think there was this.
They started 18-2 that year.
There was still some hesitancy in that team, though.
And then after that, it was kind of like, I remember Iggy missed long stretches.
Yeah.
Otto Porter had a couple of bad months.
We were saying Andrew Wiggins was the most fraudulent all-star ever, which sounded so
unfair.
It's so disrespectful that we were talking about
McGlure is
that.
the worst all-star of all time.
But we were saying that because his first half was so amazing, and then he kind of fell off and he got hurt. And then Draymond was hurt. Steph was hurt at points.
Who's not playing great basketball right now? You want to say that Buddy's...
Trace Jackson Davis, that's it. But he's
not even in the rotation.
That's exactly.
Okay, like Loon Dog has played good. He's had moments where he hasn't, but he's played good. Quinn's playing great.
Yeah.
For a rookie that you had no expectation, playing great. GP2 has been on a tear for about a month now.
Right.
It started at the beginning of the road trip. He's been awesome, even with the mask. Jimmy Butler hasn't even played his best basketball, in my opinion.
Okay.
Guy Santos has been amazing as a ninth man. Podziemski, before the most recent injury, was playing his best 12 games, I would argue, of the entire season and maybe even his career. Moses Moody clearly playing the best basketball of his career. It's not even up for debate. Kaminga, before the injury, was playing his best ball, but if you just get versions of what you saw last night, how can you not be optimistic? Draymond is literally playing the best offensive basketball and the most in line in terms of not being obsessed with the officials and teammate empowering basketball that I've seen from him since 2016.
This date, 2 years ago, during that run, Joe Shasky, the Warriors did play a game on Steph's birthday. 126-112 win over the Washington Wizards. Funny, because now Jordan Poole's obviously on that team, but Jordan Poole is a Golden State Warrior then. Jordan Poole, 20 points for him. 32 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga, 12 points and 8 rebounds. Stephen Curry, 47 points. I think we all remember that one.
Oh, yeah.
It was a huge one. This was at Chase Center as well. It was a 126-112 victory to improve the Warriors to 47-22 on the season. Klay Thompson added 20 points. Nemanja Bjelica was 7. Otto Porter was 7. Triple single for Draymond Green, 6 points, 7 boards, 6 assists. Moses Moody had a 3. JTA a couple minutes, but yeah, it really didn't register anything.
No, but JTA is similar to Guy Santos. Yeah. Way better than, like, you could read me a box score for JTA, and we would all say, like, he brings more to the table than whatever's in the box score.
You didn't even have Andrew Wiggins that game, or again, as you mentioned, Andre Iguodala in that game. So, and not like Iggy was, doing much.
Well, he was good in the first 20 games.
Exactly, but he became more of a leader and coach.
As Michelle said it, when they checked him in game 6, I believe, ceremonially playing. Kind of like Jimmy G. He's a part-time player.
I kind of want to watch a game with Michelle at this point just to hear her roast everyone.
Well, this is what she said.
This is the morning roast with Michelle.
Who's the fat guy? I go, which one?
Oh, my God.
And she's like, the big white guy. And I go, that's Quinn Post. He's not fat. No. On the Kings.
Oh, Jonas?
Valanciunas?
Oh, that's
look
mean.
At the gut.
That's mean. Come on, man. I always thought
her favorite player is Draymond. Always has been.
Really?
Oh, she hated Kevin Durant.
Oh my, that's interesting.
She loves Draymond. She just loves a bully.
Does she bully you?
What do you think?
It's just I had to say it. Sometimes you need to get checked a little bit. That's okay. I can't get over the fact that I think this team is better than the 2022 championship team.
Okay, but
I say
things do have to break your way.
Well, no, this team could be better than that team, but the rest of the teams could also be better than the rest of the teams back in 2022.
Both could be true.
And I think that's what we're looking at right now.
I'm not trying to poo-poo that championship at all.
No one is.
But Phoenix was the best team in the regular season, and then it didn't play out that way.
And they might have matched up better against you than than
Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas.
Obviously, it was Luka, and looking back,
Jalen Brunson.
Looking back, they were we feared them more in real time when that roster wasn't as good. It was like Doran Finney and
Jalen Brunson. That was the guy. It was him and Luka.
Jalen wasn't the Jalen we see now.
No, he wasn't. Then he got paid after that season with the New York Knicks.
Ja getting hurt with Memphis, right? Denver without Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray. Like, that was, even though that was a much tougher series than people remember. So, yeah, things have to break your way. But guess what? That's what happens in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Guys go down. People get hurt. I mean, if I told you Kawhi Leonard played 3 great games and then got hurt, would you...
No, I don't expect anything from Kawhi Leonard at all going forward.
I hate to put that out in the ethos.
No, but I'll also say, conversely, if the Thunder get the Clippers in the first round of the series and Kawhi looks like Kawhi,
they could take them out.
They could absolutely take them out.
Especially with the style of play of Harden.
And if Harden's playing like he's been playing, which has been pretty good. I don't watch the Clippers every single night. I think they're 5-5 in their last 10.
Well, Norman Powell's still he had an
all-star season. He's having an all-star season. He's been incredible.
He's having an unreal year.
I'm very curious to see how that's going to shake out. No one's taking the Kings, Mavericks, or Suns seriously. I think they're all pretty much cooked. It's the top 8 as far as I'm concerned. It's
Watch
the Clippers.
The Suns make some noise. I'm joking.
Relax.
I know.
Well, I said a couple months ago before I knew the Suns were going to go totally free fall. I did think it would have been a fun game if Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, and the Warriors took on Devin Booker and Kevin Durant of the Phoenix Suns in a play-in opportunity, like a winner go home one. Like, that would be some drama right there. Shout out TNT. We know drama. Yeah, there'd be a lot of drama there.
I'm past the point when it comes to Charles Barkley, by the way, that you brought up TNT. Do we know what he's doing, people? I mean, it's been a decade. Don't you kind of like...
it's a bit. Everything's a bit. Everything's a bit.
He's super entertaining. I love him. But we don't have to be aggregate all the things he says and be triggered by all the things he says.
He's the big brother mentality, because a lot of Warriors fans feel like the little brother, that they're just going to I can't even say it, Quentin Post. Poke and prod and push you and nudge you, and that's what you do. So you did to Pat, I'm sure, going up. You knew something that pissed him off, and he kept doing it.
How my brother still has a back after all the power bombs that I put on him, I have no idea.
You did that to Pat?
All the time.
Pat's a big guy. I didn't expect you to be able to do that.
He was really skinny his whole life.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know him then.
Yeah.
You still look good, Pat. If you're listening, you still look good.
He's also 5-6 years younger, so you know.
Okay. You have to put him in his place. There you go. Do you have an older sister or a younger sister?
No, she's in between.
Okay, so you're the oldest. Okay, so you had to put everyone in place.
Yeah.
Real quick, I mentioned
the most mature, best looking.
Relax. Speaking of mature and good looking, I'd say Steph and Curry is both of those things. Steph reflects on, obviously, what?
I just love it. The drops, everything.
Steph reflects on not his 4,000th three-pointer made, his first three-pointer made. Take a listen.
Yeah, I only shot 1 3 my very first game. That was the second game. I saw the highlight of the play. His little pin in. He threw a great pass and knocked it down. But the first of many, so
pretty cool. My vet from 2009 got to shout me out.
Sound courtesy at TNT. I think he was on with Ali LaForce there courtside.
Such a great name.
It is. It is a great name.
Ali LaForce. No, like the LaForce is such a great last name.
In the industry, too. A LaForce in the industry. Like that? Here is that.
LaForce is strong with you?
It's a 4.
It's so easy with that one.
We're feeling great today on a payday Friday, on a Warriors winning Friday. And again, Bonta Hill going to be joining us in 12 minutes. I think he's going to echo a lot of that. Or maybe he's going to try. I don't think Bonta's going to come in here and try to say relax to any of us, is he? Is he going to be that guy to say, let's wait and see.
They
the
haven't
first round
played
series.
Anybody.
They haven't played anybody. Well, they played. The Kings are a playing team right now.
The only way I validate this is if they beat in a row the Bucks, the Celtics, the Knicks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, then the Nuggets, and OKC.
I can't even take even the wins. They beat the Kings yesterday, and I get it. They didn't have Domantas Sabonis. And when if you beat the Knicks tomorrow, they're not going to have Jalen Brunson, who's been one of their best players.
Guess what? We didn't have Kaminga for a long time. Now he's back.
Is that the same as the Domantas Sabonis for the Kings?
I agree. But every team is like maneuvering who's available, who's not available. All you can do is, and this is what I would say to any Warrior fan, I get waiting for the other shoe to drop, but let's talk about what they're doing great right now. Unbelievable connected team defense. Unbelievable closeouts where they're not jumping in the air. They're actually staying on the ground and contesting shots. They're boxing out better than ever. They're active on the loose balls. They're passing the ball ahead to get transition plays on offense. They're sharing the ball. They're moving without the ball. They're a 3-level threat currently. You've got different guys decisively taking the wide open threes and hitting them at a great clip. You're seeing Draymond Green, which has been available for 5 years to him. Oh, I caught the ball at the elbow. Let me square up to the hoop, take one dribble, and take the little floater that's just been sitting there on a tee for him, and he's finally doing it. It's the best basketball Draymond's played, I'm telling you, on offense in a decade. I'm so happy.
And an aggressive Draymond Green does change everything. Because you know what? Not that they're going to honor him per se, because there's still so many threats out there, so you can't really be guarding him all the time at the three-point line, but you have to inch in just a little bit more. Just a little, and that changes a lot. An inch can go a big way, Joe Shasky. Here's Jonathan Kaminga talking about, relax, I knew I was setting that up for you. He's talking about his teammate, Jimmy Butler, and the IQ.
As you see, Jimmy is very smart. He could get a wide open layup. But if you see you just wide open, just very small space, he's going to throw it to you. So it's just about knowing how to move around him. He's going to get you the ball. He's going to get you to where you want to be. And just being outside, watching how he playing. Obviously his connection with Steph and Draymond and Moses and VP and the rest of the guys, it's just something I'm still trying to, learn. And obviously it's going to get better. It's just our first game, but just being around him and watching how he move, is very smart.
How many backdoor cutters, how many divers, how many guys cutting to the lane have gotten passes not named Kaminga around the rim? Lots. Gee.
That's all I see. Gary Payton the second. Yeah.
But none of them can throw down. Now Payton can at times. None of them has the pressure on the rim the way Kaminga can. And you saw glimpses of it yesterday.
The lob threat constantly. And dude, God bless Gary Payton.
He has to be accountable.
Gary Payton can do it sometimes, but he's not 6'7".
No.
You're not expecting that all the time. And you can put that pressure all the time, and you're going to need to do that against the athletic big teams in the West, like a Thunder, like a Lakers, like all these teams, the Nuggets in particular. Attack these guys. I feel confident about Kaminga going at a Jokic on the defensive side, him just going at him. And you know what? Athletically, you can't keep up with me, bro. Stop. I feel and see that confidence in Jonathan Kaminga yesterday. Now it's about building that and going forward and being consistent. And you know what? Is he going to be that consistent shooting the ball every single night? No, he's not. But the mindset just needs to be there every night, and it's gonna keep coming. Same with Buddy Hield. It's all about the mindset for these guys going forward.
There was a late first quarter play where Jimmy Butler and Draymond were at the top of the key. And I watched Sacramento's defense, they started to, I call it shift, right? And come up toward Jimmy Butler and Draymond. Not necessarily for the fear of Draymond, but Jimmy Butler, definitely.
Sure.
And they're trying to tilt their defense that way. And Steph Curry just went, whoop, backdoor, and it was a one-on-one. And a one-on-one with a couple of steps for Steph Curry is wide open.
Yeah.
That's wide open. It's like the NFL. That is a wide open play for him.
Just ask Nicholas Batum or Evan Fournier.
And Jimmy Butler, I forget if it was Jimmy or Draymond, just a little skip pass right to him. Boom, layup. And I'm saying to myself, like, they didn't tilt defenses that way prior to getting Jimmy Butler. He just makes things so easy.
And again, we're reiterating, and I'm reiterating what you're saying. It's well put. Just the different ways you can attack a defense. Like, you do get stale offensively, and they did the last couple seasons, whether it was in the play-in or whether it was in, the second round against the Lakers. Like, you become a one-trick pony with certain things. Good defenses are going to pinpoint that, and you know what? They're going to force you to beat you in multiple ways. And you know what? Great. You had a JaMychal Green game once. They're like, that's not happening again. We'll bank on that. Yes. And it didn't. And when you have Kevon Looney out there, when you have Draymond Green out there, when Draymond's not scoring and they're not two threats to score offensively, that it just becomes too Steph. Back then it was Clay or Wiggins heavy, and it becomes all in Steph. And you know what? They're just going to blitz the hell out of Steph. And then it becomes, can Clay beat you? Can Andrew Wiggins beat you? And that bit them in the butt multiple times the last couple seasons. No disrespect to those players, but having an IQ and a guy and a facilitator and a guy that can get his own shot willy-nilly as a Jimmy Butler just changes everything.
Last year in the playing game, and then the year prior in the 7-game series when he was a rookie, the way I viewed Keegan Murray, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
He's leapfrogged both Kuminga and Moody. He is a really, really good player. He's ascending. Wow. He can make shots off the dribble. He's a great catch-and-shoot player. He's a long defender. His game's only going to grow. And he feels like he's hit a really rough patch. I don't know what to make of him. Simultaneously, Moody has never looked better. Now, I don't know who I'd rather have on my team at this particular moment. Like, that's a different question. I'm just saying how quickly trajectories for young players can change. And then seeing Kaminga just assimilate so beautifully after missing 2 months, it just, everything was crystallized and clear to me yesterday. It's like, wow, all the problems this team had, it's not just, hey, we acquired Jimmy. We've simplified everything. And we've made things easier for Dre and Steph, and we've made things crystal clear for the young guys.
And it's all about the players you're playing with and the buy-in and the connectivity. Because for Keegan Murray, quite frankly, I see him in the starting lineup right now with a guy DeMar DeRozan.
Malik Monk's not a point guard.
He's not. Or he's not a starter, quite frankly. He's just not.
No.
I don't think he is.
I don't know. But I don't think he's a point guard.
Not on a playoff team. He's not a starter.
I would agree.
He was perfect coming off the bench. I like
him a lot.
No, he was perfect when again, in that series, that's what you prototype. He was a baller in that series for multiple times, in multiple games against the Warriors a couple of years ago. But Zach LaVine, Jonas Valanciunas, again, like, there is a cohesive aspect to this when it comes to style of play that you can't just mix and match certain players and expect it to go well. Yeah, great, Zach LaVine's a name. De'Aaron Fox fit that team.
I know.
De'Aaron Fox fit that team, and like Keegan Murray not having that guy there, having that ball handler, a familiar face and a trust level in there. And that's another word I come into this, the trust factor. Like, I don't know if Keegan Murray's trusting himself out on that floor right now, and he looks lost. 2 of 8 from the 3-point line, 6 points. I mean, they're throwing Steph Curry on him, and I know Steph, I'm not poo-pooing his defense entirely, but if I'm hiding Steph Curry on you, it means I'm not respecting your shot.
And you're a significantly larger human being.
Way bigger.
Like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
I don't get it.
Verducci in El Dorado Hills.
Dude.
He gets it from the EDH. He was at the game last night. What's up, Ducci? What you got, man?
Dude, good morning, fellas. Man, what a night it was, man. I was with my boy Ray Almeida, who Bonta knows, sitting up there in section 213. And it was just great to be back in the Chase Center, kind of feeling the vibes now that we have everyone back together. And to be able to see Kaminga, it was just the perfect thing. He came in and did his thing, and we need that physicality. We need that athleticism. And just to see how he was kind of working with Butler. I mean, I love the new death lineup 3.0 when you're adding Kaminga and Moody into the mix with our big three. And then congrats to Steph, man. When he hit that 4,000 3-pointer, man, the electricity in Chase Center was unreal. And to see what that man has done to for this organization, to the city, for the NBA. I mean, ESPN took a shot where they had Keegan Murray guarding him. I mean, literally full court. And then at half court, he's sitting there right around actually half court and just sitting there on the side, but you're seeing these other 4 members of the Warriors just sitting there working together, passing the ball. I mean, it was a thing of beauty. It brought me back to the days of the 2016 run that we had. And I just want to give it up, man, to Mike Dunleavy. That man does not get enough credit. You fake Warrior fans that are out there that doubted him, look what that man has done with the pickups. I mean, give that man his credit. I mean, we are in this position right now because the Warriors, Lake Up, they trusted Dunleavy to make these moves, and now it's time, Chassis. We're making that run.
Let's go.
So buckle up, Warrior fans. It's 2022. Here we go, baby. Let's bring the love. Let's bring the passion. We don't need the fake Warrior fans who are just on for the bandwagon. We need the real ones that have seen it through this year. So happy Friday. Love you all. Talk to you next week.
See you soon,
there
buddy.
He is. That's Verducci, El Dorado Hills. He's fired up. And you know what? Why shouldn't you be? You should be happy about this team right now. 38-28, Joe Shasky, 10 games over 500. How's that House of Prime rib bet looking with Draymond?
Well, if we keep winning, maybe he sits the final 7 or 8 games.
How many games are we away from him missing? Bonta Hill joining us here shortly. River Island's guest line. I see him right there. He's fired up. We're talking about right now, Bonta. How many games does Draymond have to miss before the House of Prime rib bet goes into effect? You're paying though, right? If he does play all the games, that's how it is.
Yeah, we'll probably go.
Okay,
yeah.
I've never been. I'm excited.
You never been? No, you're not going.
No, I'm going, and so is Sam. The show's going.
I'm not dropping $600 on you guys to eat.
I'll pay for the cocktails. Does that make you feel better? I'm sure they have nice, fancy cocktails over there.
I'll pay for the cocktails,
right? And then Sam can get like the tip or something. There you go, just the tip, right? You're just alluding to that.
Sam, I heard that you can have a side, so you can just have just the cream spinach.
No, that's how you fill up. I need the King's cut. I need all of it. I need the King Bonta cut. This is what I'm alluding to. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station.
How do you order
always live on the free Odyssey app?
It better not be well done.
No, as red as possible.
Okay.
I want it bleeding.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to soak it up.
I'm a
with
medium
all the
rare to rare.
No, I love, and give me all the horseradish you can get, Joe Shasky. I'm hungry. I'm starving. Uh-oh, he's got the coat on. He's got the puffy jacket. Done. He's feeling great. Whoa, I don't hear you. So hold on. We got to pot you up. Hold on. What was that?
I didn't say anything, man. What's up? Good morning, guys.
No,
good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. We're feeling good. We're talking championships. We're talking 2022 roster. Let's go, baby.
Of course.
Bonta Hill joins us. Bonta Hill joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Bonta Hill, studio host, pre and post of Warriors pre and post game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. What's up, Bonta? Was it wet out there still? Is it raining?
Yeah, it's raining.
Still raining 3-point balls?
A lot of traffic.
Okay.
But you know what? Things are good in the Bay, man. We got Mac Jones in the building.
Oh, my God.
We got the Warriors rolling.
Talked Mac Jones.
We got Bryce Elgins back in the minor league. Camp Giants baseball. Let's go. Let's go.
I knew you'd love the Mac Jones signing.
I don't love it.
You liked him more than most.
But you know what? Look, man.
What do we know?
2 noodle hall quarterbacks now. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to watch highlights. Like, man, maybe McCorkle's got the deep ball. We need deep ball accuracy, man, on the 49ers.
All we need is Kirk Cousins.
Oh, gosh.
And then Kyle Shanahan can have his Infinity Stone gauntlet of mediocre pocket noodle arm quarterbacks.
Oh, my gosh. Mac Jones. It
was so predictable. Lance is still out there,
we discussed that like 3 months ago. We knew
we knew he was
going to
get him. It was inevitable.
Are people outraged about it?
No, I actually like the pick.
Yeah,
he's better than Brandon Allen.
No, he's a lot better than Brandon Allen.
I was outraged yesterday, the amount of people that tried to say that the gap between Brock and Mac wasn't that big.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah, I know, and it was insane to me. It's absolutely asinine to think that.
Well, you got to get Brock Purdy. What's going on with the arm, man? Something's up.
Something's up. Are you reporting something?
Well, last year, think about it. Well, think about it last season. No, I'm not reporting anything. Relax over there. Relax. Relax. I know things are not going so well in La La Land. Just relax over here, buddy.
All according to plan.
Cool your jets, Bedoni.
All according to plan.
But last year when Brock Purdy missed a game, rumblings was, we don't know what happened. It kind of came out of nowhere. So the elbow with the pad and everything in the brace, and he's underthrowing guys left and right. It happened in the Kansas City game. It happened in the Detroit game. I don't know why you put your face on your hand like that.
Because you guys worry about everything with Brock. Get it down here. The team down here.
No. It's not about that. It's not about that. No, I defend Brock Purdy. I think the team around him was terrible. Your receivers couldn't get off the ball. They couldn't create separation. McCaffrey was hurt. The line was beat up. I give Brock a lot of credit for last year and gutting it through. But there is some truth to and validity that the team was like, wow, this elbow injury, what's going on here?
You can love a player, and that's what we were talking about the other day. You can love a player and acknowledge they have shortcomings, right? Like that doesn't mean that you don't think that he's great. Like, for example, is Steph Curry awesome? Yes. Is he a great post player? No. Is he the greatest defender on the perimeter all by himself? Not really. That doesn't mean you don't love Steph Curry. And we know there are levels to Steph Curry's greatness in his sport.
I love you, Steph. I always think you have great defense.
37 years young. No, but seriously, Matt.
It's okay to have red flags.
I'm not saying the injury, real quick. I'm not saying the elbow injury isn't a thing. He didn't have any off-season surgery this year. Like, that's something we were all alluding to. Maybe if he gets it cleaned up, that's a couple surgeries in a couple years in a row. I get that. I'm just saying right now, I feel fine. He didn't have any scope in his shoulder or anything like that. I have zero worries about his health right now going forward.
Right now, because you're not playing the game.
Well,
but when the arm injury pops up out of nowhere in the middle of the season, and you're not throwing the ball that much.
If you want $50 million guaranteed, all of these things, to me, come into play.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, Joe Burrow's hurt all the time. Justin Herbert's hurt a lot, too.
Yeah, but when he's out there,
Those
I
are
also
big guys.
With them boys are throwing the ball 50, 60 yards down the field. Mahomes is throwing the ball 50, 60 yards down. Jalen Hurts 50, 60 yards down the field. Every time Brock Purdy throws a deep ball, boy, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, that's not the offense I keep hearing, Bonta. We don't want to do that. We want to be running the ball. We want to do back shoulder fades. That's the offense.
But you still got to hit a deep ball. You got to take the top off the defense.
Why are we burying the lead?
Yeah, all right. Let's see. Yeah, sorry.
The Warriors.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
No, look, Brock Purdy's on a tee for us all summer. All right, let's just trust me.
Mac Jones, clearly.
Is he $50 million better than Mac Jones? You know where I come down on these things. So it's an economic exercise. Here's something that I don't want to hear.
Pocket watching, Bonta.
Here's something I don't want to hear from him. No, on the real. Like Jonathan Kuminga. And I started the show praising Draymond Green. I think Draymond's had the best month of offensive basketball and defensive basketball. And then team basketball in terms of empowering the guys around him.
He's been unbelievable.
Since 2016. I think it's his best month of basketball since 2016.
I don't know about that because he had some pretty good months in 2017, 18.
I'm not trying to sleep on it.
But it is funny. Yesterday, he led the team in scoring for the first time since Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals.
I didn't even know.
Which is unbelievable.
I didn't even know that.
But no, seriously.
He's been awesome.
He's been scoring in double figures.
The little floater mini.
Listen, Draymond, Gary Payton II looks as healthy as he's been since the title season.
Since the road trip, he's been unreal.
Brandon Pajewski, before he was hurt, was playing really good basketball.
Clinton Post?
Moses Moody, the Moses Moody stance. You don't have to say anything anymore. We get it.
20 in a row.
17-1 when he starts a basketball game, but he's now hitting his threes. Yesterday, 6 assists, 17 points. Those guys in the playoffs, when they get there, are going to have to hit those shots and continue to take those shots, which I love right now. Right now, they're being very decisive. Draymond, GP2, Brandon Pajewski, Moses Moody, you name it. Guy Santos, but we're going to get to Guy because I got a bone to pick with a couple people around here. Oh, I was listening to the crossover on Monday. Was it Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, so you just can't give us up, huh? You're like too short, can't stay away?
I thought it was going to be my comparison for him and Orlando Bloom, so I'm glad it's not that.
He said he looks like Orlando Bloom. It's actually a really good
Brazilian Orlando Bloom is Guy Santos. It's not bad.
Not you.
He's a good-looking guy. It's a compliment.
Yeah, that is a good compliment.
So you were listening to the crossover.
It was Monday. Monday, the Warriors were playing the Blazers. So I'm on the way in. I get in the car about 2 o'clock. Crossover time.
All right.
And Mark Willard and Dibbs and Steiny were just pounding the table saying, you can't take Guy off the court. What are they going to do when Kaminga comes back?
He's the nice man.
And I'm driving down 280. He's like, Am I tripping off of something? Wait a minute, Kaminga averaged 17 points per game this season. Before he got hurt, he was averaging 20 and 6 in the previous 17 games. And no offense to Guy Santos. Very good player. I heard you bring up the JTA comparison. Yeah. I think he's a little better than JTA because he gets space to the floor.
He reminds me of Matt Barnes on the We Believe team.
I get what you're saying.
As a ninth man.
Absolutely. We're talking about Jonathan Kaminga here.
It's what
he could be a star player. Did you see the way he was moving around yesterday? Oh my God, he's going to. I'm just so worried he's going to disrupt everything.
Oh my God.
No, he's going to be fine. 7 to 10 last night in 19 minutes. And did you see my man flying around the court on both offense and defense?
Finishing with both
hands. DeMar DeRozan, I got you. He guarded 4 players on 1 possession last night. Please stop disrespecting Jonathan Kaminga for once. Oh my Lord.
And the stat yesterday for JK, the biggest one for me, 0 turnovers. Just played within himself.
Patient.
Confident, patient. Wasn't hurrying at all. He was playing fast, but wasn't hurrying, which is a big distinction.
It's as if you were listening to me this morning because there's a few people in this market, in media.
I liked it about 8:15 today.
There you go.
To compare Jonathan Kaminga to Corey Maggette tells me you weren't in this market watching Corey Maggette.
I know. He probably knows
media members is doing this. I need names. Tell me the names at the break because I will come down their road.
No, but
JK's one of the guys.
Never took on the defensive assignments. No. Corey Maggette never, ever showed that he wanted to pass the ball. Corey Maggette was never a part of winning important games for the Warriors. Like, tell me you didn't watch the Warriors when Maggette was here by comparing Jonathan Kaminga to Corey Maggette. Such an unfair comp.
I mean, it's disrespectful. And it's been happening for quite some time when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. Every single year, I hear people question his IQ. I hear people question his basketball IQ. I hear people question everything about the young man. The guy's a baller. And he was coming into his own playing his best basketball before he sprained his right ankle. And to see him come back seamlessly, because I was I'm not going to lie, I was a little worried because the Jackals are always out, as Guru says. They were waiting for him to fail. Waiting for him to fail. And to hear some of the conversations, Keith Santos, good role player. He had like 2 good games during the last 10.
He's had a couple bad turnovers.
Yeah. And he's a role player. I'm not mad at him. I like him a lot. He's an energy guy. Yeah. You don't want to do too much. Man. He had a good Pistons game, 15 points, stepped up in that game. But all of a sudden, people were talking like JK was just about to rack up DMP after DMP. Well, you can't mess it up. We're playing so well. Well, you know what? No other team had a Jonathan Kaminga waiting in the wings in the Western Conference. Now you get JK back. And did you see the lineup? There was one lineup. It was Draymond, Jimmy, JK, Moody, and GP2. And I said, damn. Yeah. Well, how you going to score against him?
You know how I started my day off this morning? I hit up Damian and Casey in Sacramento, and I said, so just for the record.
ESPN 1320 hosts Odyssey Station.
Yeah, Big Kings guys. I know, I just texted them. They go, for the record, are we doing FaceTimes today? Because we've now smacked you twice in a row. After you guys, with an 18-point deficit, came back and beat us 2 months ago. 2 months ago, we were at our lowest. I mean, we felt pretty low.
Right. Oh, they hung a banner that day. They hung a banner that
a golden one.
I haven't heard from any of those guys.
Well, that's my point.
But Willie and I, we FaceTime Kyle Draper at halftime. Yeah, was he like, look, we're down 10. We're on a 17-4 run. We got all the momentum. Heard nothing after the game. Oh, from none of those guys. No beam team. No nothing.
Do you play 2K?
Nah, I've been stuck on NCAA football.
Okay, but like in 2K, if you were to just like take a team and you were to say, I'll draft my team, you'll probably draft a couple superstars and a bunch of young players. It looks like the Kings have hit simulation on the fantasy draft, and they just mashed together a bunch of people. And
Markelle Fultz was on the floor yesterday. I forgot about that guy.
Trey Lyles was one of their best players yesterday. Dude, what has happened to Keegan Murray?
They watched the Chicago Bulls not make the playoffs with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and thought, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's add Zach LaVine and add DeMar DeRozan and give him a bag. They have no direction whatsoever. Sabonis is going to want out.
That's
They've already turned off Sabonis.
I mean, they were clearly missing their best player yesterday, Domantas Sabonis. There's no question about it. And
would have made a difference.
No, maybe not.
It would have made a difference. I mean, trust me. I was at the goal once. I was up there last Friday night. Went up to the SAC game.
Oh, you went to the game,
dude. All of them.
The Kings
Media
Court.
members. I went to the Kings Court, the G1C. I had to make my presence felt. They love me up there.
Horse and buggy, or
they love me in the state
Well,
capitol.
no, they carry him like they do, like Gladiator when they're carrying Caesar.
They carry me inside
they carry him. Yes,
the king is here.
Yes,
the king is here. He
has
the king is here.
The olive branch around there, the golden one too.
Had it all.
Blue on one side, gold on the other. Yes,
2 chains and everything. But listen, I went up there.
Visual is so good.
And they've already turned on Sabonis.
No,
they've turned on empty calories because they realize that. Well, you know what? He is empty calories. They've realized it. It took them 2 years. I was just trying to tell them the truth 2 years ago. I'm Bonta Hill. I don't lie to anybody.
What are you doing?
I don't lie to anybody.
A commercial right now?
I, Bonta Hill, don't lie to anybody. Listen, I'm just trying to tell you the truth.
I go to Mancini's.
I do go to Mancini's. Mancini's Mattress Heaven, baby.
Hey.
Mancini's Sleep World.
Italian.
Hey, Sleep Awareness Month. You go to Mancini Sleep World. You guys need pillows? 50% off of pillows right now.
That's huge.
Sleep Awareness Month. I know you need some new pillows.
Here's the problem with pillows. They're either too firm and too big, or too not firm and too soft. I need just right.
Yeah, no, but they have pillows that you could custom fit for yourself.
See, I knew I was leading them right.
So you'll be like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. The porridge is too hot, too cold, and just right.
I like a little cool pillow, you know?
Like a little cool?
Yeah, climate cool.
Who's that? Stuart Scott, cooler than the other side of the pillow?
Which is the best.
There you go.
I would rather be cold at night than hot.
Yeah, I think men always run hot, women always run cold. That's
I keep the fan on and the window open.
There you go.
I don't keep the fan on.
By the way, for those of you just joining us, Bonta Hill in studio, as he is each and every Friday at 9 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area.
Man?
Amongst others, yeah. 10 games over 500 right now.
Are we talking deep playoff runs right now?
I mean,
I already did. I told you 10 games over. I'm suspending it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have my song? Do you have my song?
By the way, no, hold on. The Draymond Green bet has life to it.
I know it does.
It has life to it.
Well, you better hope they don't win too much.
He might have to sit.
No. They're going to have to play all these games. They got to stay out the box here because Minnesota's coming.
Yeah,
do you have the Messy Marv song? This is how I'm feeling this morning, Warrior fans.
Is this a clean version?
I hope it is.
Messy Marv has no clean version.
Hey.
You got Steven result on the board. You better be careful.
Turn it up.
Oh, there's no lyrics. It's just a beat.
Oh,
okay,
so you got to do it then.
Yeah, get on my hype. Dun, dun, dun. Yellow and blue Nikes. That's how I feel about the Warriors.
This is a sick
Here we
beat.
go.
This is a sick beat. I love this.
Get on my hype. That's how I feel about the Warriors. Get on my hype. If you're not ready to go straight for a deep playoff run, what are you tripping on?
Oh, no.
We're 10 games over. We got
death.
Jimmy.
You know what?
We got Steph. Draymond.
Kaminga. I got to shout out Ralph and Coyote Creek, our boy Ralph.
Yeah, pass it to Tiempo.
You know, I got to, Ralph,
Get on my
he disappointed me last night with this text.
Oh,
he really
boy.
did. He kind of killed my vibe. I was feeling good. Buddy Buckets, by the way, at least 15
Hey,
and
just
4 in the
play the
last
Kings
6.
every time.
Listen, he was good in Charlotte.
Yeah.
He hit
Yeah, no.
threes. He was good in Madison Square Garden. He's playing well.
Guy always has a smile on his
I was
face,
with
which I
Guru last
appreciate.
week. Somebody called
doubted
him.
him.
Somebody called him last week. Was like, Buddy needs to play off the court because he went 0 for 8 against Brooklyn. I said, well, wait a minute. You wouldn't have won the Knicks game without him. You wouldn't have won the Hornets game without him.
Yeah.
You were struggling, so give Buddy his love. But Ralph and Coyote Creek, I love you, but you disappointed me last night. Out of nowhere, I'm feeling good on the post-game show. Warriors are rolling. Beat up on the stinking Kings. We don't have to hear about them frauds for the rest of the season. They're done. But he just texted me randomly, you still hate Butler? And I was like, wait a minute here. Nobody hated the player. We hated what was going on in Miami.
Well, have you checked Miami? They've lost 5 in a row.
No, they're free falling. They're done. They're cooked. They're
furious.
They're
By the way,
cooked.
Miami on the schedule soon.
Yeah, they are. They're going out to South Beach, Miami. They're going out to South Beach, Miami.
Hate Jimmy Butler.
Oh, they
right
hate,
now.
but the optics didn't look good. The optics didn't look good. And I know there were some people in the organization that was like, I don't know if we should have did this. I don't know. We extended on blah, 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 blah. There was never a question about Jimmy the player. It was Jimmy the guy off the court.
I did. Like, there are things to be worried about regarding, like, the fit. And I'll tell you this, the glove fits.
Well, give credit to Steve Kerr for that. We've been talking about that ad nauseum the last couple months. I mean, Bonta, you guys were taking calls. I think it's time for a new voice, a new change for this organization going forward.
We know how that went down.
Well, again.
Cam and Antioch, has he called lately?
No, he has not.
Has he called lately? I called him out on TV.
Oscar and Stockton did call, though. Wasn't flexing about, I was right and you were wrong about Draymond. We gave him his love. He's like, you know what? He never wavered off Draymond Green. We gave Oscar and Stockton his love. But Steve Kerr, you know, a lot of people have called in this morning and apologized to Steve and saying, you know what? I was wrong.
We got to apologize for a 4-time champion.
Turn on the mic.
I don't know if you heard this. Like, somebody called in today. They were so high.
Oh,
I mean, woo.
There's the laugh. Give it to me.
He was apologizing.
That was Joe and SF. Joe and SF.
Joe and SF. He was smoking the cookies. Damn. I need to hear that call now.
Half the call.
I want to hear that call.
Like that.
I want to hear the call. No, all these guys deserve their flowers. Starting from the top. Joe Lacob. How many people on Twitter had the audacity to put him in a clown wig and a clown news, not knowing what bad ownership is? We just watched 2 teams from the East Bay get up and leave. Joe Lacob, and he told me there also break. Bonta, I spent over $600 million in luxury taxes. Oh, I know. You're not a bad owner. Mike Dunleavy, can you put some respect on his name for crying out loud? Quentin Post?
Yeah.
Quentin Post?
I came in one day after watching him, and I said, guys, this guy's a rotational player minimum. He's a player.
Right. Shout out Trevor Haas of the Boston Globe, who told us that this guy, he's
better defensively.
He's better defensively, right?
He's actually altering shots.
Steve Kerr. Just one game. I'll use one game as an example. Orlando. Okay, the small lineup wasn't working, so I'm going to make the subtle adjustment at halftime and start Quentin Post.
I loved
Quentin Post scored 16 of his 18 in the second half.
Flipped it.
Steph Curry goes 56. Steve Kerr's been doing this for years. So, yes, give these guys their flowers. They know what they're doing.
Absolutely. And I'll piggyback off what you just said there. We just watched 2 organizations play last night where ownership matters so much.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
You look at Bonta 2 years ago, you would have thought in that playoff series, the trajectory of the Sacramento Kings was what it's like. Wow, this could be a team that's going to be competing for the playoffs for years to come.
I thought we were 2 trains going in opposite directions.
I think that's how a lot of people felt. Even though you won and it took 50 points,
I agree.
Game 7, you thought, wow, this could be a fun rivalry going forward. And the Kings, let's look out. 2 years later, you get involvement from Vivek Ranadive, the governor for the Sacramento. He's put his thumbprint in the worst way possible in that organization. De'Aaron Fox is now gone. Sabonis is probably going to be gone. And you're left with Zach LaVine, who's going to probably be traded in a couple of years again. I don't know. Like, they don't have a direction on that team. Doug Christie, great. It's a cute story for a little bit. He's an interim head coach.
He'll be gone.
He'll be gone. And they got rid of Mike Brown for what?
It's Sacramento's problem, man.
Did they have a scouting report? Quentin Post was wide open.
Ownership matters is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, ownership does matter.
And Joe Lacob, give him his credit, to your point.
Good point. Rich Paul went up there to Sacramento, and he really did them in with the whole De'Aaron Fox situation. But the fact that the San Antonio Spurs were able to keep Stephon Castle, and the Kings gave in to San Antonio, I would have just waited.
Yes.
I would just say, you know what? We're going to trade you anywhere. Trade them to Chicago. Trade them to Charlotte. I don't care. But you did yourself in, and now they're a mess. They have no direction. You're going to build around LaVine or DeRozan. Nice players, but you're not going to win anything around those players.
Is Zach LaVine? I don't even know what he is.
Think about that.
What is Zach LaVine?
Warrior fans were down so bad, Shasky. We were begging for Vooch, LaVine,
Cam
Johnson. I mean, you name it. We were down bad. And it took Kevin Durant to basically say, yes, I don't want to come back, to pivot back to Jimmy Butler. And all of a sudden, you're 13-1 with Jimmy. Jimmy and Steph scored 17 points yesterday. And they won by 24 and scored another 30.
Their defense as a whole has been so freaking good. Their ability to double someone in the paint and then the other guy to rotate their help defense. They're not going crazy in terms of closing out on people and leaving their feet. They're rebounding well. They're pushing ahead well in transition. To me, it's the connectivity on both ends of the floor. This feels like the best basketball I've seen this team play since 2022.
Oh, without question.
Going back to 2022, we were kind of just having fun with it. And we're not doing like-for-like comparisons, but like, why do I feel like this is a better team?
I do.
Than the 2022
Heading into
team?
the playoffs, it feels they're in more sync.
But
heading into the playoffs, the Draymond injury and all kinds of stuff.
And having said that, it's not a like for like the same, because I do think the depth in the West and in the East, the teams now are better than what they were in 2022. So there's a lot baked into that. So you could be a better team, but still not as advanced as far as you did back in 2022. I do think it's a fun question to ask, though.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to compare them to a championship team, but I understand what you guys are saying, that going into the playoffs, we didn't know about Steph. Steph hadn't played in like 18 games. His first action was the first round of game one, coming off the bench against Denver. We didn't know about Draymond's back until he returned for the last 5-6 games, and they got on a little bit of a heater there. Klay Thompson, you know how he was going to react to everything that was going on there. Jordan Poole, his first postseason, you didn't know how he was going to respond to the bright light. So on paper, this team right now looks a lot better. I'll agree with that. But they've got to do it, right? And the West is deep with OKC and all these teams up in the Western Conference battling for the 2, 3, 4, 5 spots. So, but right now they're playing some really good basketball.
Did you hear that noise?
What was that?
The Lakers falling in the standings.
Yeah, they are. They've lost 3 in a row. They're the 4th seed right now. Again, are you fearing that team if you're playing them? I don't think
I do.
God.
I still do.
So you say that, and then you say, I'm actually scared of them. Like,
well, I want to avoid them in the first round.
Oh, whatever.
That's like one of the few
way the
teams
Warriors
I
are playing with their brand of basketball. I don't fear anyone in the West. You can respect them. I don't fear them. I don't fear anyone.
The Lakers yet, so
Almost.
You know.
But is LeBron even going to play? Like he's 40 years old, guys. Like
He'll
that's.
Be back. Relax.
Oh, you think it?
He is reloading for the playoffs.
You think it's all Fugazi?
No, it's not Fugazi. But they will extend this another week to get his last little vacation before the playoffs. LeBron's going to be just fine.
He'll go to Germany.
Come on.
Oh
He's probably already gone to Miami.
He's gone to Miami.
Germany, whatever. They got doctors coming over from Germany, Dusseldorf or whatever it is, Dusseldorf, whatever the hell it is. LeBron will be just fine. The Lakers are a scary team. They're a scary team.
Again, there's 3 teams in the West right now as Bonta Hill's joining us, courtesy of the Rave Islands guest line. Matt wanted me to get that in there, so there you go. Courtesy of the Rave Islands guest line. Thank you, Bonta Hill. There's only 3 teams in the West right now where I think home court, like just getting into out of the play-in and not having home court, it doesn't matter to any of them. The Warriors, they don't need home court. The Lakers, they don't need a home court. And I don't think the Nuggets need one because they've won it. It helps because of the altitude, but like a team like the Grizzlies, I think absolutely needs it. Thunder are going to get it. They need it.
God, I want the
Could you imagine the Thunder, for example, could you imagine this Thunder team this year having to go to Chase Center in a Game 7? Like, I don't think they could have risen up to that occasion. I think that would get to a Shea, a Chet, some of those players.
The Warriors won't have home court
No,
advantage.
I'm saying it matters. It matters to those teams, is what I'm saying. They're not going to. I think it matters. Like, I don't like the Warriors having to go to Oklahoma City in the Game 7. I don't think that phases them.
OKC is really good, man. Like, I know everybody doesn't fear them, and I know there's been a lot of chatter about them maybe facing them. That's a really damn good team.
It is, but what if I said to you that Jalen is shooting career efficiency lows across the board?
He is, Jalen Williams. No doubt. There's been in and out, but he's...
Chet, here's the question I have with Chet. Like,
can he hold up physically?
And what if they just try to run him in pick and rolls till he's blue in the face? Because that's what you do to a lot of these bigs.
I don't know, man.
I love him, though.
They're a deep roster. The way they win the Boston the other night and just smack them, like, I feel like now OKC is becoming disrespected over the last 3 weeks. Okay. And that can motivate them. Like, we forget, they took Dallas to 6 last year in a very good series. Very good series. That was basically their first run together in the playoffs. Now, I know SGA has some run with the Clippers, and I know, look, the Warriors match up really well with them. The last 2 years, the Warriors and Thunder have played some of the best games in all the NBA. Back and forth, overtime games, game winners, you name it. But they're a damn good team, and I think people need to start respecting them.
Who's more disrespected? I think I asked this again. Yeah, who's more disrespected, the Cavs or the Thunder? Because neither team,
and both those teams with the Boston and smacked them.
They did.
The Cavs?
Should we be sleeping on the Celtics? Like, I don't know. Like, the Celtics, I think everyone's kind of shooing them into the finals still. I think I am. I'm not betting against them. If the season ended today...
Well, we just don't know about the two bigs, right? Like, that's the question. Like, what happens in a playoff series with the two bigs that works during the regular season? We saw it in Minnesota a couple years ago. They're better than what Minnesota was a couple years ago, but... I mean, they've won, 15 in a row, and no one's talking about them?
Nobody's talking about them.
Tied your own, baby.
3 different 12-game winning streaks. Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's insane.
3.
They're 30-4 at home and 25-6 on the road.
They have a big game today against Memphis. So, if the scoreboard watching, you need Cleveland to beat Memphis. Let Memphis drop down another loss.
Taylor Jenkins. I need Jimmy Butler in a series getting all the free throw calls with Taylor Jenkins.
Shasky locked it in 5 games. It'll take the Warriors if they face the Grizzlies. He's saying 5 games.
It's not even a doubt.
5 or 6. 5 or 6.
I
was like 5 is a little rich for me.
As we like to call it in the industry.
5 or 6.
No one fears the Grizzlies at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
They got rid of LaRavia for whatever reason. LaRavia's a good player.
We saw him yesterday. Yeah,
he's a good player. I don't know why they got rid of him. Aldama's a good player. No, you keep. Look, the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are not.
Madsen sent me something. I gotta read it.
ESPN 1320.
One of you filibuster.
Okay, sure.
Well, I would fear OKC more than I fear Denver right now. Denver
a beat writer covering the team. LaRavian continues to leave his mark on this Kings team. When he scores, it's a bonus. He just makes winning plays. He's a winning player. LaRavis finished the game with 13 points, a steal, and assists. Without him, this game would have been a blowout. You lost by 26.
So difference is 26 or 39.
You lost by 26.
26 though, right?
Beat writer.
26.
Where do some of these beat writers, man? Since I've been off of morning radio, I've been kind of sitting back, laying in the cut.
No, you haven't.
There's some wackadoodles out there, man.
Like crazy.
No, I tweet, but I don't look at the timeline. I just tweet. I'm
off my timeline.
I'm at the office and I'm just tweeting, just a little bit here and there.
The dental office.
Did you guys do a segment about what happened this week?
What happened
on one of your pregame shows?
What happened on our
Well, about how the great Matt Steinmetz gave his jersey to the great Steph Curry.
That's right.
We did not bring that up on the pregame show. Rumor has it that Steph just kind of threw it out the window on 280. When he got on that 280 ramp going home down to the South Bay, just kind of threw it to the Caltrate tracks.
Wow.
That's what I heard. We want me to bring that up on the pregame show?
On the other side, we're going to bring that up. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Bonta Hill is in studio for the entire hour, as he is each and every Friday, courtesy of River Islands. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
God, he just says that name Spadoni with just so much happiness. And then right after it's Shafsky, it's just...
I know it's raining. We just won. We blew the Kings out. We've won 11 in a row with Jimmy. Hype me up, Risotto.
It's called quiet confidence. It's called quiet confidence. Something you don't know anything about, quiet confidence. But, this is how
this is kind of like depressing music on a Friday. It's like, man, did they lose by 40? I mean, the rain's coming down. What is this stuff?
By the way, Bonta Hill in studio with us, as he is each and every Friday at 9 o'clock, courtesy of the River Island.
This should be titled, We Got Lamont Wade Jr. in the leadoff spot.
Oh, gosh. Hey, can they hurry up and trade for Vlad Jr., please?
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you something.
Right, that's not happening.
No, they need. No, I think it could happen. He's going
to be a free agent.
Okay. I think it could happen.
Sure.
What? Yeah.
We've done this every year for the Giants. This guy.
No. It's a new regime. It's a new regime.
Harrison, Luciano, Matos, whatever they take. Whatever it takes. Not Eldridge, but whatever it takes.
They didn't do what it takes to get Corbin Burns. Why are they going to do what it takes to get Vlad Jr.?
Well, Arizona used their home field advantage.
No, there's a number. There's a number, according to reports, that the Giants were unwilling to go to that Corbin would have signed off on.
I'm not mad at it.
Okay, there you go. I'm not mad at the Golden State Warriors or Stephen Curry, Bonta, going for 4,000 career regular season three-pointers. Shasky and I were talking about that earlier. That's probably not what you're going to lead off with when it comes to Stephen Curry, the 4,000 career three-pointers in the regular season. It'll be on the page of some sort. Maybe it's on the second page of all of his accolades. But when you hear that, does your mind immediately go to unbreakable records, or is it just another chapter in the book that is Stephen Curry?
Before you answer, what I was saying was that it's really hard to quantify because it's not a number that I would rattle off the top of my head. And then I said to him, who's the greatest doubles hitter of all time? I don't know, most people don't even know.
I said Alex Rodriguez.
Tris Speaker. But no one's going to come up with that. You wouldn't even know what the number is. Right. That's kind of the way I feel with these three-pointers.
It's different now because the game is so predicated on a three-point shot. And so that's why I think it is a breakable record because kids are growing up shooting nothing but threes.
Luka.
Shooting nothing but Trae Young may have a shot at breaking this record. Now, how far can Steph go? Can he go to 4,500? Can he go to 5K? I think 4,500 is more reasonable. But what's more impressive to me, 4K is great. Damn near half his points have come from the three-point line. It's
crazy.
Pretty absurd. But also... He's less than 5,000 away from 30,000 points. And to me, if he scores 30,000 points over the course of his career, wow. Yeah. This guy's 37 today. Yeah. He's playing like he's 27. Happy birthday, Steph. The bilateral knee tendonitis you never hear about it. Although the back yesterday, there's a wrap on the back yesterday. He wasn't moving.
In the first half, he didn't look 27.
He wasn't moving as well with the back and the wrap around him.
Third quarter, he moved well.
Since Jimmy entering that game last night, he's averaging 30 in the last 14 games.
What is that?
Since Jimmy's come aboard, he's averaging 30. He's shooting 49.
He was at 22.
He was at 22. It's like a 7-point increase.
Wow. It's insane.
7 to 8 point increase. Wow. Field goal percentage is damn near 50%. The three-point percentage is over 42%.
Wow.
I mean, the guy's on a heater right now, and all it took was a nice little subtle trade, getting another alpha in here, and damn, they're rolling again. But no, 4K doesn't come to top of mind. He's got so many milestones.
Right.
So many.
Shasky put it perfectly. He's like, the only number he cares about there is the first number, which is 4. That's the rings he has.
Yep.
And he's focused on the fifth. He talked to Steiny and Goo earlier in the week. That is what his focus is on. And maybe he will play into his 40s. You never know. He was kind of talking about that. And we were talking about maybe Jonathan Kaminga, if he proves to be the player we all think he can be, maybe he extends Stephen Curry on with this team. And by the way, think about Steph. And they blew out the Kings yesterday. Steph and Jimmy combined for 17 points.
I know.
It's insane to say. If I told you that 2 months ago, Bonta, that Steph had 11 points in the game and they blew out the Kings. No, they would have gotten blown out. They would have gotten blown out.
So you have Jimmy the stabilizer. You have Draymond Green playing out of his mind right now, playing great basketball. JK comes back, Looney, GP2. The whole squad is connected. And we were talking about it during the break. This whole 2-timeline thing, it's working. The 2-timeline process is working. Brendan Pajemski in his second year was playing excellent basketball. Moses Moody, all of a sudden, he's getting some runway. He's playing. He told us the other day on the postgame show, it's the most comfortable I felt since I've been an NBA player.
They've merged the two timelines into one. Yeah. That's the way Loveman said it. I love the way he described that.
And they were trying to do that over the last couple of years, and it just didn't quite work out the way you wanted it to work out. But right now, you got Kaminga, you have Brendan Pajemski, Moses Moody, and Quentin Post. quit and post.
All right.
Stretch 5. We finally got a stretch 5.
Shocking. Bonta is as in on the Warriors as I am. Here's the question.
I don't know. I didn't say championship or anything, but I
said deep playoff run.
I
10 games over. Today's the day. Get on my height.
Well, I think they're a very dangerous team.
I said
dangerous.
If you get what Jonathan Kaminga did yesterday going forward, they are going to be a championship team. See, I believe that.
Well, my guy Josh Prado, he listens to the roast still. He works over at NBC, cameraman. He's a Kings fan.
Josh.
He came to my desk yesterday. It was second quarter. He goes, Bonta, I feel like I'm watching a finals team right now. I said, damn. Well, sign me up for that.
Right?
My guy must have 20/20 vision. No, because him and I feel the same way.
Dude, and Josh is a truth teller. Josh Prado, this kid doesn't say a word. He only talks to me, it seems like. He goes, Bonta, I feel like I'm watching a finals team. I was like, man, don't tell that to me. They were 57-34.
Don't give me hope.
Trust me, I would love to work through June.
I think all of us would, yes.
I would love to be talking basketball 24 hours a day until June.
What a Keaton win start.
Just in time for Bryce Eldridge to make his debut.
Exactly.
There you go.
We've kind of gone this far. And look, Warriors, great, but I do need to get some Niner opinions from you because this has been a hellacious week.
How was the entire show yesterday, by the way? I know you chimed in. I know you were listening, Bonta. It was Mac Jones.
Oh, I listened. I dropped Chester off at 9:10. And I listened. I actually wanted some Warriors talk, and then I just heard all about McCorkle Jones. I got a little part of
Michael McCorkle Jones.
Yeah, but here's the reality. Here's the reality. And I've been telling Niner fans, like, okay.
Not that you guys are boring, but Mac Jones I was just like, all right.
I like Dre Greenlaw a lot. I understand why. Like, there might have been a number. We'll see what the guarantees are. There might have been a number that they were uncomfortable with. Like, let's say it's 3 years of guarantees. Like, I probably wouldn't have done that, given where he's at. I love the player. Talanoa Hufanga, and you keep referencing the All-Pro. Yes, he was an All-Pro by name that year. I didn't think the final 7 or 8 games was All-Pro level. I'm not trying to take anything away. He's been hurt a lot. I wouldn't have brought back another box safety. Leonard Floyd stunk. And I'm not trying to rip him, but like, really, we're crying about Leonard Floyd? Aaron Banks, I'm not giving him $70 million.
$77 million.
That's crazy.
Jalen Moore got $30 million.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, no.
So Do I think that the Niners made or broke their next year off the first week of free agency? No, not at all. I think none of their odds changed. I don't think their outlook for the season has changed. Now, if they don't get a Brock Purdy deal done, that changes the equation. Losing Debo on the surface, it's emotional. I love Debo. I wish him well. I get why they've moved off him. And Juice. The outcry over losing Juice. I love Juice. He was here 9 years. They were one of the worst short yardage running teams the last 2 years that I can think of. And Juice, solid player. Come on. Like, I watched Jim Harbaugh turn a D-end into an All-Pro fullback. We're crying about a fullback? The Niners are going to be okay if you believe in Brock and if you believe in Jim Harbaugh. Where do you stand? Because Niner fans are losing their minds.
Jim Harbaugh? Yeah, he's down in L.A. right now. You mean Kyle Shanahan?
No, I'm saying when Jim Harbaugh was here, I watched Jim Harbaugh turn a D-end into an All-Pro fullback.
Real quick, Bonta, before you answer that. Former 49ers players have now made over $321 million on new deals with their new team.
It's insane.
I would say that a lot of those are overpaid.
Well, Dre Greenlaw's the one that hurts me.
Sure.
Dre Greenlaw, but we only saw him for 2 quarters and maybe 4 plays in the Miami game. So I don't know where he's at physically. It's going to be a big loss, but the Niners have done well at drafting linebackers. We see Al Shire with the Houston Texans become a captain and a damn good linebacker. I think they'll be fine finding somebody to pair next to Fred Warner. All the other guys, Banks, everybody talk bad about Banks around here. Everybody talk bad about Leonard Floyd. Everybody talk bad about Jalen Moore. So those players walking away, I'm okay with that. Are they the best team in the NFC West right now today on paper? Probably not. The Rams are probably better. But I'm looking around the division. Seattle got rid of DK and gave Sam Darnold a 3-year deal.
And Lockett.
Anybody fear Sam Darnold? I don't.
Really.
No. I don't.
I look at him and Geno very similar.
Yeah, Geno. You can say Geno's a better player.
Yeah,
I mean, he's done more.
I watched Geno beat the Niners in a 2-minute draft.
Nobody fears Sam Darnold. So what do you do with Brock in the contract? How well do you draft? And what's going to happen to the second wave of free agency? Because there's still some diamonds in the roughs out there. When you talk about Hufanga, his angles in terms of tackle, I've seen him miss so many tackles. Just pop on the tape on Monday Night Football against Detroit last season. He took so many bad angles. He's not the quickest guy. I think maybe he struggled coming back from that ACL injury.
I don't think he was healthy.
I don't think he was healthy at all, but I've watched him whiff on tackles, blow angles, miss tackles, you name it. So I'm not as outraged as everybody right now. I don't know, but that's the internet. The internet's going to find something to be outraged.
And you're seeing all these players getting signed, and it comes to the realization that you're at a pivot right now as an organization. I think that's what fans are having a hard time wrapping their head around. Like, yeah, you had a horrible season. Like, it was not a good season, and this is what happens when you have a horrible season. You try to trim the fat and get better and get rid of some of these bad contracts or players that you don't need. Now, the Brandon Ayuk one's going to be interesting. I don't think they're going to trade him.
Who's trading for a guy who's hurt?
I don't know. The latest rumor right now is the Carolina Panthers potentially maybe be interested.
They don't know where he's at medically. Like, he's got an ACL and an MCL. The Niners are going to have to sit on this. And it was bad business by the Niners last season by not getting the deal done early on. They let that linger and linger and linger, and the receiver market explodes. Then all of a sudden, he's a diva and you're a diva.
Yeah, but
and
why
all
are they putting this out now? See, my thing is like, guys, you sign him to the deal. Let's make the best of the deal. Right. Why are we already leaking that we want him out?
Yeah, don't alienate the guy if you need him to be good next year.
I think people are leaking things for them. I don't know what's going on with that. There's always these rumors about the Niners that are just not true.
Well, Joey Bosa on line one, people are saying, like Rappaport was saying, they were never in. Like, Niners seriously never in on Joey Bosa.
And I don't blame them. He missed 23 games the last 3 regular seasons. He's not a good player. Yeah, he missed 23 games the last 3 regular seasons. He had 14 sacks in the 28 games he did play. Sure, he had some quarterback pressures, but he wasn't as impactful. I talked to Evan Giddings, who's in charge of. He watches every single Charger fan. He's like, dude, do not go that route.
They're happy with Khalil Mack coming back. He's 34 years old. They're happy with Mack coming back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like all the guys that they got rid of in the last couple years, Mike Williams, Keenan, like none of those guys.
And they brought back Mike Williams, by the way, too.
Yeah, for $5 million.
Yeah, I know. Which is way cheap.
But like, look at all the guys that Harbaugh's gotten rid of. They haven't. I don't know. I trust Harbaugh's evaluations.
Yeah, and I trust Kyle and John in somewhat their evaluations, but they had to get their books in order. And look, the part I did, you guys were talking later. When I was listening yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour about trading Brock or something, you said that you wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers traded Brock.
No, I'd be shocked.
I don't know if I would be that shocked if the Niners did something. Now, I don't think it's happening.
Why do you say that?
Because John Lynch told us 5 years ago, the phone lines are always open, and they'll listen to any deal. Did they not? Did they not? The Niners have been willing and dealing for years. Right.
You're leading me down this. There is a part of Kyle that reminds me of Don Nelson in the sense of like, oh, you guys all think that guy's great? I don't think he's that good. Oh, you think that guy stinks? I think he's really good. Watch me show you. Oh. And I mean this in an endearing way. He's so good at what he does, and he's so arrogant with what he thinks he can do. And I'm saying this in a loving way. I think he's right sometimes because he can make bad players look good. Case in point, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right. Well, not only that, but Kyle told Tim Kawakami last year on his podcast, what does it look like when you have a player on a rookie deal as opposed to a quarterback making $40 to $50 million? Like, Kyle and John have told us that they have been willing and dealing and will listen to anything. So I don't think Brock's getting traded. I think he's going to get
But you wouldn't
deal.
be shocked.
Okay. Hell no, I wouldn't be shocked. These are the 49ers under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What have we been watching the last 8 years?
I think I would be shocked.
Have you been keeping up?
Man.
Has anybody been keeping up with the 49ers?
Talking about emotions between two franchises right now that could not be different is the emotions and the vibes around the Golden State Warriors as compared to the San Francisco 49ers. But you know what? The vibes are great around 95-7 the game right now. We got Bonta in studio. We got Joe Shasky right here. We had Steph Curry join Steiny and Goo earlier in the week. To cap it all off, starting Monday, boys and girls, our studios are going to have a brand new sponsor, Joe Shasky. Brand new sponsor starting Monday.
Wait, the whole studio?
Yes.
A whole new sponsor?
This is massive, dude. Huge.
Okay. Who is it?
Who is it? It's going to be Laughing Monk Brewing in Santa Clara, baby. Where's my DJ horn at? I need the DJ horn. I need it all. I got it all right here. Let's go. Give it to me. You know, you got to do it.
Jesus.
You know what's crazy? Laughing Monk. That was the place we did the Doobie Awards.
That is.
And Sam Gadiri is like one of the, like, honest to God, most genuine people.
Where is Sam? Get Sam
Well, Matt is talking his ear off.
That's why. In here. I met his sister and him at Chase Center when we did Knockout. Just the nicest guy. He told me they're going to rename the lobster ravioli after Shasky.
There he is. Let's go.
Wait, how did you get
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
You're not renaming a dish after Shasky. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before Sam sits up and opens his mic, I have to play something. Usually clients are shy and hesitant to come on air. But take a listen to Sam when we brought him on the Doobie Awards in December. He had no problem coming at the king. He had no problem coming at it, Shasky.
Well, he's a king slayer.
You're a big basketball fan. You're a big sports fan. You listen to the show. You listen to the station.
How sad do the Warriors make you?
Yeah.
Really, really sad.
More sad than your Cal Bears?
I don't know why you were trying to get personal right now.
Seriously.
The bowl game. That ain't right. Shasky, I've got a beef with you.
Uh-oh.
I went and looked at the lobster ravioli, and all the lobster was picked out of it. I want you to be honest with me.
Yeah.
Was it you?
No.
I got cameras everywhere. We're gonna check the tape.
Oh, I love that.
Oh my God, that was Sam Gadiri right here in studio. By the way,
we get a guest and everybody wants to run into the studio and act like they're working now.
Crazy.
Look at Lucas Alexander's never been here this early.
Well,
how you doing, Sam? What's up, Sam?
I'm doing great. It's interesting because I didn't know that this is going to be an ambush. I came in here in good faith. I wanted to, Laughing Monk Studio, so excited about the partnership, and then you do me like that, Bonta?
I'm just a guest, man. It's their fault.
On behalf of everybody at 95.7
I walked in with you, Sam.
No, I mean this with all my heart. Like on behalf of 95.7 The Game, like. We love you. You're a great person, and we're really excited for this. And thank you from everybody, from our listeners, everybody. We're going to redecorate the studio a little. I don't want to give away too much, but you not only housed us for the Doobies, which was one of the coolest things we've ever done as a station and just as a group, as a show. My wife was like, how have we never been to this location on our way to Levi's? Right. You're over here with tailgates. We should have been here drinking and eating over at Laughing Monk, but you've also got locations here in the city. And I'm really looking forward. This is going to be amazing. And just like I'm not pretending like, I speak for everyone, but I do in this case. Thank you. Like, on our audience, the people that work here, thank you guys for taking this leap with us. We're so excited, and I want everybody, people that support the roast, people that support 95.7 The Game, that listen to Steiny and Goo, that were at the watch party last night, Willard and Dibs, all the other things that we do here, Evan and Mark, and all the different pre- and post-game shows. Support Laughing Monk Brewery because they're supporting us, and now we're all family. 95.7 The Game and Laughing Monk.
You guys have just welcomed us in. It's been amazing, and I'm so excited for what we have planned in the future.
Dude, I'm so pumped.
Laughing Monk Studios, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Laughing Monk Studios, man?
Well,
I feel jealous,
things start
man.
percolating.
I feel jealous.
The last 2 months.
Hold on, Sam. Did you really name them lobster ravioli after Shasky?
I was honored, and I asked him, and he said, yes, we can name the lobster ravioli after. And this is my way of saying I'm sorry, for calling you out during the Doobie Awards.
I love good food. My wife and I, you hear the term foodies. I was a butcher for many years. My wife was a waitress for 15 years. Like, food service is how we got here. We love people that are all about their business and, are at their business, and it's a small local business because it is family. You know this. Running it is not something that you just do. It's a 365 lifestyle, and seeing you and your staff and everybody, like, it's the perfect partnership with us here at 95.7 because that's how we are. We live, eat, breathe sports. You live, eat, breathe your restaurant, and, like, what better way to be local than with us and with you, and it's perfect.
Yeah, and the best thing about, naming that dish after you is I really didn't have a choice because everyone would come in and be like, hey, where's the Shasky ravioli or linguine? And I was like,
full of stuff.
I mean, the Italian's right here, Sam. Joe Spadoni.
Well, maybe the cannoli.
The Spadoni linguine rolls off the tongue a little bit better. I'm just saying, man. Just throw a Paisano bone over here, okay?
You know what? That does have a nice ring to it. I wouldn't do you like that, Shasky.
Okay.
It's all right.
That's okay.
The Polish got the pierogies. It's okay.
Dude, I'm so pumped.
Bunch of beggars are here. I said, damn.
Well, we got our hands out.
Spadoni, can I say something? Ever since you've been on, God, this show has been absolutely amazing. I cannot get enough of it. Congratulations so much.
I appreciate it. No, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, it's just a coincidence. You're right. I mean, Jimmy Butler arrives at the same time I arrive. I mean, we're just
how can I do an ACC tournament?
That's crazy.
Hey, they got a linebacker at my draft. Sam, let me ask you.
I was talking about basketball.
You were at Chase Center for the knockout tournament, right?
Yes.
How cool was that?
Ballin'.
It was absolutely amazing. I felt like I was Steph Curry.
Have you ever been on the floor?
No.
Yeah,
no.
I had never really shot a basket on an NBA court ever, so that was really cool for me. Of the three of us, who had the best looking jumper?
Ooh. Well, how do I describe Bonta's jumper? Like I have a 4-year-old, right? And I'm trying to teach him the game, and but he's got to kind of put it to his shoulder and then like launch it up. I mean, Bonta, athletic, 6'7". I just thought I was going to get a little bit more form there. But Shasta, you got a nice looking shot.
I fancy myself the best athlete of the three of us.
He was the best athlete, but also got eliminated immediately. I made the championship round. I'm just saying.
I was out.
It's okay.
Sometimes that happens.
It's okay. Shoot. There you go.
I made it around at least. I got through a lot. I got some cardio in, Sam.
Oh my God.
No, honestly, like I know that I've said this 15 times, but thank you. Like, I'm so excited for this. And where can people who support 95.7 The Game, how can they find you guys? How can they follow you on social media? Because, like, that's the big thing now. The rage is following on social media. Where can we go support you? Because we want our big, powerful engine of support to help support you as well.
You can come visit us at our website on laughingmonk.com, at Laughing Monk Brewing, our Instagram handle. We got locations in Scotts Valley, Sunnyvale. We have a San Francisco tap room. We're going to have a San Francisco gastropub in the next few months.
You know, with location by USF.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get more San Francisco than the word gastropub. So you got
for the Masonic, baby. We got big things.
Love it. And if you're on your way to Levi Stadium, I mean it. You got to go down to the Laughing Monk one that we had the doobies at. That was an incredible setup. The food is outstanding. The beer, the live atmosphere, the TVs, watch the games. It's amazing.
And can I do a quick shout out?
Absolutely. Shameless shout outs today.
Last night we hosted Middy's women's basketball team.
One of the most dominant programs in all the land.
Shout out to Coach Armando, who coaches a lot of them, and Coach Sue Phillips, who's taking them to the championship games.
Let's go.
And that's
on
with
Saturday.
a bunch of injuries.
But McKinnon got hurt for the year. Tore ACL.
That team's outstanding. They have a freshman who was WCAL Player of the Year.
Oh, I mean, just absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm a Bellarmine guy, so it hurts me to promote Middy, but they are doing such a great job out there, and hopefully they'll take home the championship for NorCal.
Yeah, we need them to win a state championship. No doubt about it.
Two WCAL teams on the men and the women's side.
You got Reardon.
So we also are hosting King's Academy.
Oh, nice.
So Coach, and just to show you how amazing 95.7 is at bringing people together. At the Doobie Awards, I met Coach Karras, who coaches the men's Kings Academy team, who are also going to the championship game in Sacramento.
That's awesome.
Let's go.
That is great.
So shout out to them too.
Hell yeah.
Sam Kadiri, Laughing Monk Brewing, Santa Clara. We're so excited to be partnering with them. Laughing Monk Studios. Now it's the Laughing Monk Studios. It's another read for Steiny, obviously, who's coming up next to Guru. So he's going to have to do that starting ASAP. Laughing Monk Studios. Sam, we appreciate it, man.
There better be a Steiny Ale.
You're so good to us.
No, there better not be no Steiny Ale.
By the way, that was our Fast Five, by the way.
That was Fast Five. That was Fast Five. Sam, you took all the airtime up.
Brought to you by Xfinity.
What's up, Sam?
That was me.
About the Warriors. Warriors looking good?
Oh, they're looking great. Jimmy.
Jimmy.
And honestly, that's all you got to say. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
absolutely incredible.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, there's only one place that's got better vibes than the Golden State Warriors, and that's 95.7 The Game right now.
Doubt about it.
We got it going.
I'm on a high. I'm on a natural high. Seriously, Steiny, I didn't sleep. I'll stop a little bit. Because we went to the public market in Emeryville thinking we were going to hang out with, friends of the station, guys and gals and children. And Steiny, that place was thick. That means packed. And they just showed us love for the whole entire game. And I'm telling you, man, it ain't about ratings. It ain't about the Niners and the Warriors. We love them all, but it's about the people. And last night, Steiny, we were blessed. Like, I'm not going to forget last night. Shout out Rob Lowe, man. I don't know about you.
No, it was a great night. Great night. Thanks to everybody who was out there. And I'm gonna say 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, I'm gonna run down everybody that was out there because I tried to keep track of everybody who came through just to say thank you. And I know I may miss a couple of you, but
I got you. I got a list.
I was you were touched. I was touched. There were a lot of people there, so just a great time. But enough about us.
All right.
Warriors. Go ahead. Just go ahead, man.
There is no go ahead. It's Buffalo Springfield. Something is happening or may have already happened here.
Wow.
And I told you and Evan this. The vibes are so immaculate now watching young Jonathan Kaminga come back and just remind us, he's a part of this team. He is explosive, right? And we were all waiting for something to go bad or, we had a bunch of thoughts, and I know it's just one game, 48 minutes, 4 quarters, but Steiny, good God, I am so drunk and in love, shout out Beyonce, Steiny, with what the Warriors are doing. If somehow, let's just say they don't win it all this year, this thing is so locked and loaded moving forward to me, I'm not going to be mad in the sense that, Steiny, they still can go to the lab. This thing is not that old, and to watch all the people in one place believe again, because that's what it was. You keep leaving Dre open. You keep leaving Santos and Post and GP3 open. Steiny, you're going to pay for it, man. So I'm up here telling you and telling Evan and the listeners, I don't know where it's going, but it's good right now. And Steiny, this is the last part. I don't think they're overachieving. This is like just a natural evolution of bringing a guy like Jimmy Butler to the Bay. Now other teams got to pay.
Oh, did you do that on purpose?
It just came to my mind off the top.
Not bad.
Freestyle Friday.
Not bad. No, just as it relates to Draymond Green making threes and Gary Payton making some threes. Woo! They're gonna get threes the rest of the season.
And there you go.
Because they have to. They have to get threes the rest of the season because you can't guard them out there.
Wow.
And still then pay attention to the big boys. So the Warriors absolutely take care of the Sacramento Kings last night.
130 points.
130-104. And look, everything's clicking for the Golden State Warriors right now. There's no doubt about it. And here's a couple things that I was just thinking about here's one thing that just hit home last night. And there were a million things, but Jimmy Butler could care less about statistics.
And man,
oh my gosh, this guy is
talk to me, man.
He just doesn't care about stats. One iota. And I was thinking about that. I was talking to some guys last night at Public Market Emeryville about Butler. I get it. He's a forward. And sometimes he plays like a power forward. But I almost view him as a point guard. Like an old-fashioned pass-first point guard because
I like that.
I feel like he comes out and he doesn't try to get his right away. And he looks at the game and he assesses the game and he sees what's going on and then he figures out what's needed and then he goes to work in that area, whether it's defense, whether it's passing, whether it's moving the ball, whether it's defense or whether he's got to start scoring. But his approach to the game.
I love it.
He's got a way of not floating and yet still letting the game come to him.
Can I give you a warehouse term?
Yeah.
he takes inventory.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Okay,
I'll give you a 4 for that. I'll give you a 4 for that. But you know what? Here's what, and we're gonna have a lot of fun today because Goo wasn't in here yesterday. By the way, appreciate you coming out last night.
Oh, no doubt, man.
Seriously, I know you had a lot of stuff going on.
I had a funeral, and Stoney, what did we talk about? You, Evan, and I. You know, funerals should be celebrated. It's a party, right? And that was my version of it. So I wasn't going to leave you hanging. And I am so glad, again, not to be redundant. Stoney, I was touched last night. They could fire me today and walk me to that elevator, and last night will be remembered. We are people's friends. Just our voice, our convo. Kayla, 9 years old,
I know,
remembered our fight verbatim, and she was laughing. I go, young lady, you might want to, don't go this route, but to see that.
Yeah. 9-year-old Kayla came out last night. And she was a little cutie pie, and she was out there with her family. It was fun. It was really a lot of fun. Oh, and by the way.
What do you got?
Steph Curry made his 4,000th three-pointer.
Man.
And why did you have to spoil it with your text?
My text.
About, well, really, he's had 4,500. Weren't you?
That was Evan.
Oh, that was Evan?
That's right. I got the chef on my chest
my
today.
bad.
Shout out Sheen and Warriors World Study. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Wow. Oh, so now you don't have venom towards Evan, huh?
Oh, no, I'm just getting to it.
Okay, all right. That was easy.
So, in case you don't know, that was 4,000 regular season.
Yeah, I mean, he's got like 620 in the playoffs. He got 4,000 3 years ago.
That's incredible. I wonder what he would say to that. Oh, man.
We started figuring out how many he could theoretically end up with.
Wow.
So let's just say he finishes this year with 4,000, I don't know, 200.
Yeah.
He could easily get to 5,000.
Easy.
And especially because he told us he wants to outplay his contract.
So yeah, I got to run this by you and Evan. We're up against it.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first opponent he made his first career three-pointer against? I thought of you two. I've been thinking about us.
I know it. Just because I saw the highlight.
Oh, damn it.
I mean, the better part last night
Does Evan know? Evan, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Phoenix. It was at Phoenix. And it came off an assist from Andres Biedrich.
Yeah. Who would y'all?
And they had him they had Andres on the big screen. Awesome. And
do you guys know who set the screen to free Steph up for his first three?
This has to mean something.
Now you're getting deep. Fitz.
I'm going David Lee.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Close.
Kalena Azubuike.
What?
Oh, don't you long for those days?
Man.
Don't you long for 32 and 50?
That was 50 pounds lighter.
No expectations. Yeah, every win was a gift. It was never expected. But the Golden State Warriors, guys, they're rolling. Let's get into it.
Yep.
The one thing I was thinking, just to take everybody's temperature at this point, is where are you right now with this team? Are we at championship or bust? Is that where we're at? Do you like what's going on, but you still need to see more? And is there anybody out there that still isn't sold on what's going on? What do you think, Goo?
There can't be, but we're here for you. And I'll tell you something that's concerning me on the other side, partner.
Oh, I needed you to say a little more because I got to get my reads.
But if you look at Evan, he's like, get out.
All right, what's coming up on the game is brought 888-957-9570. It's going to be a fun day today. We'd love for you to join in. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
4,000 for Steph Curry, the undisputed author of the three-point rule book and the three-point record book, has added another chapter to his tome.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call. Steph Curry hits his 4,000th regular season three. The Warriors win 130-104. Woo! And, man, we're feeling good today.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
We're feeling good. By the way,
it's payday.
That's the other thing. Yeah. I mean, it's all locking in, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you can feel it, but we certainly can. And we're now coming to you. It's going to be official Monday, but we announced it earlier. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio here in downtown San Francisco, and I couldn't be more thrilled with a brewing company sponsorship, quite frankly.
No doubt, Stoney. So laugh all you can. Partner is good, baby.
So the one thing I've realized is, I'm a little older than a lot of our listeners. And so sometimes I use phrases that people aren't familiar with or they interpret in the wrong way.
Okay.
My mom,
Mary,
was always somebody that, when things were going good, or well, I should say, she would say, Maddie, you gotta get on your knees. Meaning you've got to honor the great things that are happening.
Okay, I got it.
It literally, it means get on your knees and pray and be thankful.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something, Warrior fans. You guys got to get on your knees. I mean, you got to be thankful for what's going on right now. Do you have any idea?
I love you.
How lucky you guys are right now. I know. I knew it because we got a lot of immaturity here. We have a lot of immaturity.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We're all in a good mood. You can laugh at me today.
I get you, partner.
But this thing, Steph Curry got here in 2009. Couple years, 2-3 years of ankle problems, and they win the title in 14.
Yeah, first one.
Dude, it's 10 years later, and they still have action.
Man.
Look at the history of the NBA, and yes, you'll find teams that have had stretches similar to this, but Steph Curry and Draymond Green have been here for the whole ride, and just appreciate it.
And that's why you didn't scoff when I told you, Steiny, you and Evan in the green room, and I mean it. Sometimes you guys look at me like, did he just say that? But it's like, for me to tell you this year may not culminate in a chip, your boy still would be happy. When have I ever uttered those words? You know why? I remember where we were at, all of us, early in this season, Steiny, and I told the chef face to face, I said it, he was kind of despondent, and we didn't know what was going on. So, again, I want to give kudos to Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, who played with Butler, who had the cojones to be like, you know what? We need a change so bad that we're going to allow him to come to our culture, and it's going to be a positive as opposed to this thing blowing up. Just like the basketball part of this is not shocking me. It's like, why was he available? He didn't want to go to the Army. I heard that interview. I don't know if you heard it with Ramona Shelburne, standing with Willard and Dibbs. It was incredible. Her insight about why Butler didn't like the fit in or the military style. And we talked about it last night in Emeryville, Steiny. So, again, I'm with you, partner. But I do got one thing that's on my chest I don't like about what's going on. Houston still, I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy. There's still 3 games ahead of us. So maybe we are just destined for 6. And that's okay.
Somebody, as long as we're going the religion theme, I know somebody out there knows this.
Evan
the one about and then the Kerr things outside of your control and the wisdom to know the difference. There's somebody. Look at this. Everybody's like staring blankly.
Falls under religion. Control.
No, I think it's a.
There was a lot of fill in the blanks in whatever you just said.
But you watch our listeners on one of these text lines. It's the Serenity Prayer. First of all, thank you, Icy Travels.
Wow,
the Serenity Prayer.
All right.
Go ahead and look it up, E, and I'll let you recite it. It's a beautiful verse.
Well, I would ask you if the Warriors had
all this foresight, and they knew that Jimmy Butler was going to be the magic potion and the elixir to cure everything. Why didn't they just do this in November?
Because they thought that Melton, Slow-Mo, and Buddy, and just that alone, Evan, there was no need. And they got off to a 12-3 start, and vibes were immaculate. We can't forget. So I would just counter that to Evan's point, Stoney, of why didn't they do this in November? And I
have an answer.
Was it this bad in Miami in November? Did they think they were going to be able to rectify the Jimmy Butler situation?
I have an answer, and even if it's wrong, I'm sticking to it. They wanted Kaminga back then.
The
Heat needed Kuminga, and they thought they could maybe wait him out.
All right.
And then it got, okay. God.
You about to,
Grant, this is how we got to approach the Houston Rockets.
All right.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah.
The Houston Rockets, you'll have one. I think they have one more game against the Rockets. That one will be in your control. However,
I got you.
Rockets
aren't. Let that
they're
go.
not in this one right now.
Wow.
The Rockets aren't in this one
like
right
that.
now. All right, let's.
Part of AA.
It is. Yes, it is. It's an Alcoholics Anonymous quote too. That
we're here for you.
A couple things. Oh, by the way, there's a lot. 650. Did Steiny get the company credit card from the Hegan yesterday?
I
did not.
Evan, it was so bad.
You know what?
You choked.
Well, I put some on mine, and it better be coming back to me in one.
No, that's what happened getting his. I was waiting when my buddy Skip said, "You want one?" I was like,
Skip bought me one last night, which I appreciated.
Skip is the
but
man.
also, I broke
Not
it
Bayless.
out. I broke it out I bought 6 or 8 drinks for some guys and women.
Yeah, man.
I had to. Come on,
Stoney, the love, the we're a part of people's lives, man. Whether
whether they want it or not.
Yeah, right. Like, damn. They were like, "Hey, how's Noah?" I'm like, "Who the hell is my pops?" They remember.
So here's one of those things that's kind of funny. Well,
it is kind of funny,
to
isn't
me.
it?
We're at the thing last night, and it is funny. I just got reminded of it because someone sent a text to me, or somebody sent a text to me.
Right.
So I'm at the event last night, and I checked my phone, and there's literally 20 messages from different people.
Oh.
And of course, your boy thinks, okay, I'll be honest. My first thought was, everybody wants to say that interview with Curry was cool.
Oh, boy.
That was so cool, you and Curry.
Look at you.
And it's like, dude, I think you got hacked. Dude, your email got hacked.
Oh.
Dude, do you want me to sign up for an Amazon gift card? Steiny, what's going on with your email? What do you do when your email gets hacked? I have no idea.
And you asked me, I said,
I have no idea.
I'm drinking.
I have people from like 9 years ago I haven't talked to, and they're saying, "Hey, man, how you doing? Hey, what do you call?" Yeah, here's hacked.
What did you end up doing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I got
a problem.
I got back to the few people that actually texted me and said, "Did you do this?" And I said, "No, hacked."
But you've had your Twitter hacked.
I know.
Your email hacked.
Yeah.
What else are you going to have hacked in the next 365 days?
Facebook's due next.
Not your bank account,
Then
though.
Instagram, I would think.
Yeah.
And,
as long as it's not your bank account.
Yeah. All right. By the way, I got to add this, and I know it's all Warriors, but that was a Zach LaVine special last night.
Thank the Lord he did not. I'll take that
absolute Zach LaVine special. 5 makes. 5 turnovers, minus 34.
And Evan looked this up, he's played in 1 playoff series in his whole career. I'm not blaming him, but I'm not shocked. That backcourt violation, like, dude, how long you been in the league? This is not CYO. I'll say this, I wanted him, but the Kings got him. Good luck with that. He's just not a winning player, man. Some of his passes, he's just the 24-hour fitness dude. Ooh, he got hops. The ha-ha. But Stoney, he ain't got the dubs. No pun intended.
No,
this sucker. Where's Priest?
I don't know. All right, let's get into it a little bit. Let's go. Let's start out with Spencer in Oakland.
The town.
What's going on, Spencer? How you doing, man?
Hey, folks. I'm great. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to say, appreciate you reminding people to be thankful in good times, not just make requests in bad times. So that's really great. And, I was thinking back last night, like, when did this all start? Because, of course, they played the Steph Curry first three. And what I remember, speaking of being thankful, what I remember was 2012 when Jack threw a pass to Draymond Green in the paint against the Heat in Miami. I think it was December or January, and they won that game. And nobody expected them to win. And all of a sudden, people were like, wait a minute, this Warriors team is pretty good. Of course, we had a couple of years left till we got to a title, but that was the beginning. I think that win right there against the big three of the Heat at the time was a really big deal. So that's what I know. I know it wasn't really a Steph moment, but that's what I think of when I think of Steph had a great game. I mean,
right.
But that's what I think of when I think back. And speaking of, finals or bust, I said this last time I called in, and I really don't think anybody's keeping OKC or the Heat, or not the Heat, the Cavs out of the finals. But the only chance you have is you put them in a close series with close games. They're blowing everybody out.
Right.
But if you can get those young folks in a close series, in a close game, maybe. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but maybe.
Hey.
The youth factor shows. Youth factor shows.
Hey,
that's just basketball wisdom.
I don't know.
Right there.
I don't know what's going to happen, and that's kind of the best part. Before Jimmy Butler got here, I felt like I knew what was going to happen. As it relates to that Heat game that the gentleman was talking about, that's been referenced by the players here and there over the years, that win against the Miami Heat,
the big three.
I'd forgotten Jarrett Jack had thrown the pass. I want to say Draymond went backdoor and had a layup late. Jack, he makes it, and then they beat the Heat, and that was a big game. There's no doubt about it. As far as the players are concerned, they've referenced that game as one where something meaningful happened. It was before any of their titles, but it clearly was a game that gave them a lot of confidence. And the other thing that I remember about that game, and somebody talked about this also, was the celebration after the game by the Warriors.
I'm gonna go fire that up.
And they were young. They were younger. They had
13 years ago.
Yeah, they had Jarrett Jack and remember Carl Landry?
Yeah.
I mean, they played well for the Warriors, those two guys for sure. And they were part of getting this thing started too. So, a lot of fun right now out at the Chase Center. And tomorrow night, they got the Knicks in town.
National TV, yeah.
Are you going?
Yeah, national TV.
Nice, nice. Let's go to Filmo Mike.
He didn't pull up on us last night, but it's all good, Mike.
Yo, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. All that rest of that good stuff, man.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. You can't get fooled again.
Feel me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, but look, I ain't gonna lie. I've been on this hike for about 2 months. Every time I call, I forget to mention this. Y'all need to start putting some respect on Buddy Hill's defense's name, because I've been saying, I swear to God, I've been thinking about this for 2 months, because everybody's trying to poo-poo his defense like, Buddy Hill, he don't play D, that's we missing. No, he's been playing excellent D. He keeps his man in front of him. He's bigger and thicker than you think he is. He got a wider base. So he's actually very fit and pretty strong guy. But the main reason I was calling, I don't know if y'all peeped this observation. I told Evan this last night. This team, even though it's Steph Curry and Draymond's team, the identity slowly but surely is becoming more like Jimmy Butler's. So in a weird way, it's kind of like Jimmy Butler's team, because everybody's playing more like, nobody can play like Steph. Hardly nobody can play like Draymond. But you know what you can do? You can kind of more so play like Jimmy. And it seems like the younger players to even the veterans are playing like Jimmy. And to your point, Jarrett Jack and Carl Landry was key to the development and getting the Warriors. That 2012 game, I reference that all the time.
Right.
Draymond was talking hella mess to the Heat. That's the Draymond everybody remembers. That's when I fell in love with Draymond. I was like, he don't even care about these people. And I loved it. He wasn't status quo. Shout out to Jarrett Jack. Shout out to Carl Landry. Shout out to you, Steiny.
Hey, Filmo, get this. Get this. So we're at the public market yesterday.
Ask him where he was at.
That's all right. He's got some people are busy sometimes, man.
Mr. Mike.
And I met a woman who was an artist. She did some DJ. She produces beats.
Hey.
Her name's Moscone from Hunters Point.
Okay, the point.
And I asked her if she knew you, and she said, I don't know him, but I know who he is.
Wow, Mike.
So, Filmo, you're known, man.
Look at Mike laughing.
You're known.
Hey, man, I've been outside putting in work for a lot of years.
Yeah, you have.
Man, I've been for real. So shout out to Moscone. You feel me? And
hey, Mike.
And if you need solar panels and batteries, I work for Sun right now. No longer AT&T. I'm where it's Sun.
Mike,
if anybody's a homeowner, I got you if you need some solar panels.
Mike, I used to work for them and devised the little computer on how many panels you would need on your roof, son. Yeah. Hey, Mike, before you go, I never toot my own horn, but tap. I'm just telling you, when we got Buddy Hield in front of us the other day, I said, they known you for your shooting, but you've been playing D. And so I asked him that. I gave him credit, and you noticed that.
Yeah, nah, for real. I swear for the last 2 months I've been trying to, because they poo-poo on his D, and I'm like, he been playing pretty good D.
He hustles. He tries,
yeah,
man.
So shout out to you for that. And other people have started to acknowledge that. I'm just kind of like, I swear to God on my grandparents. I was thinking this in January, but have a nice one.
Yeah. All right, Philmo, appreciate it.
Your boy used to, how many panels you need? I hated the job. Yeah. But it was sales, Starty.
You know what, though? That's where you're different than Jimmy Butler.
Tell me why.
Because when you don't like a job, you still go, punch the clock, and work hard. He just quits.
How long was he out there? How long was he in Miami? Damn.
If I can't, look, this is the best time to give guys a little grief.
Yeah, no, it's all
good. Because they're rolling. They're rolling.
Hey, what if I told you I don't care for Mike's point? I love Mike. It'll never be Butler's team because he doesn't have enough tenure, but I get the identity. Everybody's playing like him. And Draymond, they're scrapping.
Yeah.
Draymond and GP3. Good God, what is going on? The dude hit the
who?
GP3. That's what I'm calling
you did that on purpose.
Yeah, Stoney, what? Draymond, his offense has been unlocked. Like, who saw that coming? Boy, happy hour. They're loaded, man. I'm just telling you. However you want it. Shout out Tupac. Yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff happening in the Bay.
You're excited. I just want to commend you, man. You, Stoney, since Butler's been here, you've been on a bit of a high for you. I know you better than anybody, Evan, but I'm just telling you, you've been excited, but now you're like, okay, I gotta just jump on.
Yeah, now is when I gotta say, back before Jimmy Butler, when I said, I should stay the course. You never know. They can make a run. Yeah, I didn't believe it.
At 29, right? We were talking about 29, baby.
I mean, look. I mean, it was getting to the point with Butler that it wasn't clear they had a deal to make before the trade deadline, and I don't. Clearly they had set the table with Butler and the Heat long before the trade got made. But I remember a couple days before the trading deadline, before they got Butler, there were some people out there really saying, hey, Mike Dunleavy, what's he doing? What's he doing?
It was getting loud,
What's Dunleavy doing?
Yes, sir.
Well,
how you like me now?
Dunleavy
Kumo D
looks to have come up pretty big. Let's go to Skip is in Hayward. Hey, Skip, how you doing?
Good morning, fellas. Steiny, Guru, man, you guys, I want to say it was a pleasure meeting you guys and having a nice beer, Steiny.
Oh, this is from last night.
Yeah.
You got me off the wagon. My 4 miles is right out the window. And you know what? I really appreciate just taking the time to be out at the market and meeting all these great people. All these Warrior fans that are rooting for these Warriors, man, because we remember at the beginning of the year how bad we were and how much we were playing defense. But let me say this real quick.
Okay.
Let me say this real quick. I will admit the best thing in life is to admit when you're wrong. This Jimmy Butler thing, I'm going to say I was totally wrong. Jimmy Butler came off as a diva leaving Miami.
Wow.
And please admit it. Nobody thought this was going to work out. We didn't think this marriage was going to work out, but going to the next partner, yes, this relationship works. And thank you guys, and
thank you, Skip.
You look good on TV. All right, take care.
Thanks, Skip. Appreciate it. Oh no.
Yeah. I didn't like, Evan gave me a look.
No, that's gone too far.
Liam Neeson? Right, the wagon ain't left yet. Nice. You can always get back on it. Don't leave out. But it was a celebration last night.
Yeah, it was. A
lot of people said I look better in person than on YouTube, and I agree.
Yep.
Like, something about YouTube.
This is what you're going to do right now. This is what you're going to do right now when everybody's on cloud nine.
Yeah, right. Well,
you don't worry about your appearance.
Okay. No, those were uttered like, it doesn't capture the whole essence of the goo on the YouTube.
I'd be lying, though, if I didn't say there were 3 or 4. Steiny, you got to ease up on Guru.
I said I'll try. Know the dynamic of the friendship, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because you ain't going to hit nobody.
Never hit anybody in my life.
Never been in a fight.
I got punched once by Jeff Fessler when I was in 7th grade.
That may constitute your 0-1.
I walked away.
Yeah.
It was a no decision because I got out of there without
Roberto Duran to quit. No
taking the fall.
Yeah.
For sure.
Call it like you see it.
Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate that. Let's go to we haven't even talked about Jonathan Kaminga. Let's go to Scott.
Man.
Scott and Hayward. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Great show. Love it. Now, Steiny, I'm trying to hack your Facebook right now. You did pretty good, so you're safe at least for me right now.
All righty, thank you.
Your bank account's next. But, I listen to you guys every day while I drive around making my deliveries, and the talk of the town for months has been, what is Kaminga going to do? How is he going to fit in? Oh, my God, what are we going to do about the Kaminga problem? I'm not saying you're that hyperbolic, but pretty much every show on 95.7 has been just in, I don't want to say a panic, but at least a lot of discussion about how is he going to come in, and everything's great and the harmony. I loved what I saw from Kuminga last night. I saw a big, fast, strong young man who was taking it inside, driving past bigger defenders, getting boards. Kuminga certainly looks like he has a role. He certainly looks like he helps that offense. How has he not been talked about all morning? I'm shocked.
That's on us.
And thanks a lot, Scott. Appreciate it.
That's on us.
To me, we all know what Kaminga can do. It's a matter of how he's going to fit in, and obviously he fit in well last night. But I've always thought it's been fair to talk about how Kaminga is going to integrate himself,
and he wasn't.
And it's
thinking,
not over. Yeah, it's not over.
I mean, he was just
a work
being
in progress.
himself, and that's what advice. Not that he would ask. That's all I was saying. I hope that's how he's going at it. And I lost the bet. I said the over under 15 minutes. He had 20. But Stoney, the 4 dunks in the second half of fourth quarter. Like, I'm just happy for him. And now this team looks like once they get Pods back, they'll be whole, healthy, ready to go.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors continue rolling. They remain in the 6th spot in the Western Conference. They got to keep winning. Because I don't think Minnesota's going anywhere. And I think the Clippers still have a little life left in them. The Kings, for all intent and purpose, they are no factor, at least as it pertains to the Golden State Warriors. Where are you at on this team? You championship? Championship or bust? You like what you see, but you still need to see more? Anybody out there not convinced at all about this team?
Not Barkley. Barkley said he's on board. They can be dangerous.
Yeah, that what we're seeing is fool's gold. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
No. That's gone too far.
I was at the Circa, putting in work.
I know everything. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors. They win again. Not in shambles. Remain in the 6th spot. Everything's locking in, as the chef would say.
11 consecutive wins with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, man.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. They got the Knicks coming in tomorrow. See if they can keep it going there. And then a back-to-back next week against Denver and Milwaukee. That should be very interesting. But let's go. As Steph Curry said on Wednesday, let's stay present. Let's stay present.
Because you gave him a present, that the Diplomats. I wonder where the jersey's at, Snotty.
Do you
think it made it to the house, Evan? You think it's in the car?
Who's their youngest now?
I know Cannon. Evan, I believe, knows his name. I don't want to butcher it. Shout out Shasky.
I wouldn't be offended if they used it for a bib for one of the little kids. That'd be fine. They can use it as a dust cloth if they want. That's fine. It was just it's a gesture. That's all it was.
We hadn't talked because I was out yesterday, but that was a fun time too. Dude, we've been having a great couple of days.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun, and when the Warriors win, it certainly makes it a lot easier. Steph Curry, 4,000 threes. Jonathan Kaminga returns. Let me look at his line real quick. 18 points in 20 minutes. 7 of 10.
4-6 from the free. Got to the stripe.
Got to the line 6 times.
How could you not want him back? And it's not that. It was just a question of it's rolling, but nothing better than talent, Stoney, than more talent. And Draymond Green, I don't know if we have the quote. I just let you guys down at every turn. But he said even though they were rolling, the team, Stoney, there was never a thought in his mind that they did need Jonathan Kaminga back. And 1 + 1 = 2. But now they're more powerful. They got a young man that I think is one of one on the team right now, Steiny. And again, Jimmy Butler sprinkled everybody with better sauce, or, you're doing more. And now this team is so damn deep. I don't know where it's going, man, but it looks like it's headed in more than just the right direction. But man.
And by the way, for those that saying that, we worry too much about Kaminga. It wasn't so much worry as trying to figure out how he's going to fit in. And guess what? Now that switches a little bit to Brandon Podziemski, who's missed a few games. I heard, Steve Kerr last night was talking about the eventual closing lineup.
I heard that.
And he said right now he's thinking it could be Podziemski in there. He listed, Curry, Kaminga, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and he said, my first thought would be Podziemski. He said, but you know what? Let's see how it goes, because if I have Butler on the floor and Draymond Green, I might have enough playmakers. So then It could be Buddy Hield or any number of players. So the Warriors just have a lot of options right now.
Steiny, real quick, and you're a basketball connoisseur, just hearing him think like that, and he's right in regard to having, Jimmy Butler and Draymond, that they could, do what Paz does. But I'll say this, it's all dependent on the matchup, right? And it could be the fifth by committee. And I get it.
Yeah. Big Smooth's in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
I'm well. Hey, serenity now. That's all I got. But listen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of Jimmy Butler, man, I think my marriage is better. I'm just saying he's spilling over into my life now.
Wow, man.
I want to welcome back all the people who said they wouldn't come back until Draymond was off the team. Welcome back if he ain't off the team. But I think viewership is up. Now, listen, one observation last night, I don't know if you guys caught this. J.K. went up, pump faked a couple times, very Jimmy Butler-esque. Got fouled, went to the line, and they pan over to Jimmy, and Jimmy's giving his nod like, yep. So I think you're going to see more of Kaminga going inside. Not as many threes, but if that three is open, he can hit it. But did he fit in, man? He folded right in, man. We got a new toy. It's an old toy, Jonathan Kaminga. Yeah. You guys have a great one.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate it.
Like an I don't want to, but Steiny, I feel it, embarrassment of riches right now. It's just like there was never a doubt in my mind that this team, not about they didn't need them, and they were rolling, and they still are. But the bottom line, man, is if you sit here and you need to win 16 games, four series to get where you want to go, there's no doubt about it that this team doesn't need this, this type of talent. And he's back, Steiny, and I loved every bit of it.
Yeah, and
20 minutes.
Yeah, and as it relates to Kuminga, he played 20 minutes last night. Who knows what's going to happen moving forward? But I do think, and he didn't play a ton last night with Butler, but I do think there's something about, and I don't like to do this, but Butler and Wiggins. Wiggins.
He was Wiggins, Donnie.
Let me put it this way. Butler is the kind of player who he approaches the game with a mind of, let's see if we can get Kaminga going a little bit. And not that Wiggins didn't think that way, but it wasn't his real top priority. He just played. He plays his game and he plays his game. But I think there is another level of that Butler gets him to, in terms of being able to facilitate Jonathan Kaminga. I think Butler obviously will be a better pairing for Kaminga eventually, just because he's so versatile that he's got other parts of his game to rely on before he has to put the ball in the hole if he does.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Donnie, it's no demerit to Andrew Wiggins, who you brought up, and we love Wiggs. But the bottom line is it's a skill. It's a skill a lot of players don't have. It's a blessing per se, and it speaks to one's basketball IQ, and that's what Jimmy Butler has had on display since he's been here. And Steiny, you talked about it last night. You said you felt like he was a point guard in a sense because he knows how to take inventory and get guys going. And Jonathan Kaminga looked like he hadn't even been out as many games as he had. But I'm looking at Buddy Hield, Steiny. We had mentioned him, 4 or 6 from deep. And when he's got it going, man, this team is going. And everybody's taking notice, even Charles Barkley, saying they could be the second best team in the West if Jonathan Kaminga kid is doing what he's doing. And that's not filibuster now. That's real, and people are taking notice.
Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. What's going on, Caleb? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Is it Payday Friday?
It is,
yes,
baby.
Sir.
There you go. Well, Steiny, I got a task for you.
A task?
A task.
Okay. Oh, a test. All right, go ahead.
And I know you've been out of school for a while, but I need you this weekend to fill out a Moses Moody apology form. And
I'll give it to
bring
him.
it in on Monday and wearing a Moses Moody jersey. And if they don't hold you accountable to it, I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed, man.
How about this? I'll do that and you can send me the form. I'll do that after they win their first playoff series.
I hear you, but there's no longer Moses Moody. He stinks. You know, that infamous line that you had.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You might want to apologize to your partner if you want. I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Caleb. I said Lamar Jackson stinks, so how serious could I have
Evan
been?
listens to every show, and Stott, he had a difference of opinion on Moody.
I'll dig it up.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you can dig them up. You know what I mean?
Go down the alphabet. You're going to see that's been said about 59 athletes by me. I'm sure I'm on the record saying Stephen Curry stinks.
That is funny.
Blake Snell, he stinks. Thanks. Yeah. Blake Snell. He's only won a couple Cy Youngs, right?
Man.
He stinks. But he does. No, he doesn't. I'm just kidding. All right. This was something I want to do right now.
Yeah, right check you. Yeah. Steiny.
Oh yeah, that's I think when I said it. That's I think when I said it. All right, let me try to do this.
It's a must.
Let me try to do this. Okay. Let me shout out everybody that was there last night because
you wrote your name down.
It was a lot of fun. I may have missed somebody. You know what? If I missed you,
reach out.
Yeah, hit us up on text or 888-957-9570. The great Alnetta was there. And it's Alnetta.
Yeah.
Not Alnetta.
She had her rings around her neck, the Warriors replica rings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Big John was in the house from Oakland again. Eric Page was there.
Yeah.
Eric Page.
Gotcha. Got a picture with Eric Page.
He wanted me to do it like John Sally, which I just did.
Special request.
Our good friend Sharika was there, the photographer.
Yeah.
Steve was there, although that's all I have. Steve. I usually like to put where they're from. Alan and his wife.
El Cerrito.
San Pablo, I thought.
Yeah, got you.
I thought. Yeah. Okay.
I thought it was El Cerrito.
Thank you for coming out. Federico, the young fella who showed me his basketball highlights.
Evan and one.
I believe.
Oh, man,
he was there.
Kid.
Thanks for coming out. There was a young father there named Patrick. Remember him?
Yeah.
He had his son Leo.
Yeah,
he was holding his son Leo.
We took a picture too.
Thanks to him. Jeremy in Alameda. Terrence in Alameda. Uncle Gene was there, and Gene brought his grandson Henry.
Man. Gene.
Remember Henry? Yeah. He was there. Daniel and Theo, thank you. Rob in Richmond, he's the one whose daughter was Kayla.
No doubt.
But then he brought his whole family for a photo. Appreciate that.
One.
Dre was there. Roe from the O.
That, my man.
Was in the house.
Yeah.
I hope I'm saying this one right. It was late. Viamai?
Yeah.
He was there. Thomas in West Oakland in the house. Ruben and Phil. Were there, one from Alameda, one from Oakland, with little Angelina. Angelina was there. Guillermo, Eric, and Corey, thanks for coming out. Talked to Guillermo for a while. Moscone and Ziamara.
Yeah.
They've got a special place here at 95.7 The Game also. Like I said, Big John from Oakland was there. Odell was in the house. Carlos in Vacaville. And then at the end of the night, Braxton. He used to live in my old neighborhood.
Oh.
And he came up, he heard about we were going to be there, and I didn't recognize him because we've been in our new house now for 10 plus years. Mm-hmm. So Braxton came out last night. If I missed you.
You missed our MVP. Los.
Oh, my gosh.
You missed our guy, Los. Los, what up, Los?
I got a feeling he's not listening today.
I think he might be, man.
Yeah,
95.7 The Game.
Los
That's
was,
how he said it. Los was
I love Los, but
he was active.
He may have been trouble brewing, but Los was a lot of fun, too. Let's see. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal.
I appreciate you taking time to write down everybody's names.
The only problem with that is when I'm texting the names, people think, oh, look at Steiny. He's not even paying attention. He's just on his phone all night.
No, I appreciate that.
No, I'm trying to get your names just to recognize
and
you.
And 9-year-old Kayla, the young, beautiful young lady, remembered our argument, Steiny, and recited it to us. And I'm looking like, you poor thing. But she was smiling. And happy to meet us, man. And that was awesome. Her dad was the best.
The big question I had to ask 9-year-old Kayla, I said, so when you're listening, do you think, and we're arguing a little, do you think we're having fun, or does it seem like it's mean-spirited? And she said, it seems like you're having fun.
Well,
I was
there
like,
it is, Kayla.
I said, we are.
Yeah.
We are.
My man.
All right. Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. What's up, Adam? How you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on. I was just about to ask, sorry that I couldn't make the Emeryville Marketplace last night, but it sounded like it was a lot of fun. I actually went to the game last night, and just something I noticed that just like the addition of Kaminga back here is just just amazing. And just like the thing too with the Warriors, I don't know if you saw that video that the Warriors posted about everyone like throwing water on Steph. Like the vibes right now are immaculate. It's just like the team is bonded. They're having fun. They're winning. This addition of Kaminga, I mean, you saw, we kind of saw what we were kind of missing, even though we've been rolling last night, just that athleticism. He just brings a different edge to the team, to this new team that looks better. And when it comes to Moses Moody, you guys were talking about the closing lineup. That's Steve Kerr speaking, but I don't know why Moody couldn't be in there too. I mean, what has he shown recently that he's not doing well? Like, he's defending well. He knows when to shoot the ball. He's decisive. The team is just gelling, and I love to see it, but curious kind of about like the closing lineup aspect of it. Like, I feel like it could be any of those guys right now.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting to the point where it's got to be Curry, it's got to be Draymond, it's got to be Butler. Ideally, the fourth would be Kuminga, and then we'll see who the number 5 is. Oh, by the way, yes, Tiffany.
Oh, we forgot
Tiffany was out there too.
Yeah.
And Tiffany, I did not forget you. I just skipped over you. You were between Alan and Federico, and I just skipped over your name. But Tiffany was there also. Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. Last night at the public market, Emeryville. And by the way,
nice venue, Steiny. I hadn't been.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Woo! It's pretty cool. Yeah. All kinds of food, a variety. The other thing is, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I get the sense that that won't be the last one we're doing this year.
Oh, no doubt, it's a thing now.
Yeah, it felt like the people over at the public market, Emeryville, were happy with the turnout, and we sure were happy with the turnout too.
Shout out to Jesse and Meg.
Yes, Jesse
for putting it on. J-Mo.
Megan on our sales department put it together. Just a fun time. All right, enough about us. Lorenzo in Virginia. Hey, Lorenzo, how you doing?
Sandwich.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, guys?
Going well, Lorenzo.
Man. What's up, baby?
Hey.
Go ahead.
I think the vibe. I think the vibes and the everything is going good and stuff. But I think the Warriors are getting kind of the OKC treatment a little bit. Like, nobody's kind of fully bought into them yet. I keep hearing everybody say they need to see more. They need to see more. And I think when they get ready to face Denver and that back-to-back against the Bucks, I think that's going to probably tell everybody what they kind of need to know about them. But also, I had a question for you, Steiny.
Yeah.
You had the Warriors record before the Jimmy Butler trade. You had the Warriors record at I think about the same total amount of wins as last year. I'm curious to know where do you got them now at the end of the season with this Jimmy Butler trade? Where do you got them? How many wins you got them at now?
I think I had. Well, I'm lucky because they got they got into a slump, and so I think I had them for like 46 or 48. I mean, it looks like they're going to get there. We'll see how much further they get than that, but I mean, if it weren't for that little slow stretch after the 12-3 start, well, they'd be a lot further along. But I mean, they're 6. They may get 50.
Yeah.
They may get to 50
and need every one of them.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, let me tell you what I thought was completely cool, and that was they showed Steph Curry's first 3-pointer, and it was assisted by Andris Biedrins, a name from the past. And then Andris Biedrins gave was on the big screen. I believe he's probably still living in Latvia.
Okay.
And he did a message to Steph and said, never forget who gave you your first assist.
I love it.
And it was Andris Biedrins. So Evan and I start talking about Andris. And, of course, Evan's a little younger, and he remembers the end of Biedrins' Warriors stint where, he just something happened to Andris' game, and he was never quite the same. But here's what I always do when I talk about Andris Biedrins, because people tend to not think of him the right way. They remember the guy who couldn't make a foul shot later in his tenure with the Warriors. I'm going to give you some numbers here. I love doing this. This is 2008, 2009. It was the year before Steph got drafted. This is how Andris Biedrins started his season. These are points and rebounds. You ready? I'm just going to run down the first 10, 12 games. 14 points, 12 rebounds. 17 points, 13 rebounds. 23 points, 11 rebounds. 16 points, 22 rebounds. 12 and 11. 23 points, 12 rebounds. 16 points, 18 rebounds. 13 points, 15 rebounds, 17 points, 19 rebounds, 17 points, 16 rebounds, 17 and 9, 23 and 10. Those were Andris Biedrins' numbers the first 12 games of the 2008-2009 season.
Sounds like my order in and out, a double-double, Steiny.
Also, for Warrior fans that were around at that time, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was at a big part of the We Believe team.
And he didn't get enough love, so I appreciate it.
Also, Marcus, Talia, and Aria. That's right, from Richmond.
Man.
From Richmond. Thank you so much.
We took photos, too, man.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Shane. Shane's in San Francisco. What's up, Shane? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Oh, boy. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
Steiny, I like how you always talk about NBA players and coaches sort of always know where they stand. Anything's possible in a given game, but they know who they match up against. They know who they got action against. And the Warriors definitely know that they can give any team trouble and they have a chance.
Yep.
And the Warriors also know, it's clear to me now, they know that Kaminga is the linchpin, and they're going for it. I think that this whole slow playing thing is, a little bit of the Kaminga mental aspect, but what it really is that they know that they have a really good hand to play right now, and they don't want to tip it off too soon. So they're going to introduce it and integrate it slowly, and you saw flashes of it, like minimal overlap with Jimmy and stuff like that. But at the end of the game last night on that design, Steph Curry screen lobbed to Kaminga to finish it off, and they were all kind of coming off the court, and Steve Kerr had like the little side smirk on his face, and he was kind of thinking, all right, guys, that's enough. Like, cool your jets.
Right.
Like, don't tell him too soon.
Right.
But now, how cool is it to see Kaminga get the ovation when he first brought the ball up the court for the first time, and then coming off the court in the fourth too, he got a big ovation. I just thought that was great to see everybody having fun.
It'll be more of that. Yeah, it'll be more of that. Those lobs.
Thanks,
Tony.
Shane. Good for Jonathan Kaminga. The one thing that did stick out to me on Wednesday when you and I were out at Chase Center talking to a lot of the Warrior players is I did feel like a bunch of them brought up Jonathan Kaminga's name, and it wasn't prompted. It wasn't, hey, what do you think when Jonathan Kaminga will come back? And then they'll say, oh, he'll give us a boost. They seem to talk about Kaminga as though they knew he was coming back, and they were all looking forward to him coming back because they do think that he can give this team something it needs. How they figure it all out, that's what the next 16 games and into the playoffs are going to be. But I did think that there was a real sincere feeling from the players and an excitement about Kaminga coming back.
No doubt, and it's a compliment to him. Talent meets talent, Steiny, and now they've become stronger, and I can't wait for tomorrow and the rest of these, 16 left, right?
16 games left, correct. They've played 66 as of right now. That is correct. 916 says, tell me what happened with Biedrins. I liked his game, then seemed like Nelly destroyed him. Yeah, Don Nelson didn't do him any favors. That's for sure. And then Andres lost his confidence. I always remember. I love talking to the old timers who were here with We Believe. But game 2 in Utah, in the second round, they had Utah beat. They were ready to go back to the Bay Area 1-1 in that series.
That was Petrus, though, Stoney.
And I know Beatrice had 2 foul shots with 1.5 minutes left. He made them both. And then Baron Davis missed the free throw. Petrus missed the free throws.
I'll never forget it, man.
And then Baron Davis had a backcourt violation, and I think that was also the Derek Fisher game.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right. Those days are gone.
The good times are here. Right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk Warriors. What else is there to talk about? Although we will touch on Mac Jones because we talked about that a little last night too when you weren't here.
Yep.
What's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Spring into action, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members and more, like this exclusive digital deal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, okay. I knew, no, but it's more than just Van.
All right.
I knew that there was something wrong with my list. I had a bunch of them. Turns out I'd started 2 threads of names.
Okay, you needed that much, yeah.
So there's actually a bunch of people I haven't even shouted out among all those others. First and foremost, and I have his name in all caps, and I haven't done it yet, Van.
He brought us plants.
Van brought us each of us 2 bamboo plants they were really nice. They were like kind of pocket bamboo plants.
Karate Kid like.
And they had an inscription on each of on each of the outside. My goodness.
Van,
yes,
Van.
Van, thank you so much. But I got more.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, it was that kind of night. Chris A was there.
Man.
He's often on the YouTube chat. Thank you, Chris A. Jose. Early in the night, I met Jose. Then he came back a little bit. Marcus, Talia, and Aria. I had you down. It was just on the other sheet. Remember Eddie and Carla from Oakland.
I forget? Yes, sir.
And here's it. Of course, Ernie Chavez was there with his buddy Brandon.
What
they've
up,
been
baby?
coming a lot. We met Schleprock last night.
Came through, baby.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
Skip was there. And I have this guy in all capital letters, too. Los.
Yeah, we got
he's
him
getting
on the
another
last
shout
one.
out.
Yeah, there we go. He deserves it.
Anybody who was there last night knows who Los was.
What a time.
Kayandy was there. Remember, she was the twin who told us her name was African because that's the name she got as a twin.
Yeah, and I go, what's Daryl in African? She said, you don't qualify. You gotta be.
Another Chris was there. Oh, Johnny. Johnny was there.
How we forget
he was
Johnny.
hanging around having a good time.
Dude, a lot of names.
How about this one? I forgot about these two. Alan and Noam. Noam from Ireland were there.
I got you.
Justin was there. Works across the street at. Worked across the street. He hooked up with me on Instagram.
No doubt. He told us.
George, thank you, George. Shaka was in the house last night with his buddy Chris.
We took a picture.
Thank you to Carol, who also showed up. Also, let me give a shout out to Paul. Paul in Berkeley. All right, Paul in Berkeley.
This is our guy right here.
He's got this interesting website called sportsrhymes.com. He's in the process of writing a book about some Oakland sports. It's all in rhymes.
Man.
He shared some of that with me. It's pretty cool. Go check that out. Rachel and Justice.
Yes, sir.
Remember Rachel and Justice,
He's the young man that made the 3-point play and had it on video and won.
And
he got it.
And then and then Sharika was there. But I mentioned her earlier, but we always love to see her. All right, there it is. Sorry if
I'm so Stoney. I love
forgot
you for
my
doing
second
that.
list.
Yeah.
So there you go. A lot of fun last night for sure. And last but not least, she was also there last night. Let's go to Boots in San Pablo.
Yeah.
Hey, Boots, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you all?
We're doing well. Thank you.
How are you?
Awesome. I'm fine. I was just calling to check and see, did you gentlemen give the message that I gave you to give to your families?
I did. I don't know if Goo did.
Yeah, I see him this evening.
Okay. So I'm going to just remind you.
Okay.
Please give your family our thanks and love for sharing you guys.
Oh, that's right.
With us.
And you're from the East Coast.
I love that.
You're from the East Coast.
That's right.
Yes.
Doesn't get better
That's
than that.
right. That's right.
You're the best.
So I just wanted to say that. I'm Al's wife.
Yes.
So I'm Boots from San Pablo, and you guys are fantastic. I love listening to you. Keep it up, okay?
All right, thank you,
God
Boots.
bless
Appreciate
you.
it.
No doubt about it. Tell your hubby hello.
I don't have to
That was. I'm about to.
I appreciate it, Boots. My mom, she knows.
Oh,
she knows. Mom knows what I'm all about.
Oh boy.
No, that's right. Boots is originally from the East. I think New York. She said
that was awesome. Well spoken.
By the way, Paul, sportsrhymes.com. He's originally from outside Philadelphia, but he's been out here forever. And he made sure to make it clear that the Philadelphia That the Warriors came from Philadelphia and the A's came from Philadelphia.
Wow.
We got a little connection there.
Logistics.
All right. Let's see. Let's go to Drawdy in San Francisco. What's up, Drawdy? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Man, fired up.
Man, I got to give a shout-out to Curry. Happy birthday, sir. What a B-Day gift to yourself, 4,000 points. And I want to add, how amazing do the Warriors look when those threes are going in, when they're just dropping shot after shot, natural, nothing forced, passing the ball. Something special about this chemistry we got going, fellas, and I'm excited to say the least. Thank you so much for having me on. You guys are doing a great job. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Drawdy. Appreciate it. I mean, look, there's no reason not to be excited right now. And nobody knows how this thing's going to end. But, I mean, this is fun.
Another game over 50% from deep, Steiny, and it's not just Steph. He had 11 points. He's coming at you in waves, droves, man. And you're right. What did you say real quick early, Steiny? Guys are going to be open. That's just what it is now. The others,
certain guys are,
and
for sure.
They are making them, and it's almost like they're giddy taking them. But again, I know I don't want to say a short sample size. It is, but moving forward, Steiny, the last time the vibes were like this, I believe, with the Golden State Warriors, we had a parade at Lake Merritt. I'm just throwing that out there.
What about the one in San Francisco in 2022?
I'm just the first one was at Lake Merritt. That's where I'm going. That's the one that kind of came out of just rock with me now. Michael Jackson, rock with me now. We had a good night. But man, I'm just telling you, the first one was at Lake Merritt.
You know what? That's a great point. That's a great point. I hear you there.
Man.
I hear you there.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. It's a feel-good Friday, and why not?
And
the Warriors
payday.
And payday.
Care. I really don't care.
About what?
Like if it weren't payday, I would still be as high as Cheech and Chong, but a natural high, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. The question I've been asking the Warrior fans right now, after this run that they're in the middle of, at 888-957-9570. Just where are you at with this team? Now, you know I'm a little tentative.
Yeah.
When it comes to these things, I'm more of a wait and see guy. But right now, if you're a Warrior fan, are you thinking championship? I don't want to say championship or bust, but championship. Is that one of the things you're thinking? Or when you watch this team, you say, you know what, they're better. They're definitely better, but I still want to see more, and they're not there yet. I mean, that's kind of what Curry was talking about on Wednesday. They got a lot more work to do. Or is there anybody out there that's still looking at this team and saying, I don't see it, Bob. I still don't see it, Bob. Now it's fair to factor in the schedule, but the reality of the situation is they're 10 games over 500, which is the high point for the season. So just kind of asking Warrior fans where they're at right now with this team. Are you all in and think this team can really do it?
Yeah.
Can they really win a title?
They can. Okay. And I'm going to throw this to you because we mentioned inventory earlier. You're around me every day. You are 20 hours a week plus. How would you, and I'm asking you, how do you think I'm feeling about this team? Because I'm telling you, Steiny, sports is so fun, and we process it, we break it down, and then there's nothing better than when you see you've noticed something before the masses, right? And I was on board. I wanted Jimmy Butler, but that was out of desperation. But I can't front and sit up here and tell you all I knew this was going to pop off. My point is, Steiny, I've told you, I've shared with you, like I'm writing in my diary, that if somehow they don't get it done, I'm so excited about what they are and how close I can believe that they, what plateau and how close they can get if they don't. Don't you notice something, another pep in my step? But now it's everywhere. Barkley last night in front of the world said the Warriors could be possibly the second best team in the West, and he's a notorious Warrior hater. So that makes me happy, but now I come to work like Steiny, I don't think the phone's going to ring with somebody saying, forget the schedule, because we lost to Utah up 10-12 with 3 minutes left. The bottom line is, what is there not to like right now?
What is there not to like?
Yes.
Well, the only thing I would say is, and it's kind of where they're at in the standings. That's the only thing not to like. And look, keep looking at those standings because, man, Houston's winning.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves are winning.
Yes, you're right.
You got to hold off the Clippers. And, oh, by the way, what was the I got to be honest. I didn't watch as much of that game as I'd like because I was chirping. But what was going on with Curry? Little hitch in his back?
I asked you that this morning.
A little back issue, but then he came back in, obviously. I was just wondering if we didn't have the volume on. What's the sense of putting the volume on if Fitz and Kalena aren't doing it?
Right. Well,
so we didn't have the volume on last night because, I mean, Fitz or bust is what I say.
Well, you had Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on.
Correct.
Obviously.
Mm-hmm. Correct. All right. Let's go to Schleprock. Schleprock's in San Jose. He was present and accounted for last night. What's up, Schlep?
Hey, what's up, you guys? It was great finally meeting you guys, and I have to say, Steiny in real life did your softy.
No doubt.
Well, there it is.
You're not nicest guy, and then on the radio it's a different personality. But I was like, this guy's a little softy. He's out there talking to everybody, taking pictures and all that stuff, and yeah, you're a softy, but that's good. This is what I'm seeing with the Warriors is how the floor is opened up and all the spacing. That's why you get GP2 scoring the points that he scored a couple of games ago. You get Moody getting wide open threes and almost taking too long to shoot the ball. You know, you get Draymond scoring 20 plus points. This is what is possible with this team and with this cast of characters when they play ball the way they're supposed to be playing, passing the ball, cutting, screening, and stuff like that. And the big thing is these guys are smiling and having fun on the floor and on the bench, and that's what I love. That's what I want to see when it comes to crunch time, when it comes to getting into the playoffs. Are they going to win the whole thing? I don't know, but there's a possibility when you're playing this good and you're getting better every day and hopefully not getting any major injuries. This is what Warriors basketball is all about, and this is like bringing it back to the Bay Area. That's a possibility in my mind. Great seeing you guys. Loesch was the star of
yes, he
the
was.
Get Together last night. At first, I didn't know what to think. I'm like, no, don't let him get too close. Him and the little kid showing the video of his
Justice. That was Justice.
And Justin and Steiny said, and one.
Loud,
you guys
too.
were great.
Hey, right on, man.
And you guys didn't disappoint. I had to bone out early because I had a D9 I had to deliver to Tulare this morning, but yeah, you guys.
Thanks for coming out, Schlep.
Yeah, appreciate the effort, man.
He had the nice frames, too,
Thanks,
like
Schlep.
yours, Steiny. He had the black frames, the glasses, but he was awesome.
Yeah, Justice showed this highlight of him. He's a young boy, and he makes the shot, and he got hammered.
Oh, he got hammered. That might have been a flagrant.
So it might have been, because he ended up on the floor. Anyway, Justice makes the shot.
Yes, sir.
And then it goes in, and the video is over.
Yeah.
And I said, well, wait a minute. Did you make the free throw?
Oh, what did he say? I didn't ask him.
He said no.
Oh, he kept
I said,
real.
all right, that's all right.
Yeah.
We'll complete that three-point play next time.
There you go. He got hammered.
Yeah, on the court.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only about 9. I mean,
come on. Hey,
everything was on the up and up.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking, and this is just a thought about terminology and the way people talk about the game, but I feel like earlier this season when the Warriors weren't going well, and you talked about a player, we tend to go, well, he's not doing enough of this. He needs to do more of that. And you know what I keep hearing now? Play your game.
That's what we told Kaminga.
Play your game.
I told him, yes.
But I also think it's going for Moody. It's Gary Payton II. Yeah, I just feel like everybody is encouraging everybody to basically be at their best.
Right.
And do what you think you can do and do it as well as you can. It just feels like everybody's encouraging each other to step up and maybe, I don't know if it's take more chances, but just play a little bit freer and know that if you don't have it going, so what? Somebody else will come in.
And you know what it sounds like you're describing to me? Comfortability.
Yeah.
And Steiny, when we talk about sports and great defenses, what do? They take away things from the offense, right? They suffocate you. They make you move faster than you want to, and it's uncomfortable. But what I'm watching with this Golden State Warrior team, Stoney, and Raymond Ritter always said it, it's a make-or-miss league. But the bottom line is, I think the Warriors, this version of the Golden State Warriors, are playing basketball on their terms. Now, they may miss a shot, Stoney, but they're getting a good shot. And I think guys are more comfortable now, and they're dictating as opposed to being told what to do. And I know they're going to play better teams, right? Mm-hmm. But this is a better team, and they're going to try to impose their will. But I just feel like the Warriors are playing basketball now more so on their damn terms, and that's why we're getting returns from Gary Payton, GP3 all of a sudden feeling comfortable taking threes. Draymond, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, like the list is just going on and on. And that's why I feel like the possibilities are endless in regard to where this thing is going.
Yeah, let's take a listen to Steph Curry. This is after last night's game, talking about how big of a win that was.
It's very symbolic, I think, how tonight went, where I only get 9 shot attempts, and it seemed like a very kind of mundane night because the way that they were guarding us, but you look up and we win by 26, and as ugly as it was for that 4 minutes in the second quarter, we were able to get off to a good enough start and withstand that run where, I don't know what the run was in the second, but we still had a double-digit lead and knew we could correct those mistakes, and there's just a confidence that comes with that. And so it is, the vibes are good right now, but like I said, or continue to say, we are not getting ahead of ourselves. Like every night is a chance for us.
Round. I said I'm in the middle. I mean, they're better. There's no doubt they're better. But
and that's what we're excited about.
I'm riding with Steph Curry. They're not there yet. He doesn't think they're a championship team. He said that on Wednesday. We got a long way to go, but I mean,
I like that.
The ball's starting to roll down the hill. The snowball's starting to roll down the hill and pick up more snow, and it feels like it's getting bigger and bigger.
And there's still work to do.
Would I bet on this team to win a title? I still would not. But we have to acknowledge that they're in the mix.
Yeah.
They're in the mix.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Right now, they're in the mix. Mm-hmm. I don't know where they'll be 3 weeks from now, but right now they are in the mix. No doubt about it.
Do you have a problem?
You got to acknowledge that.
In regard to me as a fan, Stoney, this coming from the heart, the fandom heart, like I don't play on the team, but I watch basketball every night. I watch the association, and I'm not afraid of anybody. Now, you still can get your ass kicked, but I'm looking at the field. Shout out to the chef. And Stoney, I'm just not afraid of anybody. And for that, I think that's half the battle. And Steph's keeping it real and saying it right. You know, still work to do. But as a fan, I'm looking at the field. I'm not afraid.
Yeah. I mean,
before I was like, oh my God, Denver,
I don't know.
Minnesota. Now I'm like, yeah, okay, we got the butler and the chef and everybody else stepping up and bringing something to the party.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing well. And, the idea of nobody scares the Warriors.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody ever scare Steph or Draymond? I think basically now those two guys have the confidence that they can beat anybody.
That's key.
And I don't think, who was it that said, was it it was Draymond that said they thought there's a difference between knowing you can beat a team and thinking you can beat a team. And they were thinking they could maybe beat teams earlier in the year, but
and that reflected their record, right?
Yeah, not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to David in New Orleans. Hey, David, how you doing?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey, man.
How y'all doing today?
Hey, my daughter goes to Tulane, David.
Oh, really? That's cool, man. That's
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah,
yep,
great
right
city.
Across the bridge from me, 5 minutes away from where I'm at, man.
Nice.
The Greenway.
Yeah. Look, I don't know if y'all remember me calling y'all when the trade first happened, and I was talking about Jimmy Butler being a force multiplier.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that call? Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I mean, I didn't realize it was going to be this good.
Well, I appreciate that honesty.
Yeah, man. But what I wanted to say was, I think inside of me saying that, what also happened was Quentin Post. So the addition of Jimmy Butler and Quentin Post adds spacing along with size and playmaking. And so now that's the extra dynamic that I didn't account for. And so I believe now, man, I think they can beat, if they play the game, I think they can beat anybody, man, especially with Jonathan Kuminga coming back and giving them an athletic boost, another downhill driver, and somebody who can make plays with the ball and in a dunker spot. I believe they can take anybody on, bro. We're going to have a fresh step, And one more thing, I noticed last night that they was playing Jimmy Butler sort of in the Phil Jackson triangle spot. And that's how I saw that Draymond Green was making a lot of off-ball reads and trying to cut into the basket, getting easy layups. And it's actually opening up Draymond's offensive game, too. And so I feel like Jimmy Butler is having a scoring effect, but he's also giving us some of that old-school Andre Iguodala do-it-all type of stuff. I think we got a lot of that going on, too. So I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm going to the game on the 28th. I'm ready.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to try to get my daughter tickets to that game, too, David.
Yeah, man, I can't wait, bro. So I think they can beat anybody. So,
thanks, David. Appreciate the call, man.
It ain't just me. Yeah.
Appreciate the call. Yeah. You know what I love about last night's game? Jimmy Butler took 5 shots. Jimmy Butler was like, yeah, I'm not taking any shots tonight.
Have you noticed how many shots at the rim he chooses to just throw out?
Man.
Like he had at least 3 open layups. And instead would rather have Gary Payton II take a corner 3.
Man. And Evan, they're catching him almost with that mindset, Evan, thank you, man. And I'm about to let it go because I know you didn't have to do that.
And you know what? This is where I think Jimmy Butler makes that pass at certain times in certain games, but he won't make that pass in other games if he doesn't. I mean, I think Jimmy Butler's so smart. He looks at a game like last night and says, all right, we're better than Sac.
Yeah.
And so let's try to pour it on. I got a little 2, kick it out for a 3 because we got a little more wiggle room. But I believe, if and when the Warriors start getting into tighter games against better teams, that's when he will score.
Like he got his first shot blocked.
Yeah, he stinks.
And from there he's just like...
That's right, he did.
All right, that's fine.
Didn't he get it back and then they scored anyway?
Yeah, he threw it out to Draymond in the corner. He hit a 3.
That's right. Draymond knocked down 2 threes to start the game.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. I see them lined up on the phones. We'll get to you all on the other side. But fun times are back in the Bay with the Golden State Warriors. That much I think we can all agree on. Download the free Odyssey app. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by, the Public Market, Emeryville.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How do you delete all the Evan? Just hit delete on all the the vibes are immaculate right now, baby.
And more important than that is the Warriors are rolling. Absolutely rolling. I like watching the Warriors now, says the 307. Before Butler, I turned it off because I always felt we were going to lose these close games. Not anymore. It's fun to watch to see how it's coming together instead of Curry just throwing up shots because he has to. Yeah.
Remember the days of him only getting maybe a shot or two in a quarter or a half? Like, we kind of lived that, Steiny, and we're like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's
not
funny.
Anymore.
Yeah, it's funny because you look at last night's game. He only took 9 shots.
And Butler had how many, 5?
5.
Yeah, and they score 130, Risotto. Come on, baby.
And that's another thing to me that really good teams do is guys like Butler and Steph.
Yeah.
They're great enough and smart enough to lay low in a game like last night. Their minutes were low. Steph played 30. Butler played 28. Draymond 29. So they didn't have anybody over 30 minutes besides Steph, who played 30 minutes and 16 seconds. But
can I ask you a random question?
Sure.
Do you think Post is getting enough love, shout out buddy, for replacing TJD? Or basically taking over that role per se?
TJD stinks.
No, just the fact that, I got your Post.
He gives him another dimension.
That's all, man. And I just like, wow.
He gives him another
Post
dimension.
Is hooping right now, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's a 3-point specialist. That's what he is.
With a pretty shot.
7 shots last night. They were all threes. He makes 3. They'll take that from him for sure. You look at his rebounds. 4 rebounds. Yeah, Post has been good too. He's been Post has definitely been a part of this.
I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you win, everybody gets credit. Right. There's nobody on that roster I'm looking at right now that anybody can be critical of.
Yeah.
Butler, Green, Post, Moody, Curry, Kaminga.
Looney gave you 17
Payton,
minutes.
Hield, Looney, Santos. I mean, everybody's doing everything they can, and everybody's playing at a pretty high level right now.
How do you think Kerr's feeling though? Seriously, deep down, you got to.
Gotta be excited.
And there it is.
I mean, this is one of those things where it's not like the fans are excited and the team saying, yeah, we're still no good. You can tell this team thinks they're good. They clearly believe they have action, and they might. They got to keep it up.
Yeah.
And I'll always, I'll keep saying that, but boy, things look pretty good right
National
now.
TV.
Let's go to Jan in Mountain View.
Hey.
What's going on, Jan? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so excited about this team and how they're coming along, and I like the excitement on the bench, how they're all so happy and everything. But apparently, what I'm seeing is that the whole team is getting contagious about what Butler has brought to this team, and I'm just wondering why Kerr never picked it up sooner, to show them how to get fouls at the free throw line and everything. I mean, if this is a copycat team, I mean, Lord have mercy. I mean, Moody is going up there and getting fouled now, and this is what Butler has opened up about this team, and I would never have believed this if they didn't trade for him. My goodness, this is just unbelievable.
Jan, you bring it and you let us know when you're angry.
Yeah, Jan, you have not been sold. You have not been sold up until this point.
Wow.
Well, I like what Guru said earlier in the show, and that Butler, he more like take.
Worst is, when he does that, when he put his 2 fingers up and he pauses. Well, Gary St. Jean used to do something like that. He would say, Chemistry.
Wow.
How did you get it?
And wow.
Why did you lose it? How do you keep it? Chemistry. And you know what?
I never heard that.
You just never know what's gonna spark a team. And Jimmy Butler has been the kerosene. I mean, he's been incredible. And the Warriors have picked it up, and we got action. Somebody texted in and said Steve Kerr said we got action. Is this the second guy who's going to borrow my phrase?
We were at
Curry with night and Kerr with we got action.
Well, Curry kind of dispelled that. He said in Denver game 3.
It wasn't the time on Wednesday. However, I was ready to tell.
On your start, I said he's being nice today.
I was ready to tell Steph, hey, Steph, my mom used to say night-night back in 1975.
Oh, man.
But you know what? It wasn't the day for that.
Night-night.
By the way, happy birthday, Steph. You're catching up to me. 37.
Man.
37.
Where were you at 37? You were here for sure. Or did you got to the Bay?
I was, oh boy. What?
I was 5 years into my marriage.
74, 80, 74, 84, 94. I was just moving out here.
Okay.
Yeah, I just moved out here.
They didn't know about Matt Steinmetz
About 1990. Oh, they would not. They would find out.
So how old were you when you got the sideline gig?
Oh, that was the sidelines was the We Believe year.
Okay.
Maybe the year before I did a little, then that whole We Believe season, and then the following season.
Wow.
And this has a similar feel.
No doubt about it.
This has a similar feel.
Parade. I'm going to stop. I don't want to jinx.
You're not that, you're like, don't be pods. You're not that important.
Now, what does that mean?
I don't want to jinx him. Hey, who are you? Who are you?
Risotto. Tell him who I am. You know who I am. Who are you?
Yeah, KD.
Yeah.
KD.
Poor KD.
He was also in the house last night.
Who we got?
Let's go to Odell.
Yeah.
From San Pablo.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, Odell. How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up? It's Odell the Fourth. How y'all doing?
Yes, sir.
Doing
the
well,
Fourth, baby.
Hey, man, y'all was so cool last night. Steiny and Goo took a peek with me. It was all good, man.
I got it plastered over the social.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, man, shoot, real quick, man. I think we can go all the way. It depends on the matchup. If we get a couple people that get hurt on the other teams, we can move on up. The Lakers is falling down. Memphis is in and out, and Houston, they're right ahead of us. I think we can catch them. And if we keep playing like we're playing, Jimmy Butler, man, he just makes everybody calm down and get in a normal position. Steph was already the number one. He comes in, gets up to number 2, and everybody else just slides right into place. Man, I think we can really do it real big this year.
I mean, feels like the sky's the limit, Odell. No doubt about it. And thank you so much for coming out last night. Really appreciate it, Odell. Yes, sir.
Odell the Fourth.
This is from the 510. I'm not sure if I shouted this gentleman out or not. He says, I'm not sold just quite yet on the Warriors. We've been beating teams we're supposed to beat. Let's see how we play against the good teams coming up. That's Eddie from Oakland. He said it was great to meet you, Guru, last night. Myself, go Dubs.
No,
thanks, Eddie.
I get it, and that's what sports is about, right? You get further down the road, and stuff will reveal itself naturally. But Steiny, I asked you earlier because I'm all over, man. But I'm on cloud 9 when it comes to this team. Do I sound ridiculous when I tell you I'm so excited that I'm thinking about more than this year?
That's dumb.
Okay, you didn't have to.
Steph told you, stay present.
But that's him. I'm a fan. The future is on fire with these youngsters and Jimmy Butler having a whole, I know today's not the day.
What mechanism?
That's where I'm at. That's how much is left in the perfume bottle, man, the cologne bottle.
What mechanism do you operate with?
Optimism.
I gotta believe.
That's my cologne,
there's
optimism.
nobody thinking about next year.
No, but the future.
Just let it go.
Just
let it be.
I got you.
Is that music? The Beatles. Let it be. Let it be.
I got to do more of their catalog, man. I don't know a lot about,
Let it be.
I just know Lennon.
You don't know McCartney?
Yeah. Him and Michael Jackson had a great hit
Ringo
together.
Starr?
Vaguely.
Yeah, they're the Beatles. Yeah.
I know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
John Lennon, Paul McCartney.
But like if I say who's the number one hit from the Beatles,
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Nah, see.
There is no such thing as a Beatles' greatest song. I'm not even a Beatles fan. They have so many songs. It's impossible.
But that's you saying that. The greatest Beatles fan might be like Tupac.
No,
Ambitious as a writer.
In fact, the greatest Beatles fan would tell you just what I did. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
It is. They just have too many. Too many.
So if we would ask Curry his favorite three-pointer, which one comes to mind, that would have been impossible too, right?
Well, he must have hit a couple big ones in Game 4 against Boston.
Yeah.
Because that, any three hit in that game was, to me, the biggest threes ever hit.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Our man.
What's going on, Rich? Hey, Rich, hold on one sec. Let me take care of business, and then I'll get you right on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Hey,
yes,
I got to call in and say that, let me ask you this first, Steinmetz. I'm going to ask Steinmetz because, Goo, you might be too young. You ever played the game Clue?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, board game? Yeah. And, the interesting thing about that game is that from beginning, it's always the Butler did it. And so you look at what's going on in Golden State, and I had to call in and just tell the both of you guys I was wrong about Jimmy Butler. I was totally wrong. I didn't think that he was going to be able to come in and really contribute when really he has just been a basketball magnet. His basketball acumen has been through the roof. I am amazed at what I am seeing. I was wrong about him, and I hope that they continue to get charged by this guy and get into the playoffs and make a serious, serious push. And by the way, Goo,
what's up,
get
baby?
at me, man. Let me know what happened. Let me know.
With what?
Let me know what happened.
Oh, okay, Rich. Donnie being nosy. He don't know, and I love it. Yeah. Okay, Rich, I got you, baby.
Thanks, Rich.
And it takes a big man to admit when he was wrong. We're here. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it feels like, but I guess it does.
Your face would be on the...
What? What are you talking about?
Like Chris Mullen, not the actual Chris Mullen in the chat saying Goo and Stotty didn't want Butler. I wanted Butler out of desperation. I'd have took Mickey Mouse. That's how desperate and dire I was. And now, nobody can front.
All right, well, to be fair...
This is my little brother now. Don't get me mad. Evan's back.
Steiny, I don't think you wanted anyone. And Goo wanted everyone.
Okay.
So, that's my man.
You guys were literally on polar opposite sides of the trade deadline.
Shocker.
Is where and why I'm a man of nuance. You want me to go through it? I'll go through it. I was against giving away multiple unprotected firsts.
Yeah, well, you were hard parting with one.
Right, and they didn't even do that.
Yes, they did.
This one doesn't count. It's protected.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to get it.
Right, but I'm talking about future picks after Curry was gone. I wanted no part of that.
Well, he just said he's going to play till 2040.
I was gonna make a mea culpa, but now I'm not.
Evan, I'm giving out the judge. Evan, point goes to Evan.
No, I mean, I didn't think Jimmy could do this either, but I'm man enough to admit it.
Dude.
Okay, and I'll tell you what I'm man enough to admit.
Give it to us.
I did not want future firsts in any trade for these guys. As for Jimmy Butler, I'll say this. The one thing I remembered I said was, what's going on in Miami right now doesn't really bother me. It's what is the price for Jimmy Butler? Having said all that, no, I didn't think he would be this
I appreciate
impactful.
You, baby. Yeah.
But you know what? Who did?
Yeah.
Who did?
Mike D and Joe Lacob.
They couldn't have even imagined. This is like drafting Steph Curry and saying, I knew he was going to be one of the greatest players of all time.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
It depends if you're going to hurt my feelings or not.
Rich, and I appreciate him saying I might be too young to know. Dibs just texted me, said there's no Butler in Clue. So did you guys get that wrong?
No, it's like It's like Colonel Mustard with the candlestick in the parlor.
I'm looking at you like I'm trying, but man.
Yeah, I guess Dib's right. There was no Butler. They had all these,
and then you
like
played up,
Betty
man.
Periwinkle. They had all these characters, but
Thank you, Dibs.
I don't think the Butler was in there. Thanks, Dibs. Appreciate it.
That's probably in some detective story. Like the Butler did it.
Right, which is the greatest thing ever.
Let's go to Frank in San Francisco. Hey, Frank, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Dynamite, man.
Yeah, man. Just wanted to call in, and I'm just glad we have Butler, a complete team player. I can see it out there. Everyone's happy. Everyone's enjoying their time out there. The playing time that they do get. Everyone's just having a ball, and I'm just glad to see that. I'm a casual NBA fan or Warriors fan, but I am an avid 95.7 listener, and I tune in every day.
Yeah, sweet.
To the point where my wife is starting to get a little annoyed, but oh well.
Tell her hello.
Thanks for what you guys do, and man, keep doing it.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it, man. Well, yeah, we're having a lot of fun, man. There's no doubt about it.
Don't let us, get your marriage in trouble. You know what I mean, Stoney? You got people falling off the wagon.
So apparently, let's get some clarification in here for Dibs.
Right, here we go.
Rich may have been referring to the movie Clue, where apparently Tim Curry, the actor, plays the butler who hosts the party, but he is not a character in the actual game. Thank you, 650, for that knowledge.
So now the people in New York are reviewing the play, Stoney. We'll get back to you if that's right. But yeah, Austin in San Jose said Rich set you up.
Rich is the best.
Yeah, no, he's the man.
I was never good at Clue. I
don't know what it is.
You know what I'm terrible at? Those process of elimination games.
So pressure.
Have you got? I'm pretty sure you probably have never played this game, Goo. But anybody ever play the game Mastermind? Mastermind.
I feel like Evan's age. I feel Monopoly. I got you now.
So there's this game Mastermind, and there's 4 colors in 4 spaces in a particular order. Okay, so you set them up. Maybe you have 2 reds, a blue, and a yellow, but they're hidden from your opponent. So then the opponent puts down certain colors, and then they find out how many of the colors are right and if the positions are right. But you have to eliminate, you have to do it in a certain way where you eliminate.
It sounds like Uno.
I was terrible at it. Yeah. I was terrible at it. There's a
people are like, describe that again.
They know what
was that?
All right, 888-957-9570 Mastermind. You guys remember that game? It's the process of elimination game.
Not a game for the radio.
Dude, what? Yeah, that did. Boy, what's the word, Stoney?
Help
Theater
me.
of the mind, but boy.
Help me. Yeah. And by the way, it is nothing like Uno.
Oh, okay. But I heard colors and I didn't know.
Let's go. He was there. He was in the house. Shaka in Berkeley.
Shaka.
What's up, Shaka?
What's up, man? I enjoyed myself last night with y'all, man.
Love to hear
I had a blast, man.
Love to hear it.
Man, thank you. Speaking of masterminds, man, I'm thinking about Jimmy Butler. You know, all great relationships, sometimes they end up kind of bad. There's so much passion in the relationship. So I go to the Heat and them having Jimmy Butler and Pat Riley. I was speaking of mastermind, Pat Riley. Jimmy Butler reminds me, he's got a lot from Pat because of how he guides the game. It's not just him shooting. It's his passing, setting up players, playing defense. He does it all. He's a basketball kind of here. So I'm really, I think we have the talent and we have the great players like Draymond. He's one of the greatest defensive players that ever played the game. And we got the greatest shooter that ever played the game. And you see Gary Payton playing like that. Kaminga is like a white Rolls Royce, 2022 with 5,000 miles on it, man. And you know what I mean? Just let him go. Just let him go. You know what I mean? So I think we're going to win it all again, man. It'll be some parades, man. So
And y'all be hosting a lot of stuff coming up, man.
Appreciate it, Shaka. Thanks for coming out last night.
No doubt.
Thanks to everybody for coming out last night at the Emeryville Public Market.
You read a lot of names, man. It was thick in there. I wish Evan could have been a part, and I know he was doing his pre- and post duties. They were talking. Evan's one-liners. I was like, what about mine? Evan, you got some love last night. But, yeah, I'm still on the high, man. Slap me.
That's all right. Yeah. The Public Market, Emeryville, we were there last night. I'd never been there. It's down the street from the all-new Bay Street, Emeryville, but it's this big public hall, and it's wide open, but they have multiple
food court.
Yeah, multiple food venues. It's like a big food court, but they got bars in there. They got drinks. They got a bunch of big screens. We had a nice crowd out there last night. Like I said, it's the first time I'd been there.
Me too.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It really is pretty cool.
I'm going to go back, Stoney. It was dope.
I wish I knew the bartender was working hard. He was a professional, and everybody out there.
And who was the young lady that put it on that said, well, she lived in Oakland by you, or not by you, but in Oakland. She was awesome, too.
Shoot, I didn't write her name down.
Yeah, she was awesome.
But remember, she said she was friends with the great Sterling James.
That's it. We took a photo to send to Sterling.
Bay Area legend. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forget her name, and that's my bad. That's absolutely my bad.
If she was here, we could say, how do you spell your name? Remember that?
Yeah, and then she would say K-I-M.
There it is.
Kim.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Darlene.
Yeah.
From the Old Oracle Arena.
That is awesome.
I see her once in a while on Facebook. Yeah. Say hello.
I was gonna say Miss Williams, but a lot of people I'm learning, Stoney, in my life don't like their government name on the radio, and it leads me to believe, like, what are you doing?
I asked a bunch of people last night if some of them said, I don't care if you use my last name.
I got friends that get hot. Like, damn, what you got going?
I think it's more the ones that you call them by their government name when they call in. And they may or may not be on the clock.
Okay, I got you.
Boss could be listening.
Help me out now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Or whether they're on the lam. Then,
Sonny, I got one nitwit I got to just check here on the text line. I used Sensation NBA. I watched the Association. That's paying homage to Dibbs and Tim Roy.
Tim Roy was among the first.
But Dibbs uses in Willard. Sure. And I got this guy that's been on me about 2 weeks saying I'm stealing Dibbs material. I don't do that.
No, you borrow and beg.
Come on, stop.
What?
I'm KFC.
Okay.
Original?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you got to let a joke just lay out and let people get it without giving them the punchline that we already know what it is.
I didn't know it. Okay. I was worried about it.
Gotta go. Yeah. Gotta go. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to throw the question out again to Warrior fans. I mean, after this run, where you at? You think this team's championship? We gonna win. We gonna be championship, as Leandro Barbosa once said. You like what's going on, but you're still not quite there. That would be me. And is there anybody out there that's not sold, that believes what we're seeing is fool's gold? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Happy birthday, Steph.
Happy birthday, Chef. What do you think he's doing, Steiny? Probably with the fam.
I bet he's at the facility. I bet he's at Chase, but he's probably. You know, it's funny. I heard Dibbs and Willard talking Wednesday about us being out there, and they were just. It was about. So their show started. They were about an hour into it. It was about 3 o'clock. I was listening on the way home. All right. And Dibbs said, "You think Steph Curry's still at the facility, or at Chase Center?" And my first thought was, absolutely. Steph's one of those guys. Practice. Steph's one of those guys that punches the clock. If they have practice at 11, he's probably there. Well, what time did you meet him to take that picture?
That was about 8:15.
Yeah, about 8:15, 8:30.
8:15, yeah.
I mean, Steph gets in there, he punches the clock, he gets a massage, lifts, gets a whirlpool. Not necessarily in all that order. But,
so they got a chef over there?
Oh, my God, yeah. Like a real one.
Dude, wow, man. I could only imagine.
It's pretty nice. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can just tell you what it was like even back in the day at the
Diplomats?
No, back in the Warriors back in 2008. They had a guy who was cooking up meals back at Oracle. So I'm sure they got
Ooh, I can only imagine, man. Get a meal in, a nap.
By the way, you know who I want to ask about right now? Where is Paul Wong? Where is Paul Wong? That's what I want to know.
Mick who?
Yeah.
Paul Wong.
Because I'm like, Paul who?
You don't know who he is?
No.
Well, then you don't know your Warriors history. 888-957-9570.
Paul Wong.
What hardcore Warrior fan remembers Paul Wong? Paul Wong. Mm-hmm.
All right, pay it off. Who is he?
I might wait a minute.
All right, wow. Let's see if the smarties out there can get it.
I don't see any right answers yet. But
not Paul Wall. He was a rapper for Houston. Paul Wong. W-O-N-G.
Paul Wong. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Evan.
The super fan?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Was he the one who started We Believe?
He started We Believe.
Or allegedly.
No, he did. He did. And then the Warriors borrowed it.
He
co-opted it.
Did he get some? He got some chicken.
I don't know. That's not.
You would think.
That's not appropriate.
Don't talk about that.
That was the year with about 10 games left in the season that year, the We Believe season, he came to the arena. They were still 2 or 3 back.
Yes.
I was starting to play a little better, but nobody really was thinking about it. And all of a sudden,
dude, come on.
Paul Wong is in back of I remember exactly where we were standing, back of one of the baskets, and he was holding this sign, and it said, We Believe.
No way, man.
Yes.
He should be in the dock.
Oh, he should absolutely be in the dock. Absolutely.
Yeah, stacking Matt Barnes, remember.
Every time I see Matt Barnes, that's all.
We were talking about the board game Clue earlier. And so I saw some guys on
Did you get one during the break?
A clue?
Yeah, I know. See, you didn't have to say it. See,
but I'm a rapper at heart, Steiny, so you gotta pay it off. Sometimes you don't get stuff, man. You're like, come on. Go ahead.
Anyway, some guys on the YouTube chat are saying, greatest board game of all time.
There's only one.
Yeah, I know. Monopoly.
Yeah, there's just...
Chess.
Well, he may be onto something.
No.
Dummies can't play chess, though. I guess dummies can't play Monopoly.
What do you mean? Evan plays it.
That might be your best work all year.
That's pretty good.
I'm like, what are you? That was pretty good.
Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. Let's go to, he's your guy, Coach in Vallejo.
Oh, man. I know he on cloud 9. What's up, baby?
Hey, Coach.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning, and thanks for taking my call. Now, I'm not prone to hyperbole as most people think I am, but I want to say, did you notice after 31 games of not playing basketball, a game, did you notice how tight Kaminga's handles were with the ball?
Yeah, especially on that first possession.
You know, mean, he was going behind his back, through his legs, and one of your co-workers once said, that Kaminga is not a great finisher. Now, he's one of the best finishers.
I mean, of all the things I've said, that wasn't me.
He knows what me.
No, not you, Steiny.
Okay.
Not you. It's the guys that come on after you. Okay, the guys that wear the baseball cap on after you. Okay, so you know who I'm talking about, the guy with the baseball cap on after you. He said Kaminga is not a great finisher, and that's his strong suit, okay, with both left and right hand. Now, a lot of people like to say about Kaminga's IQ. Everything he did last night was intelligent. He didn't take the shots he wasn't supposed to take. He took the ones he was supposed to take. He passed the ball to Steph when he could have easily taken that shot. So I think the young man has a great all-around game and feel for the game. And I just like for you guys to knock down some of the stereotypes that has been linked to Kaminga, because the guy plays the game the right way, the way he knows how to play. I don't want him to play like Jimmy Butler. I don't want him to play like Brandon Pajemski. I don't want him to play like Steph. Yeah. I want him to be himself. And what he brings, no one else on the team can bring. He's the best finisher on the team since Leandro Barbosa. Okay? So I'm glad to listen to what you guys have to say, and I appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah.
Yes,
no
sir,
doubt,
Coach.
And there were a lot of coaches in the house last night, but we got to defend Willard. We don't know if he said that. So,
I have no idea. I'm scared of Willard. Speaking of Leandro Barbosa, with all due respect, and the reason he was a great finisher was because he was the greatest cherry picker of all time.
You wouldn't say that to his face.
Yes, I would. That's a joke. It's a joke in the league. I'd say I wouldn't. You know what? I wouldn't say cherry picker.
Yeah,
I'll be like,
that's all.
I tell you what. Tell you what, Leandro, man, nobody got out on the break as fast as you.
Evan, now that's different than cherry picker. Willard sent us a text, a picture of the ear. He said, Willard got us like this.
I won't stand for any slander of a teammate under any circumstances.
That's our guy.
You know what, though? As far as, and I don't know if you noticed this, but I don't use IQ anymore with Kaminga. I use experience.
It's got a negative connotation to it.
I use experience.
No doubt. And Draymond said what we all been saying, Stoney, about there was not, and I believe it, there was no doubt, even as well as they were going with Jimmy Butler, that they did need Kaminga. That's just it. And what I'm going to keep saying this. I think I could do something, get it patented, Stoney. There's nothing better than talent, but more talent. That's original for me.
That's the best you can do?
But it hits to me. It's that.
See, now people are saying lay off Goo last night. So,
no,
that's clever.
Who was the guy?
I like that.
Who was the guy that said he was with his wife? He been it. You got to let him cook more. That's my man. Evan, he told me.
I got to let you cook more?
I said, I cook enough, I think. But he loved him some Goo. I went third person. Anyway.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're having fun today, and why not? The Warriors are having a ball, too. They have, I don't know how many they've won out of how many, but it's a lot out of a little.
11 consecutive wins with Jimmy.
Pretty much.
Think about that.
Yes, he's been I think it's fair to say he's been a catalyst.
Yeah, he's been the MVP.
Let's be real right now. Let's put all the rats on the table on a Payday Friday, brought to you by ATCO. I'm just doing this for effect. Would Kevin Durant have worked this
no
well?
Chance. No,
so
I'm
you're
sorry.
Saying it ain't even.
I'm sorry. I am absolutely convinced now that, again, whether it was by accident, luck, or design,
that's amazing.
Of all the guys, and I've met a lot of guys. There's no chance anybody's name who was mentioned would have done what Jimmy Butler did.
Because damn sure Evan is not Levine. You feel that way, Evan?
Zach LaVine stinks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm there. I admit I wanted it. But what about Kevin Durant? Would they still –
I think they would have been better with KD. And I think the fact that Steph clearly needed a second co-star or an equal superstar, whatever you want to call it, they'd be better. But I don't think they win 11 games in a row with Kevin Durant.
That's amazing.
I mean, I agree. And Durant is a great player, one of the greatest of all time, but they needed more than just 27 points a game. And I'm not saying that's all he did, but they got themselves an all-around player in Jimmy Butler. And, I mean, the thing that I've been impressed with so much about Butler, the one thing that I've really been impressed with is how he has impacted a team without dramatically impacting a team, if you know what I mean. He hasn't come here and gotten you 30 a night. He hasn't come here and get you 15 rebounds. He's not a triple-double machine. He's so freaking solid that's exactly what they needed. Yeah. Because I think Kevin Durant would have helped in some areas. It feels like Jimmy Butler helps in every area, every single one.
And it's almost, I take a page out of my dating life, Stoney, back in the day. Your boy was a little thirsty. He's not thirsty. It's just natural. He does the intangibles. Evan talked about him right by the goal, kicking the ball out, getting his guys involved. But he is a master of, and I'll go to our girl Jan. She got me fired up, Stoney. Taking inventory on what the team needs, maybe that possession on that night. But right now, I cannot wait. And I'm going to enjoy these 16 because they're meaningful. And I'm getting a little greedy, Stoney, but I just hate right now that we're 3 back of Houston, and that could change. But if not, we're locked and loaded at 6, and that could give us Denver.
Okay, and I'm just going to say,
give it to me.
You can't say you're not afraid of anybody and then say, oh, but I just don't like we're in the 6th seed.
No.
Are you afraid of somebody or not?
Okay. Hey, Mouth, if you let me, if you let me answer, and I didn't mean that. We have a good, Stoney, if you let me answer, and Steph told us to our face, right, they moved up hella fast. But now we're kind of stuck at 6. It's not about who
That's
we're
because the
playing.
teams are better now.
No
like
doubt,
they're
but it's
win
like you
more.
wanted to keep going, and it's kind of, we're on floor number 6, Stoney, and we're winning, but you kind of want to, can we get to 4? And it looks like that may not be in the cards. Shout out Whitey Herzog, but we'll find out.
You want to know one reason I have a big soft spot for Butler after watching him now play for 12 or 14 games?
I'm not even going to guess.
I just love that they're playing the Kings. They get up early. He's like, I'm
not what?
I ain't scoring tonight. I don't need to score tonight. I don't need to, I don't need to play terrific tonight. Not that he can't. Yeah. And the reason, but now to why there's a soft spot. And Jimmy and I have a lot in common. And, one of the things.
Stop!
And
he doesn't turn it over.
And Steph was alluding to my basketball career on Wednesday, of course. But let's say when I was in high school, okay? When we played Fleetwood or Twin Valley, you know what I mean?
These aren't real places.
Fleetwood, Twin Valley, Hamburg. You know what? Look at the box scores. Steinmetz, 2 for 6, 3 for 3, 7 points, 7 assists. Holy Name, 78. Twin Valley, 51. You know what I mean? And not dissimilar from that, Goo. You know when I never played well? All-Star games. I need some stakes. The stakes have to be high.
I thought you played when All-Star games were really games.
Like that's when you want to do your thing. You might have won D2.
It didn't matter. It was a showcase.
And that's the problem.
Is that why you went D3?
You tell it on yourself, Stoney, a little bit.
You know what? Maybe. Well, I went 3 for 15 in an All-Star game once. I swear to God.
My God.
That's the truth.
For Stoney,
I'm dead
those are
serious.
crucial. You're playing top-tier talent.
You know what? We won.
It don't matter. You
Nick
did.
Young.
Yeah, you didn't.
I did. I went 3 for 15.
You could have. That probably is why you didn't go D1. That game.
No. I was already committed at that point to Franklin and Marshall College. That's another reason it didn't matter. I had already my dream of playing Division I had already been crushed, so I just didn't have the juice in that game. That was at Albright College's Bowman Center in front of about 2,400.
You grew up in a fictional place. I'm convinced.
Man. I could hear the stories forever, though, man. You were naming off those names.
All right, let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hey, Nick, how you doing, my man?
Hey, fellers.
How are you?
All right, how you guys today?
Oh, dynamite, Nick.
Hey.
Yeah.
I just want to show some love, give some love to Buddy Hield.
All right.
He was going through those slumps.
Yeah.
And people were getting down on him, and I find myself, oh, man, come on. But after hearing the interview with him, how he must have heard that, that noise. But, he's just so positive. He said he can stay positive. He seemed like a very sweet, sincere guy. Man, I'm rooting for him now all the way.
I'm with you.
I'm absolutely with you. And you know what? That's where you want to talk about don't judge a book by its cover. I mean, that's the way I was with Buddy Hield. I wasn't a huge fan. I didn't know a lot about him. But, he is a positive. And when he makes shots, this team can be absolutely be at their best. But
he pulled up on us the first time in training camp and said the atmosphere was on 1,000 and was smiling. I get why Steph, who's had a million teammates at this point, right? For Kerr to say to Willard and Dibbs that he's one of the best teammates he had. And then I didn't get a chance to respond or even talk about our day being out at Chase on Wednesday, Steiny. But your boy almost shed a thug tear. And the thug tear almost dropped when Buddy Hield talked about Andrew Wiggins and shared with us that he thought he should have been the one traded because of what Drew had accomplished here and him being new. That's character, Steiny. We don't have a lot of people with it right now in our world. But and I believed him. Like, how selfless is that? Can you remember the last time you uttered anything like that about somebody else to where you put them before you?
No. Yeah, I don't put anybody before me.
That's a problem, but Buddy's a real one. That's all.
I mean, if I ever played with Steph, he might have said, that guy's the worst teammate I've ever played with in my time.
But that's not a shocker. That's why people think you're mean.
Hey.
But then they meet you in person. A guy called you soft, and you got to love him. You were kissing babies last night. I love it.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Not everybody.
Let's see.
And you asked me a question why I called Evan this morning.
Well, because he's nosy.
So I'm sitting at
this is incredible.
I'm sitting in here at 8:30 with Evan, preparing like I always am. Guru's on a remote location at that point, en route.
Oh.
And the next thing so Evan's phone rings and it was you.
How did you know it was me?
Because I was on the other side of the room and I could hear your voice coming in through over the phone.
This is why I love Evan. Before you finish, Evan didn't tell you what we talked about. And
I know he didn't.
Appreciate that.
And that's why I'm asking you.
Like that was Evan. He was that's just who I am. He didn't tell you.
Why'd you call him?
So I'm coming up 80. I'm coming through B-Town, Berkeley. Shout out Shaka. And I love this show so much in this station. I was at a funeral, so I didn't get to hear you guys. So I went to the Odyssey app, and I don't know what, I want to hear my guys. I can't wait to see them. And true story, I put it on, and it's at the part where you guys were coming back from commercial, and you asked Evan about what was his favorite part about yesterday, the Steph interview.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't wait.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm in the caddy, it's payday. We had a great day. And to hear Evan, and I was like, oh boy, just give me some love about just disarming when I ask questions, because I ain't the greatest at it. But I just picked up the phone to call him and say, hey, man, you didn't have to say that. I appreciate it. It put me in a good mood.
Why don't you, since it's Steiny, Mr. Softy today, why don't you tell everybody what I texted you?
Oh, dude, why, Evan? So we're 30 minutes removed from Wednesday.
Not the profanity, though.
No, it wasn't profanity.
Okay. No, I used the
This doesn't supersede the Happy Hour podcast where you dedicated 90 seconds to me and how great of a friend I was to you. I'll play that when I'm mad at you.
Now, that was profane.
That was, Evan, wow. But anyway, he texted
what do you say? They were making me sip that night. That's why my mouth got a little loose.
I bleeping love this dude.
Wow, like he's on one. But not 5, not 4. But he texts me, Evan, I'm in the caddy going home, man. He goes, you were fantastic today. And that meant a lot coming from him.
Well, he wasn't lying.
No.
You were.
But you guys are fantastic at just being you.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, now
Back
we
to
get
Wiggins.
too lishy.
Yeah.
And you don't talk about Willard. I got his back.
We'll find out in about an hour.
He texts the ear. But Coach Vallejo, nobody hates Kaminga, Steiny. I've been telling you, just be yourself.
Yeah.
But there has been that narrative about he's not smart enough. Let's just be real. I don't know where it comes from, but we've read it. We've seen it. But I'm just telling you, I've called him Kawhi to what San Antonio was doing as the guys got older. But, man.
You know what's always bothered me? Oh, man, does this bother me. When
everything.
No.
That's almost correct.
When people actually have the gall to question somebody's intelligence who speaks more than one language.
Wow.
Like, if you speak more than one language, you ain't an idiot.
Kobe had a bunch. I flunked Spanish. I got as far as Yo Tango. The Epsnani, your boy couldn't.
Like a guy like James Wiseman. You know, he spoke Mandarin.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I mean,
Evan, how many do you have? Can you speak? Honestly.
Yeah, like barely one.
Yeah, I'm at about 1.2.
Now, that's disappointing coming from you.
The second would be Spanish.
I feel like you wanted to take on that task because you give it love that it deserves. Why didn't you do more?
Because I realize how hard it is, and how you have to commit to it. And I don't have that kind of discipline.
No.
You know what though? You put me in Mexico for 2 months, and I could get it done.
Yeah, I don't like that though.
That's the fastest way to do it. Just immerse yourself. Like when I went to Italy with my mom. Go ahead, hit the drop. When I went to Italy with my mom for 10 days, I mean, you just have to. Like you have to communicate without using the English language. You just have to if they don't speak English, the other person. And so you just start learning words here and there, phrases. You know, they'll point to a house, and then you'll get the word for house.
See, I'd have a notepad and pen.
It's not a bad idea.
And then write down, I want a hamburger.
Hey, Sonny.
Oh.
Es hora de un descanso.
That sounded nice.
See. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, but that's not time for now.
I said it's time for a break.
I know.
That sounded nice.
That was really good. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Vince, Jarrett, Miguel. We'll get it all on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to Chilton.
Dog.
Yeah, and Evan was just in here as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga. He speaks more than one language.
Wow.
French and English.
Voulez-vous?
Evan said that
That's incredible.
I always forget, is he from the Congo or the Democratic Republic of Congo? The Congo.
He's Congolese.
Okay. But they speak French there.
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about.
So could Joe, I'm being real, Joe Spadoni, can he speak Italian?
No chance.
Evan?
No chance.
You guys,
he doesn't have the wherewithal.
He's from Monterey, not Sicily.
Actually, I'm not sure they speak Italian in Sicily. I think they speak Sicilian.
Oh, is that a variation? Or
Sicily is the island off Italy.
Yeah, but it's a completely different language?
I don't know if it's completely different, but I think it is different. 888-957.
So how many of our hosts, Willard and Dibbs, if you had to bet, know one more Spanish? You think Willard and Diaz, Foster City?
In other words,
Willard
of the six of us, who would be the most bilingual?
Shafsky. Do you think he would know another language?
No.
My bet would be Dibbs, honestly.
I kind of think Dibbs,
Alex
too.
Trebek ass.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think any of you speak more than one language, but if one did...
Ebonics for me, I got two. Yeah, check it out.
I can't. Oh, no, don't say that.
Yeah, well, I can. But...
He deserved it.
I think we're sleeping on Joe Spadoni in Italian.
I don't.
All right.
Let me tell you something. If I spoke Italian, you'd be hearing it. I'd be letting everybody know.
Sounded like that when he said that was Spanish a minute ago. It sounded good.
Man, don't let me speak Italian. Whew, that would raise my game to another.
You ever watch those dudes in the movies, the good-looking dudes, and they're talking to the lady, and they got that accent, Steiny? It's like, I wanted one of those. Right.
Yeah, they speak Sicilian and Italian.
Well, Evan was right then, yeah.
And I said on because it's an island. Yeah. All right, let's get down to Vince in Austin. Hey, Vince. How you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm excellent. What's going on, Steiny Guru? How are we doing, fellas?
Hey.
Dynamite.
Excellent. So I just wanted to make a couple points on today's phone call. I think when you look at the Warriors play today, they instill so much confidence, and I'm sure the owners are loving it. GM, his whole situation got flipped around. But when you just look at it from a fan's perspective, try watching the Warriors the first couple months in the season. Like, we did not instill a lot of confidence. And think about a game last night. We were up 20 points. I would have bet my bottom dollar that in the first part of the year, the Warriors would have comfortably given up a 20-point lead. Now, what is Kerr doing? Kerr's probably the best coach in the NBA right now because he's found this secret component. And that secret component is let the players play, but play within tempo, play within the system. And what an absolute treat it is to watch the Warriors. And one other point I'll make is, yes, Denver is a really good team right now, but I'm looking at the rest of the crowd, the rest of the field per se. Man,
or before the playoffs, but good God, Matt, this is the biggest, here I go, metamorphosis I've seen in regard to an in-season trade in a long time.
Well, you've said that before, and I'm actually curious if anybody out there, any of our listeners, can think of, it doesn't have to be basketball.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, this was a 500 team, and now since they got Butler, they're 13-2, something like that. I don't know.
You kidding me?
And I haven't had the time to kind of think about it or look at it, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. Let's put it that way.
And they didn't have to give up a king's ransom. That's the other part.
Wait, you said just in hoop or any sport?
Yeah,
any sport.
Well, I mean, Rasheed Wallace in 2004. Just for basketball, but that team was already good.
And that's where I
was he traded in the offseason?
No, it was midseason.
Oh, okay.
But at Evan's point, they were already good, Stein. He catapulted them somewhere else, but this was urgent, right? People were calling in, we need to get Steph somewhere else so he has a chance. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. Because all you guys were crying about it.
I didn't say it, but I thought it.
I'm actually with the 408 here on the text line. People do need to stop disrespecting Oklahoma City.
It's not.
Not only are they a really good team, it's bad karma.
I
completely
hope it's not
agree.
disrespect. It's just like, show us that this league that you're toying with, you can do the same come game one in the first round.
Well, Warriors need to show that they can.
No doubt.
I mean, they're toying with teams too right now. But
this is different. They got 53 wins, bud.
Dude, there's an article written on ESPN 2 days ago. The title is 22 Reasons to Fear OKC.
Oh my! Okay, I'm gonna check it out. What's number one that you get? I know you.
Well, it was NBA contenders don't fear the Thunder, and here's 22 reasons why you should. Number one is their net rating.
It's
12.6 right now, is the best since the 1972 Lakers, who won 33 games in a row.
They got all those metrics on their side. There's like 12 of those, Evan, but Steiny, I need to see the Isaiah Joes of the world.
Let me put it this way. 10 players on the Oklahoma City Thunder all have more playoff experience than 7 of the Golden State Warriors players. That's just a fact.
Now that's heavy.
They have a whole team that's already been to the second round of the playoffs, and the Warriors have 7 guys who've never been to the second round of the playoffs.
That's all right.
No, I get it.
No, but
they got a couple guys who have. Oh, this is a great one. I wish I knew, and I'm going to ask Evan to from the 707, Fred McGriff to the Atlanta Braves in 1993.
What was their record when they got him?
I think that was the year they beat the Giants by 1 game, and they won 100 games.
You're right.
That's a great one. That's a great one. I'm going to go look up some of those.
How good was Atlanta before he came? That's what I'm going to look up. You know what I mean? Like, were they hemorrhaging or?
Evan, you didn't hear that one, did you?
Let's see if he knows.
Have you ever heard of Fred McGriff?
The crime dog.
Yeah. I got traded to the Braves, right?
Yeah, somebody 707 texted in that the Braves acquired Fred McGriff in 93. It turned everything around, and that was the year that the Braves ended up winning 104 games, and the Giants won 103.
But I asked him, how good were they when they got him, though? You know what I mean? We'll find out. But
I mean, that's the thing that I've been trying to find is if there's a singular move. Baseball's kind of hard because there's a lot of moving parts. Same for football, although we have a caller that has a good one.
Okay.
But the Warriors were dead.
That's what I'm saying, Steiny.
They got one player, and all of a sudden they can't lose.
No doubt.
Let's go to Miguel in Hayward.
The Stack.
Hey, Miguel. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up with you guys? Hey, so, I'm going to say something in Spanish really quick.
Sure.
Hey, feliz cumpleaños, Stephen Curry. Te queremos muchísimo aquí en la Bay Area.
Yes.
You is the man.
Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Cumpleaños is a word I should know.
I heard Guru the man. Yeah.
What did you say, Miguel?
I just said, happy birthday to the chef. We all love you here in the Bay Area.
Cool, man.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Hey, so, the one thing that was really calling today was, man, yesterday I'm watching the game. Kaminga haven't even lost a step. Man. I'm watching it, and that guy was a beast. I mean, I was doing my taxes at the time, and then I said, screw it. Let me watch the game. And, man, Kaminga was just dribbling that ball, and I thought he was going to dunk. And, man, they just made it too easy. I don't know who's going to stop the Warriors right now because you got Jimmy Buckets, you got the Chef, you got the Draymond Green, and you got Post and Moody.
Keep going.
Man, and you got Pods. Man, I can go on and on. But, hey, I love y'all show. You guys have a good one.
Hey Miguel, real quick, kudos to you for getting your taxes done a little bit early. As long as we're talking about taxes, mind if I ask you how much you make, Miguel?
Oh, good Lord.
You don't have to answer that. That's 70. Just
he said it.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Miguel. You didn't have to. That's just the shtick.
Yeah.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Miguel got a couple dollars.
What were you going to say?
Nothing. I veered off when you asked him how much he made because I've argued with you and Evan about these athletes, even though they make buku money. Steiny, this state taxes stuff is real. If you told me I was a pro athlete,
you like driving on roads?
Send me to Texas.
Do you like driving on roads? Do you like traffic lights?
You need a wheel alignment when you're on 880 going to norms. So where are my tax dollars going? Don't give me that. I understand the ideology behind it, but they're not using it.
Let me introduce you.
Police 100 hours to get to the spots?
Let me introduce you to a phrase. Where your taxes going? The public good. Give back or get out.
You're going to James Logan.
That's right. I mean, Steiny, I'm telling you, man, you need a wheel alignment going to the house or going to work. You seen these potholes?
That's your car. That's your car.
What about my safety?
Drive safely.
No, I'm talking about my safety in regard to crime.
Oh, yeah.
You think bippers are worried?
Let me tell you something. I haven't seen your house in Sacramento, but I've seen Norm's in the Union, and he is safe and sound behind those golden gates.
Well, they're not. They're actually stealing cars.
Are they really?
Yeah. Hitting the same spot a couple times. But anyway,
I'm sorry.
I got you.
Sorry to hear that. Let me see. I got to take care of
that dude called in on Spanish.
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought I heard him say Guru was the man. He was saying happy birthday to Steph.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Marcus in Oakland. You got it, 8? My bad. Evan's got 3 things he's back there doing. What's up, Marcus? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Great game last night.
Yeah, it was.
Glad to see that we beat another California team.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Now, your earlier question, what was a in-season trade that impacted a team? The last one I could think of was when the Niners got McCaffrey during the season, even though they lost that game to Kansas City, but they went on a roll after that all the way to the NFC Championship.
That's not a bad call.
And another thing I want to point out to you guys, the Warriors are going to go to the NBA Finals. And the reason why I say that, and you're not going to believe this, but it's true, every year that Kendrick Lamar dropped an album, the Warriors went to the finals.
Dude, wow.
Marcus, I was telling Guru that yesterday.
Marcus in the lab, boy. Wow. That is noted,
Go
man.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Get up. Now, they lost when he dropped Pimp a Butterfly, and they lost when he dropped the Black Panther album. But all the other albums, they won.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. I was trying to get Guru to make that connection.
But it actually is not all the way. There's
the K-Man.
There's 2 albums where it didn't manifest, so I kind of... And we got some here. The McCaffrey, the Niners were already good, and they found Brock Purdy. They had been to a Super Bowl. But we got Freddie Sanchez, Stoney, Johnny Damon to the A's.
Stop.
We're trying to
I don't know if this was in season, but Pau Gasol to the Lakers was a good move.
Yeah, I don't think they won it that year, though, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was a great trade. By the way, all right, Goo, this is where you're going to have to settle this for me.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm excited.
Because our caller's correct. To Pimp a Butterfly came out in 2015. The Warriors won a championship that year of the 2014-15 season. Damn came out 2017. They obviously won it. 2016-17, the first KD year.
Okay.
Technically, GNX came out in 2024. So does that still apply to 2025?
I would apply it because...
Of course you would.
Yeah, no. It's
even though it's a different year.
It's like the 14, you win the Super Bowl, and the next year it's like, what season did you... You know what I mean? So, Evan, I'm counting the bucket because that's his latest. It was in season. How about that?
Yeah, but...
It came in... Steiny, the album dropped in season.
Well, we were talking about first baseman. That's a bit of a stretch.
I like that.
Yeah, that's not bad. Clyde Drexler to the Rockets.
Now I need to know what were the Rockets when they got him. That's why Evan. This team was on the map.
That was actually fascinating because they did win the championship that year after they acquired Drexler. However, the team after they got him went 500 over the last 30 some odd games after they acquired him. So the team was good. They were like 34 and 19 or something. They traded for Drexler. They struggled with Drexler and then turned it on in the playoffs.
Drexler get 1 or 2 with the Rockets?
Just the 1 in 95.
Okay, so he was on the heart of a champion team. Gotcha. The kiss of death.
That's my guy, Mario Elie.
Mario Elie.
I had the ring in my hand, tried it on, Stoney. Have you ever had a championship ring in your hand? One
real
like the
one?
players have, yeah.
Yeah, in my hand. I've seen one.
Well, I've
They're
had
heavy.
it on my hand.
They're heavy.
Yeah. Well, his was back in the
not
day.
a fantasy one doesn't count.
No, it was Mario Elie's.
Yeah, but that was back in the day where they were.
Would you tell him that for sure?
Oh, have you seen?
I go, dude, what is this thing?
Compared to nowadays,
That's all I'm saying.
things are like stones.
I'd never realized until fairly recently that the championship rings, they make about 5 levels of championship rings. For example, the one Steph Curry gets, it's like the top of the line.
That's not all the one the workers get. That's not they don't get that
I think all the players probably get the big boys.
Yeah.
But everybody in the organization gets one. But the people, the regular
gotcha.
Joe Schmoes like you and me
don't get the deluxe model.
Correct.
I got you.
Correct.
Wow.
That's I'm pretty sure. A lot of people here are saying Fred Dean.
Oh man, he was a bad dude.
Need some details on that.
No doubt.
But yeah. Oh, by the way, here's something from last night. I'll bet you remember that.
I remember a lot.
I can't remember who was wearing it. I want to say Chris, but I may be wrong.
Okay.
Remember the dude with the Warriors hat and it said trophy hunting?
Yeah, man. I think that wasn't Chris A, but
no, I think it was another Chris,
and it was his buddy's company.
Yeah. So,
oh my gosh,
the company's called Trophy Hunting, and it's pretty cool. Apparently, they do it with you can do it with any team, but obviously it works better with the Warriors who have won it. But it had a Warriors logo and it said Trophy Hunting.
Man,
I said,
was that Chris
cool.
A?
It might have been.
I'm so bad with names.
Yeah. Let's go to AJ in the city.
AJ,
what's going on, AJ? How you doing, man?
Hey, no, man, I'm over here just chilling, just finished eating. I wanted to say this. I want to say congrats, happy birthday to Steph. And not only that, I feel like he one of the GOATs. I think he should be up there with MJ and, Kobe Bryant and then LeBron. Other than that, also I wanted to say he played the game the right way. And not only that, he's such a team player. Every time I watch him play, I get excited. As I'm watching Jordan when he used to play, I get excited. Those are only 2 players that really make me excited about watching basketball. Other than that, I don't really care too much for it.
Wow.
And he's such a team player. He set the new record. He didn't want to take all the glory. He even shout out to Steve Kerr, the most wins in Warriors history at the same night that he broke history. That's the crazy. That's the type of player he is. He fills the seats up in every arena that he touched down in. Every arena he touched down, he fills the seats up. You can't say nothing more about that.
Yep.
Every kid want to grow up be like him.
Yep.
Every kid wanted to grow up be like Jordan. Everybody wanted that, Kobe shot. All that, but that's all I got, man.
No, man,
good stuff, AJ.
You doing what you're doing.
Thanks, AJ. Appreciate the call.
He's Jan to AJ. Go ahead.
One of a kind.
Yeah, from Jan to AJ or any real person here in Dub Nation that will pick up the horn, call us and admit, I'm just a bit shocked and perplexed that this thing has turned so fast. And it's okay, Stoney. We haven't fielded a call. I get proceed with caution in regard to winning it all, but damn it, man. I mean, do you think Steph looked us in our face when you asked him, or we brought up how long are you going to play? Do you think if we would have asked him the day after he said they weren't built to come back, and I'm just asking you, Stoney, because I mean it, his answer would have been any different than what he gave us when he said, because that was a nugget, when he said, I'll play this contract out like I'm not done. How much of that answer was the euphoria and the newness of him averaging 30 with his new teammate?
I actually, because it's Steph,
you think I think he would have been the same.
So measured.
Yeah.
I think if you would have asked him that 2 months ago, he probably would have said the same thing.
All right.
But well, what the heck? I got a minute or two left. I'll tell the story again, and it was repeated to us yesterday or 2 days ago when we were at the Chase Center talking to Steph Curry and Raymond Ritter, the Warriors president of communications.
Double R.
So during that interview, Steph Curry was talking about Dub Nation, and he goes, And Steph goes, I was going to stop him, but I didn't want to interrupt him. And he said, Dub Nation travels. And I was ready to say, well, I mean,
you got the what?
I mean, it does, but they only travel because of you. I mean, it's true. They only travel because of Steph Curry.
Right.
So it reminded me of the old story that Raymond Ritter told, and it's this. Raymond Ritter used to be the PR director for the Los Angeles Lakers in the Shaq and Kobe era.
Oh, man.
And Raymond tells a story of they were at Phoenix one time, and it was a playoff game, I believe, or a big regular season game, and it was obviously a sellout. And the game was at 7, and Shaq went up to Raymond Ritter at about 6 p.m., an hour before the game, and he said, Raymond, I need 8. I need 8 courtside. And Raymond said, what? And Shaq goes, I need 8 courtside tonight, Raymond. And Raymond goes, dude, you couldn't ask me this before? It's like, Shaq, it's an hour before the game, man. I need 8. Shaq. So, the game's in an hour, Shaq. Shaq, it's a sellout. Why you think it's a sellout? He had 8 tickets courtside somehow.
That is it. They're coming to see me.
Why do you think it's a sellout?
That's what you call Evan Power, baby.
Well, what's power is making it happen. I seriously want to know how he did that.
I thought about
like
that.
How Raymond Ritter made that happen.
Did
it always
tell
fascinates
some people,
me.
hey, there's something up with what you thought you had. You can't come here. Where did the seats come from?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But they can finagle.
Yeah.
They can absolutely finagle if they have to. A lot of times, like guys, I don't know if it's different anymore, but guys used to always get 2 tickets to every away game. And might have been at least 2. And so what would happen is, let's say when Curry goes to Charlotte, all the guys, they just give Curry the tickets.
Yeah.
You know, Guy Santos would be like, here's my 2. I got nobody in Charlotte. And even if I do.
But we're talking about courtside.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we got one more segment left, and then it is the crossover. But first, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members, and as always, save up to 20% off weekly with 4U and your Safeway app. Exclusive digital deal on Signature Select corned beef round tip, only $1.77 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Don't forget to pair with Irish.
services. Appreciate it, man.
Tell Evan, delete all that. That's over. I'm good now. Delete that for that audio, Steiny. His happy times are here again.
I tried to tell everybody to hang in there.
Oh, good God.
Hang in there.
You're a 2029 goo. Yeah. Man, this is crazy.
And you know what? I mean, look, the bottom line is everything I advocated for, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy have basically followed my directions.
Trades are hard.
They did not give up future first.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
I'm with Evan on
that. That doesn't count. It was protected.
Mean? Is this summer in the future or not?
Answer, Sonny. Yeah, you got me.
I told Joe when I was talking to him, I said, Joe, you got to be very careful with these future unprotecteds. And he said, you know it, Matt.
Move on, Joe.
And he did, and he got the Butler.
Hey, by the way, we are coming to you live.
There we go.
From the Laughing Monk studio.
Yeah,
yes,
baby.
sir.
That's dope.
We've got a sponsor for our studio, Laughing Monk Brewing Company.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have thought of a better sponsor.
That is, you might have something in the works. I don't want to snitch.
Oh, I got things in the hopper now.
You better be careful.
I got things in the hopper. Thanks to Laughing Monk.
Well, let me stop.
What?
Can you cook? Like, are you good in the kitchen?
Not really, no.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm good at eating. I can eat.
Yeah.
I'll never forget one time my friend, my dad used to smoke cigarettes.
In the house?
House, car, and no.
The heaters, yeah.
My best friend, Stan Kazawa, day after I saw him one morning and he had seen my dad at a bar the night before. And he comes up to me and he goes, he used to call me Stein.
Okay.
It wasn't Steiny back. Right. Stan goes, hey, Stein, I tell you what, your dad can smoke.
Dude, wow.
Your dad can smoke. And I was like
a chimney.
Yeah. Thanks, Stan. Appreciate it.
I know moms hated it.
Mom smoked too for a while.
Right.
Mom smoked too for a while.
I hear
Everybody smoked back in the 70s.
Our moms did, and seriously, it's a true story. My sister and I would cry.
Really?
Because Pops was trying to get her to quit, and she kicked him, but we would cry. Like 7, 9 years old. Evan, stop. Don't do it.
My mom's never been more disappointed in me than the day that she found tobacco in the house. It's because she used to smoke, and she hates it.
Are you talking about like chewing tobacco?
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
That's worse.
It does.
It's for your
That's
mom.
worse. I hear it's worse.
I'm sure they're all bad.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Those days are behind me.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, we didn't even have car seats back in the day.
No.
We were Neanderthals. I'm holding my little
My parents used to smoke in the car.
Good God.
Smoke in the house. Oh, man, I was telling R.I.P., God rest his soul.
It was wrong.
I was telling my kids, like, my dad used to roll out of bed and light up a heater. First thing he did.
People do that now. It's just
he'd sit on the edge of the bed. Sit on the edge of the bed.
Oh, nothing says the 70s more than that.
I mean, he lived till 90.
Right.
The guy beat fate.
I mean, Steph's basically been lighting one up after every game as of late.
Dude, man, that's great. Oh,
all right.
37 years old, Steiny.
Yes, he is. Happy birthday, Steph Curry, by the way. If you kind of forgot. We were talking about the Jimmy Butler trade and how it has just changed the fortunes of the Golden State Warriors. And people were throwing around other trades, and this was a good one. Let me make sure I get the credit for who should get it. But where was
the team at when player A came to town is why a lot of these good ones don't, it doesn't fit.
Well, this one may fit.
All right.
He said, while this team didn't go on to win a championship, the trade that spurred, we believe, was a big trade. No doubt about it. You remember who it was?
Let's see.
I'll tell you this right now. There's no chance you will get all the players. So we'll go back into memory lane. First of all, do you remember who the Warriors traded
I want to say Harrington came back in that trade.
Al Harrington was.
Because this is not about me. Go ahead with the story.
Steven Jackson,